Gene's not here, so there's nobody else in this room that could possibly have Vietnam flashbacks. And I was only, as I pointed out to, I think, Gene the other day, I was only 3 when we had our ship go down in the port of Tonkin, so the Gulf of Tonkin. So today is the Extra Life Extravaganza Games Day. Yay! So we're going to be playing World of Tanks nonstop with I've got a crowd of fans and friends that are hanging out with me in our Discord. You can get to our Discord from down below. Yes, plethora being at least more than 2. So at least for now, we'll see how long it lasts. I will be playing.
We're all doing something different.
Well, I'm playing World of Tanks, and the stream is going to have basically my screen on there. I do have. Let me hit my button. I hit my button, so now I actually have access to the stream information as well. Woohoo! So, there we go. All right, we're up and running. Everything's good. All righty. So, I'm unless somebody specifically wants to know which tank, I'm just going to run indiscriminately whichever tank has happened to be in the row here. But probably
the weakest one.
You want me to start with the weak ones? Okay, I can do that. I can go down to my tier 1s.
Play the toastiest of toasters.
The toastiest of toasters. Well, I can play the small tanks until all the kiddies go to bed, because when they go to bed, then they battle times take too long. So,
like a real man, get out of the tank.
Oh, nice. No, I'm going to run a little tank called the Light Tractor. Germans were pretty innovative. I don't know if you know this about tanks, but do you know how they came to be known as tanks?
Yes.
All right. So at the end of World War I, the Germans were already starting to develop armored vehicles for transporting their infantry. But they were not allowed by the Treaty of Versailles to have such vehicles. So they were allowed to send their troopers into other countries to train on how to use them, but they weren't allowed to have any at all. And it was one of the big sticking points for Adolf Hitler when he was coming to power to argue that the Versailles Treaty was onerous and was causing the country too many problems. And so he made a deal. And I can't tell you which country it was. I honestly don't know, and it doesn't really much matter. But he made a deal to buy a ton of them. Little bitty, single-seat little vehicles. They were armored, they were fast, they ran on kerosene, but he couldn't order them into his country as armored vehicles. That would have really got him into all kinds of trouble. So what he did instead is wrote up the invoice to say that he was buying 7,000 or 9,000 water tanks, as in to keep water in. And that term became synonymous with armored vehicles, because the euphemism of it came out when they first rolled into Poland with them in '39. They weren't even supposed to have them, but here they had these tanks showed up, and so that's what they called them.
The water trucks are coming. The water trucks.
Yeah, can you imagine? Sprinkler vehicles. The sprinkler vans. The sprinkler vans. Oh, we're going to play Ruinberg. We're going to play Ruinberg. Okay, this is hysterical because Ruinberg used to be a major mid-tier tank battlefield because it's big. So we're running light tanks, and we're running small teams too. It looks like 12 on a team instead of 15. Woohoo! It's going to be fun. Alrighty. So if you notice, I've got the noodle paint job. The tank looks like it's got a big yellow noodle wrapped around it.
Is that a selling point?
It is. It's one of the rare paint jobs. You can't just get it anymore. It was available early on because it was used in the Poland War. But once they started building Polish tanks, apparently they had to make a deal to no longer let these tanks be seen on the battlefield. So they restricted who could have the paint jobs. And I've just been playing for 15 years, so they can't make me get rid of it. They could have, I suppose, written it completely out of the code, but they haven't. So.
Well, that reactor exploded.
That's good.
Yeah. I need a new clone. Check, please.
Well, at least you learned something from this, right?
Oh,
Yep.
from playing tanks? That's how I learned it. That's exactly how I learned it.
Hey.
Munch, munch,
He's
munch.
eating something.
Stop it. Get help. Oh, what was that?
What are you doing?
I mean, weekends, ranch slugger.
Mm.
Wheat thins, ranch flavor. They're called wheat thins.
Wheat.
Yes, yes, wheat thins. Get it right. Wheat thins.
Like
Wheat
Cool Whip.
thins. Who whip.
I killed him! I killed him! I got my first kill!
Nice.
Let's fucking go, boy!
I got one!
You got one.
I did. I'm beat up pretty bad though.
That's one kill for extra life.
That's right, one kill for. Yeah, and one death for
Oh,
extra
wow.
life.
Wow.
Yes! Totally deserved that. Oh man. Alrighty. But my first death for a life. My life for you. Wait, what movie is that? That's a horrible line to use.
Yeah, I don't think you want to use that.
You know what that's from?
Try again.
My life
Yes,
for
happy
you.
birthday.
You know what that's from?
I don't.
A little known piece by this kind of second rate, I'm making a joke, second rate a horror author by the name of Stephen King.
Okay, with Stephen King.
It's The Stand
Oh, okay.
and Trash Man, the insano that works for Randall Flagg, who steals the nuke.
Okay. I
He
haven't
think he
seen
thinks
that
he
or read
he
that
thinks
one,
he's
so.
oh okay yeah he thinks he's working for an elder goddess called Cibola, Cibola, and he took it from it actually came because he was driving across the western part of Utah, and he came across a sign that had mileage markers to San Francisco, to Boulder, and to Los Angeles. It was at an interchange,
Ah.
but it only showed the CI from San Francisco, the BO from Boulder, and the LA from Los Angeles, and so Cibola becomes his
Interesting.
go-to, and so he actually steals the nuke, so he can actually blow it up because Flagg was only bluffing. Flagg was never going to kill anybody. He was just going to tear down Boulder, demoralize them all by killing all of their spies. But Trash Man fixed him by driving the nuke right into the center of Las Vegas before detonating it.
Ah.
That's how that
Yeah.
story ends. So,
Well,
Wow.
so calling out my life for you is not a good thing because he
nah,
wipes
probably not for that one.
kills off San Francisco. Oh, that's like most people do. Oh, this is from that article that I told you I read about Dune and how it didn't have enough people of what he called it MENA was the acronym MENA. It didn't have enough MENA people, Middle Eastern North Africans.
Huh.
But in that article, it talked about the phrase "Long live the fighters," which is what Kyle MacLachlan shouted as the battle cry, was actually taken from the Quran, which was actually better translated as "Long life for the martyrs."
Hmm.
So,
Yes,
I think this will be the last battle with tier ones because the time delay to actually play is pretty high.
Well, you can exit it, can't you?
Oh, I can. Oh, it tells me I can. Oh, that's really horrible. You can shut down animated emotes. It's like, why would I do that?
What?
Yeah, just tells me I have that as a possibility. All right, so the tier ones are a bust. Let's go to tier two. See if we can get a tier two game on.
Get another one in.
Exactly. Got to. It's too early. Too early. I don't have any tier two tanks. What? That can't be right. Ah, there we go. There's my tier twos.
How could this happen to me?
Where is it? Ah, okay, my favorite. Okay, so I'll tell you a story about this little tank. It's called a Tetrarch. It's a Russian
The
built.
tiny one?
Yeah, it's a Russian built little spud. It has a crew of 3.
Yeah.
What's noted about noted about it is that the engine is built behind it, but when they designed the thing, it was supposed to drive what is now backwards to the tank. So the original cockpit was set up so the driver had to face backwards with the idea that he would drive by looking in the rearview mirror.
Oh.
Russian, you say?
Yep.
Comrade.
What
Well,
they
Soviet
yeah.
Russia, the tank drives you.
exactly.
Mother Russia, we have
Yes,
something
yes.
like that.
Yeah. So anyway, when once they did that, then they actually had to take it offline. So the Tetrarch, although it was arguably one of the better tanks that was built, it couldn't be run on the battlefield because it was one of the last ones that actually ran on kerosene as well. And so because the engine was in the back, that meant the gas tank was up front. You could possibly see why that might be a bad thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very. Yeah.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, it was worse than that too
You
because
sound like a bad idea.
well, the
have
thing
a
was
bad
is
idea.
that also the design of the Russian tank was made so that the government actually didn't want you breaking their equipment, so they put a governor on that little engine, so it couldn't do more than 25 mile an hour.
It's even worse.
Well, and then so they fixed it because they trained one vehicle mechanic to be on the crew, so he could fix things in the field. But that doesn't do so good when he's literally sitting on top of the gas tank.
Yeah, especially if you're in the field and yeah.
So,
oh my God.
so what they did instead, though, is because of the fact that actually did happen, that they had mechanics on board, they made it so you could de-rig your governor when you play. You actually haven't had a choice to hit a button, and all of a sudden your tank could run faster, and the tier twos aren't coming any faster than the others are. So
Very nice.
we're moving up the tiers rapidly here, folks. We'll have to play those in the daytime hours. So moving up, let's go to tier 4.
Vampires will go to sleep.
Exactly. Tier 4. Where is it? Now this tank, which is really funny, being from America, you think I would be really good with American tanks, and I am with exactly one.
Okay.
The M5 Stuart. It's a little tier 4 tank. What makes it distinctive in its class is that it is one of the few American autocannons at such a low level. What that means is that once I fire, I cannot stop my cannon from continuing to fire an entire clip of shells. So I will fire off 5 rounds before it will let me reset.
Well,
So-
if you're gonna shoot once, you might as well.
Yep, if you're gonna, yeah, especially with a light tank, because the primary benefit of the light tanks is that you are the scout. You're supposed to find stuff and then be quiet and not get shot at. Well, the M5, if you fire once, you're firing 5 times, so they're gonna know where you are. So you end up using it instead as a tiny shotgun. So you literally find where a bad guy is, figure out which one's the most isolated, and you run up to him and try to shoot him as much as you can, driving in circles while your gun reloads.
Everything in that general direction must die.
Exactly.
Over there. Just
And
right
if you
there.
happen to be my teammate, you're a casualty.
No, they fixed that in this game too. About third year, because for a while they did have like a penalty process. So if you got shot by a teammate, you could report them, and then their tank outline would turn. I mean, their description of their tank would turn blue, so you would know who the bad guys were, the guys that would actually betray your team. But that didn't stop them at all. They didn't care, and so they would eventually get banned for a while or whatever. But they were still paying their fees to be a member, so they couldn't really stop them in the long term. So eventually, they decided just to make it so you can't hurt your allies, except that you're losing ammo. You do actually lose ammo when you shoot at your friends. All right, Sand River. This is a great place for the Stuart. M5 Stuart. The interesting thing about it is that it was built to be carried by the DC-3 cargo aircraft. That's kind of important because a DC-3 is only 9 feet across in the middle. So the tank is only 8 feet across. Well, it was designed with 6 inches of armor on both sides. That's not going to work. It wouldn't fit. So they had to actually make it so the tank comes to the theater with no armor. That's why if you look at it, it's really thin compared to the other tanks that I own.
That's not good.
Doesn't sound good. That means you gotta be really good at maneuvering.
Well, you are. This thing is really, really maneuverable. It can do almost 50 miles an hour. And sometimes you can actually see it because I'll get air when I jump over things.
Kobe.
Get it.
Good aiming.
Now,
Ooh.
it's called auto aim.
Oh. I was like, yeah, I don't...
You could have just said yes, thank you.
Ooh, artillery.
No.
Artillery's always
It's
good.
over there though.
Yeah, it was way over there.
I just realized my brother plays this game.
Oh yeah, is this one of his?
Yeah.
What's his name?
You haven't really heard me talk about him. I think the only person I talked to him about was Travis.
Oh yeah?
I'm so sorry.
Is he friendly, or is he a friend to you, or is he not a friend to you as a brother?
Yeah, he's my oldest brother. Oof, I don't want to put this stream down, but yeah, he was not allowed to be in the country anymore, so he is in Mexico currently.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, as long as he was good to you. I just wanted to just check on whether or not he was a good brother. That's all I was.
No,
asking
he
about.
was amazing. In fact, one of the few of my many brothers who actually was a real brother.
He was a bro, as you would say.
Yeah.
Go get him.
I'm currently building a computer for him.
You guys got him.
Wait, is this the brother where randomly for a birthday you got him like a motherboard and he sold it?
Yeah.
That's such a brother thing to do.
Yeah. It was a pretty good one too. I mean, 115.
Oh, they got me.
Oh no.
I got one, but they got
no.
one.
Oh.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that crater. Oof.
Yeesh. After that.
I was killed by Utarako Eagle.
Oh,
Re-
okay then.
Russian
Interesting
medium.
name.
That's the guy. That's his handle. Utarako.
Ooh.
All right, back to the Gradgy. That was a decent fight. What's cool about this game is that you actually track your battles. sequentially, so you can go over here and look at your score and see how you did points wise. And if the light is green, the trap is clean. Oh wait, no, the wrong game. Hey, bonus points if you a BP to anybody that knows that reference.
What?
Say it again.
If the light is green, the trap is clean.
Oh, Ghostbusters.
There we go. Ding ding
Dang
ding.
it.
I was about to say that I feel cheated.
You feel cheated because you didn't say it?
You
I'll
can
never
take
earn
the
BP.
Steven.
You have some.
Me?
Yes.
I've literally never earned a BP the entire time.
You and I have both gotten some.
Yeah, you've
No,
earned
it
Yeah,
was
them.
just
you
you.
have gotten a BD.
No,
No,
you've
I've
gotten
never
some.
gotten a BP.
Yes,
thinking
you
about
have.
Someone else.
You have. No, you have.
No. See, even our great
No,
DM has said so.
I promise you, I've never written it down. at
That's
all.
different. That's different.
Exactly.
I have
You
like
have
a name
never written
tag.
it
I
down.
don't have any BP.
You have never written it down, and you forget things, so you know.
I think it was actually for great role play during that one session.
I
Yes.
believe it was.
You in
So we both-
particular, because you were doing all this stuff and trying not to get your friends caught in the criminal stuff.
Yep. Exactly.
I think you're thinking about someone else. This was definitely
you.
No, we are not. We're
It
talking
was
about
you.
Junith when they were in Shady Dales talking to the.
Yep.
You're
You went-
right. I just remembered.
You went
Yes,
you went
yeah.
all the way across the room.
Wow.
You went all the way across the room and came up with a really good justification for why you could do that. And-
Yep.
yep.
I literally never wrote it down.
What a
No, I
stinker.
remember.
I wouldn't even
See?
know where to write it down.
All right, now I get to play my second fastest tank. This little BT is just crazy fast. This is a French tank, and the joke is, of course, the reason why is a French tank made to go fast?
Because
So
he
they-
runs away.
Because they can surrender quicker. Yes.
That's a joke because the French suck and we really don't like them.
Ah.
You fell as a country and as a military. Ah.
Well, okay, so that was the thing. I don't know if it's still true, but it used to be a thing that you could go to Google, to the actual main page of Google, and you could type in famous French victories and hit the Get Lucky button, and it would say, "Did you mean great French defeats?"
Oh no. Google.
Savage.
So good. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's not allowed.
It's
Because
probably
France
not there
is
anymore.
a bunch of pansies.
Wow. It's probably not there anymore now.
I hope it is. Someone should check.
I am doing it right now, actually.
I'm currently being a Viking.
Oh, crap. That thing flew by. I do like how they can't sneak up on you. Like, you know where they're all at. Okay.
Nope, it doesn't do it anymore.
Doesn't
If you,
shock me.
if you do
Oh,
it,
you can
it
do
brings
the-
you to a page that has 6 of France's greatest military victories that people seem to forget.
You could do the way back machine.
Oh, you might be.
Forget about the Wayback Machine.
What's the Wayback Machine?
See. It,
Huh?
It
It,
lets you
like-
reset Google to an earlier version or something?
No, it lets you see any
No.
web page in the history of internet.
Oh,
So
wow.
it stores antique web pages as well.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Like web pages that aren't even there, you can see their last version.
Ah, cool.
You can go back and see like what YouTube was in the very beginning and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So you can see what the front page of MSN was on like 2001 9/11.
Cool.
What was the front page on the day that you were born?
Now I'm curious.
Yeah. I don't know. It was just a weird what's the word I'm looking for? It was an artifact of the program that it would always say do the same thing when you hit get
No,
lucky.
it was a Easter egg or whatever.
Oh, was it?
A joke.
Yeah.
So I remember doing that back in school.
Mm-hmm. Now I'll play one of my heavies, one of the biggest tanks. I
And you
got.
could also do things
its
like
scale.
Zerg Rush and do a barrel roll.
They still have barrel roll.
Does that one still work?
I think so. I could be wrong though, so well, let me check.
Hey, John,
Yes, sir.
are you
That's a P.
are you planning a 24-hour stream?
I am.
So you're not sleeping?
Nope.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Oh crap!
Why
For
not?
real? For reals?
Yeah, for real, for reals.
God, it still works.
It does still work?
The barrel roll one
Oh.
does, yes.
Nice.
That's the Donkey Kong thing?
No,
it's Star Fox.
Star Fox.
Oh. See, because there were barrel rolls
But
back
it's
in those
not
days.
a barrel.
See,
It's actually not a barrel roll though.
yeah, but back in my day, a barrel roll was actually a barrel rolling, okay?
Yes, and you were born inside one. I get it.
No, but I did use one when I went over Niagara Falls.
Oh.
Luxury. When I had to go Niagara Falls, I had to do it with metal spiked balls tied to my ankles.
Okay, I don't know. I don't want to know how you tied your balls to your spikes there. I just don't. I'm glad I have the NSFW on my channel.
Ankles.
Now you're just bragging.
His balls to his ankles? What was this? What is this? You had balls? See, I never had any.
I think that may be truer than you know, sir.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Two tiny bells hanging on a string. My uncle told me it was my ding-a-ling-a-ling.
No.
You ever heard that song?
No, I don't.
When I went off
to.
to grammar school, I stepped off in the vestibule. Every time that bell would ring, I'd start playing with my ding-a-ling.
Yeah,
My
I knew I didn't
ding-a-ling.
hear it.
Everybody sing. I was playing with my own ding-a-ling.
There's a tank on screen, everybody look.
He's playing with tanks. I promise.
It's just tanks, Mom. Get in. Ooh. Huh.
He's trying to sneak around me, folks. Trying to sneak around me.
Don't let him do it.
Don't let him get you.
Oh, Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Near, 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 near. Near, 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 near.
Steven go to
Oh
sleep?
no. He's muted.
Oh.
I just messed up my Skyworld.
Nice.
No.
Boom, boom, out go the lights.
Oh my god. I saved
No.
myself.
Oh yes, look at that crater. I just love it when they just light me on fire.
Explosivo.
Come on, baby, light my fire. Something,
Which one?
something, light my fire.
Wait,
Oh, no,
who was
that's
that?
You know that I would be a fool.
Shadow
You know that I would
killed
be
you.
a liar if I was to say to you, girl, you couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. See, Travis gets me for actually singing the right notes. I get points for singing the right words.
Yep. Somewhere in between us, there's a performer.
Just gotta merge for a couple seconds.
Oh, let's talk about performers. Everybody see this really cool mug that I got? A friend of mine made for me.
He's not listening, but yes.
I
Just keep showing it.
will.
He
I will.
loves it. Give him all
I like
the
the song lyrics you put up, Travis, earlier. I didn't get a chance to mention it.
Which one?
Everything is beautiful in its own way,
Want to know
like
a
the starry
recent
summer
fashion?
night. What's that?
I had a videotape of Ray Stevens music videos,
Oh yeah.
and that was the last song on it.
Uh huh.
I'd always turn it off when they started singing that
What
one.
the heck did I just do?
I love
Every
that song.
single time.
I love that
Every
song.
time. As a kid, I was there for the funnies. I wasn't there for.
Oh yeah, no, I
anything
get you.
else.
I get you. Well, that's like Bobby Darin. I did not know that he wrote "We the People Don't Want a War." I didn't know that was a Bobby Darin song until I watched Beyond the Sea.
Really?
If you haven't seen that movie, it's amazing for a lot of reasons. One of which is I did not know that he married Sandra Dee. I did know that Sandra Dee was the heartthrob of every red-blooded American boy in the 50s. But I didn't know that Bobby Darin actually won her heart, and they stayed married until he died.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
Way to go.
yep.
Indeed.
That lucky bastard. Or her lucky bastard.
Oh, well, okay, so he's 25 years older than her.
Lucky bastard.
Yep.
Hey man, if she likes it, look where it goes.
Yeah, well, the story of that movie Beyond the Sea is literally that. It's the story of their lives and how he won her heart, and he did it by winning her mother's heart, because her mother was her agent, and when he first met her, instead of chasing her, he sent flowers to her mother, bought dinner for her mother, got her in all the nicest shops, etc., 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 and then when he went over to her house one afternoon, allegedly to see her, he asked for permission to date her daughter.
Wow, that would suck for the mom.
Yeah.
Think this guy's being all nice and flirting with you. Think you have a chance. Can I date your daughter?
I respect this. Oh god, no. Oh, okay.
So.
I imagine I have a story like I was gonna ask
and
him.
And when he talks to her mother and tries to patch it up to make her feel better or whatever, he invites her to a really nice restaurant and so one of these big 7-course meals or whatever. And then when they're supposed to meet, he sends a message that he's going to be a little bit late. And while she's busy waiting for him at the restaurant, he's marrying her daughter.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Great.
But did he show up?
Yeah. With her in tow. Hi, Mom. Sorry we're late.
Came for dinner just before our honeymoon.
Exactly.
Seems like a lovely person.
Showed up.
Just to me, he's just ultimately a very, very self-confident guy. You know, he doesn't.
The balls on that one, as they say. Hi, Campy. I love you too.
Ooh, they're bringing the rain on that guy.
They're fences.
Yep.
Just know, cause I know how much it takes to put up fencing.
I know.
You know because of how hard it is to put up fencing?
He was running down fences.
I was running along the fence line and tearing down miles and miles of.
You monster.
Exactly.
You know what's crazy about playing video games around friends?
What's that?
What?
That you could be in a group of friends having conversations while all of you are just having the most distantly unrelated, insanely different
Right.
experiences.
Like you're cutting up spaceships and I'm blowing up Germans.
Right. Well, right now I switched it up. I'm now in ancient Nordic tombs, hunting for
Killing
the
Draugr
relic.
and skeletons.
Yeah, hunting for the great relic material known as iron.
No, that doesn't exist. That's a fiction. That doesn't really exist.
Well, to
I
us
know,
Vikings,
yeah.
it was a legendary magical material. So
Yes, it worked for the Sumerians too, but that's a completely different story. And you got that game too.
Meanwhile, Steven's stacking blocks.
Is he stacking blocks? Minecrafting all over the place.
Yeah, mining them and stacking them and
Making them pretty.
whatever else comes in between.
Yep. I'm trying to get the reward for placing a block right now. It's not working.
Oh.
Give him my money. Give him my money, they say.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to decide. My BT7 let me down. It's another red score, so I have to go chasing a green score.
Do it. Get like.
BT7 must get good score. The
You're
last
rusty,
time.
John. You're rusty.
I know it. Well, I also don't remember all the. Well, okay, so several things changed in the rules system. Number one, they put back the bushes. Travis, you'll be glad to know that the bushes work again, like they're supposed to. But they also increased the range and accuracy of the artillery.
Oh, that's good.
So you would like that, especially when you go running up with your toaster. The TD's rasters move faster, so you actually get to shoot more often, which is always a good
That's
thing.
nice.
Yep. So they made all the things that make the game playable better. They gave everybody more hit points and upped the value of armor so that you can take more hits too, though. So therefore, you get more action out of the fight.
That's good.
Yes, and there was one thing they did that was sketchy. Oh, it doesn't matter to us, but in the higher tier now, if you play tier 8, 9, 10 battles, you cannot play arty.
What?
In the ranked battles, they don't allow artillery anymore.
What?
Yep, completely did away with 1/4 of their player base, but that's because that 1/4 wasn't playing. When they went to play in those battles, even the arty players were running heavies. So they said, fine, if you don't want to play, then we won't let you. Sounds like a Nikos rule.
I don't know. I don't know how long that's got. Wait, I have friends that do play like the tier 9 and 10 stuff, and I know one of them mains arty.
Well, is he playing it at the competitive points level?
No idea. Not a clue.
No, it's hardy.
I'm just sitting in my bunker here, wanting to get off a shot. I'm just sitting in this bunker here, and there's a guy I thought.
Did he doesn't see ya.
He didn't see me. I'm behind the bushes, and he's now locked behind a bush too. But I saw where he was, so if he moves again, I'll be able to see him. Oh, there they are. They're over here on this flank. They're behind a building or something, though, I think. Roy. That guy's running back for the other flank.
The other guy's getting hit.
Well, they can't figure out why they're getting hit, because they don't see me. So I'm radioing in. Kill them! Kill them! I'd like to get a beat on one of these guys, but I'm not quite. Oh wow, they're stacked up over here. Oh, that was good. Nice arty shot. That guy could die if an arty hits him. Come on. Kill him.
Get him.
Kill him. Kill the guy. Kill them all.
Kill Tulu.
Oh, there's one inside a building. It's hiding inside a building.
Oh, yeah, he's...
Well, they made the game back like it used to be, Travis. I can go up and hide in a hidey hole and call in the shots.
Nice.
Makes this tank work the way it's supposed to. Oh, there. I saw him for a second. You sound sleepy. We're just getting started. We're at 1 hour. We got 23 to go. But our dollar value is not going up real fast, so I figured we're gonna have to stop and send them more emails or something.
People get...
I know they'll wake up later. Boy, they're putting a lot of ammo into those spaces where they were.
I feel like somebody has to brave it and get in there.
Yeah, but okay, so these battles are 15 minutes long, and I used to always go running in early. So the trick here...
Going right away.
Yeah, trick is you don't want to be the guy who charges. You want to be the guy who waits for them to flinch first. Because one of the other tricks about this is that when you're moving, your ability to be seen goes up and your ability to see people goes down. It makes sense if you think about it, because the car's jiggling and stuff. The trucks, the tanks bouncing around. So if you can sit still longer and force them to think they have to move. There, that guy got hit again. Yes. Woo! Just show me your nose. Just show me your nose. I might actually take the shot, even though it would reveal my position. But see, this is a cool position, because see, they can't even if they cross across this battlefield, they couldn't even see me until they would cross this tree line. So they'd have to actually be right over here on this side of the green wall, of that brown wall. Oh, I got damage on an OI. OIs are big heavies. They're big tanks.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming across the battlefield here. He's coming across the long way round. Now, fortunately, he's moving, so he won't be able to see me for a while longer, but I might get spotted here in a minute. Unless they kill him. Kill him!
Get a hit. There's.
Don't get
Chip it
spotted.
away.
It's bad for your health.
He's dead. He did not reveal me.
Oh, they got him.
Oh, and our other flank almost cleared the hill. That's good.
Very nice.
There's little. He's got 36 points left. Come on, stick your nose out there. I want to take one shot. Oh, good. Did you hear that? You could hear the arty shells now. You can hear the audibles. That was awesome.
Disgusting
Nice.
place.
Sick nasty.
That is funny. All right. Let's. Don't see any more action here. They're probably going to be asking me to.
Over farther.
Go, baby, go! Do 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 do. Rock lobster. What's my song? What's my song, Travis? Da 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 da.
Song that everybody
That's not the one you do.
plays.
No, that's not what I do.
You do, dun, 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 dun,
Oh, that's right.
dun,
That's right. Exactly. Pomp and circumstance. No, that's not pomp and circumstance.
Why do you do that?
Hail to the chief. Hail to
Yeah.
the chief, 'cause he's the one that should be hailing. No, one you should be hailing. That's from Dave. Ooh, arty sound. Ooh, found a medium.
Now I need to play that song. I can't think of what it's called right now, but the one in every movie that they play when it's like wartime and they're in helicopters.
Oh, yeah, it's Flight of the Valkyries. Bum ba ba bum bum
No,
bum ba
not
ba
that
bum.
Well, that's good too,
You
but
talking about the mask one?
what?
The mask song? No, I know.
No.
Another good one is be kind to your web-footed friends, 'cause a duck may be somebody's mother. I used to know all the other words, but they all run together now, so I don't know. I know that it comes to, well, you may think that this is the end. Well, it is.
Ha, ha, ha,
The
ha.
only duck song I know is Duck Walked Into a Lemonade Stand.
Nice. How is a duck alike?
What?
How is a
It
duck
gets-
alike?
You press the like
Wow.
button.
Because its feet is both webbed.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was you.
How do you get down off an elephant?
How?
You don't. You get down off a duck.
What?
You don't get down off an elephant. You get down off a duck. Think for a second. What do they call the little tiny feathers on a duck?
Down.
There you go. So you don't get down off an elephant. You get down off a duck.
See, when he gets like this, I just tend that it's best to ignore him, and he'll eventually stop.
Well, I run out. Eventually, I run out.
Eventually, the crickets will overwhelm him.
You're all gonna move in.
There's somebody near here, but now apparently. Alrighty.
Charge those crickets rent, John.
What's that?
I said you gotta charge those crickets rent, John.
Yeah.
Not Click. He doesn't deserve to pay rent.
Or clack.
No, Chicken Click.
Chicken Click.
And Sill.
That's right, Sal. Sal.
Sal.
Sal. Sal.
Sill.
Sal.
Get it right.
Oh, man.
And don't forget Selma.
Salma.
Change the channel. Selma. Oi!
Oi.
Oh, my dirt just fell off. Dang it.
BT7 still sucking. Gotta play another BT7 round.
You say your ear just fell off?
His ear fell off.
No, my dirt.
Durka Durka?
Dirt?
Durka Durka.
Dirt.
Muhammad Jafar.
No, yeah, but like my actual dirt.
That was one of my son's favorite movies. I never understood it. I didn't like it at all. Especially since he gave me the unexpurgated version.
It's a kind of ridiculous movie.
Well, yeah, but he gave me the unexpurgated version, and in the first couple of scenes, there's the defecation scene, and I was done. Not watching this
Yeah,
anymore.
it's kind of a lot.
That's the best part.
You,
I
of
don't
course.
know what you're talking about, and I don't think I want to.
It's a really stupid puppet movie.
America, World Cups?
Mm-hmm.
It's a world, and then
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called now, but yeah. Hold on. Typical. Evident tip of my tongue. I can't think of it.
America! Fuck yeah, it's the song. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh. Horrible. Horrible.
do the tank.
Tankety tank.
Yeah, Team America World Police.
Team America World Police, that's it.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
And the worst part about that movie is the fact that they made the enemy soldiers all used 4 words or 5 words that are Pashtun or Arabic, and that's all they ever said. So, Allah, Muhammad, Durka, and Jafar. And that was like it. That's the only words they used. And they would just, when they had them talking, they would say those words over and over again. Durka, Muhammad Jafar. Muhammad Mustafa.
Durka.
Horrible movie. Insulting. It was insulting. It was demeaning. It was all the things that America shouldn't have been involved with.
I think that was the purpose of it, though.
And yeah,
People watch it.
Alright, maybe.
And my son being a Marine should have been, like, not defending this stupid piece of crap, but he thought it was hysterical.
Hey, man. That's a great movie.
That was the purpose of it, though, just to be
Yep,
insane.
to be wrong, as wrong as you could be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty much.
baby,
That was
if
the
it's
point.
wrong, I don't want to be wrong.
Exactly. Okay, here's a funny little story about this tank. The MT-25 was built
Which one is it?
using what do you call it? Imperial measurements. But when they built it to centimeters instead of inches. So it's about a third smaller than it should be. But it's made with the heaviest armor they could get. So this little tank, historically, was one of the hardest ones that you could ever kill of the Russians.
Nice.
Whoa!
Well, as long as they did their job.
They found me.
Oh no.
Probably done.
Here come our heavies.
What do I do with this?
You
What
can
is this
still
for?
make it.
And again!
Just don't go
You are
past
the
red
fucking
line.
one.
Now, John, you gotta ask yourself: did they find you, or did they find their death?
Oh, they found me.
Ah,
Oh no.
are you sure about that? Pretty
Too
soon.
hard.
Ours is not to do and die. Ours is but to wonder why. And from the enemy we shall fly.
Strike that and reverse it.
Okay, I'm reversing it.
Ours is not to ask why. Ours is just do or die. Something.
Like that one.
Durka.
Okay, there we go.
With a side of fries.
Oh, hell yeah. That was
For those about to rock, we salute you. I'll make him nervous. He's only got 17 points on that one.
You
Get
can
him,
do it
guys.
a bit-
Get him.
Get the last bit.
Get it. I can't get on him because, no. Oh, heavy, 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 warning. Warning, heavy.
Stay
Ooh, Artie made it rain.
Oh, there you go. Get that one.
Ooh, he's a heavy. So I want to get that one. I want to get the little one that's running away. He pulled my stun. He's running away from the battlefield. Oh, somebody's on their base.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, we're ganging up on him.
Going.
Come, D'Artagnan. We're storming the castle. We're protecting the king. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh, no. You could just start playing some AC/DC. Ha.
Put on some of that creepy music from...
Don't get it.
Uh-oh.
They
Go.
gon' give it to you. They gon' give it to you.
It's gonna give it to ya. What the heck was that?
See if it's yours.
They fell off again?
Wait, no? I was laughing at this. Not laughing at you.
No, your earphones went off.
Oh, that makes sense. That could be it too.
Sounds like one of those alarm clocks.
Lost.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mine would get louder and louder, so it was very annoying. You got he's just yes.
Come on.
I have to, I'm not gonna be able to go to my appointment tomorrow.
Why? Because you're staying up too late?
No, no. My brother thinks he has COVID, so I don't want to get anybody sick.
Mm.
No, be responsible and all that.
You guys have gotten your
Gotten
vaccines,
your
right?
shots?
I got my shots.
Yeah, yeah.
But then again, because of the whole Colin Powell thing, is really saying, well, you can get it even if you've already got the shots.
It's
Well,
like,
you can, but the real point of the vaccine was to make it so it's not as detrimental
As
or
bad.
deadly.
Yeah.
I got one shot into him. So I can get...
bye.
It just says I can claim it. I can't claim it. Why can't I claim it? I might have to stay put. Yeah, stay put. I'll come back to it.
Come around and do that again. That was kind of fun. Get him to take one shot at my friend.
I don't want to be poisoned.
But Father, I don't want land. I just want to sing. No, we'll have none of that. No singing in this house.
None of that. But father.
No!
Father.
But
How
father.
did you survive? I'm going to tell. He's going to tell. He's going to tell.
Well,
No, 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 no. No singing.
what to tell? Oh my gosh.
I was saved at the last moment.
It's 9 to 8. We got these bastards are still spread out.
It's almost.
I was about to say, if you keep listing off the time like that, this is gonna go for a really long time for you.
Well, no, because
Looking at that.
I finally get too close in and it already kills me. So no, I got killed by a Cheeto. I got killed by a Cheeto, not a cheater, a Cheeto.
Nice.
I could go for a Cheeto right now.
Yeah, you're right. I should go get some chips.
Man, I'm hungry.
Oh, somebody hopped in and said, "Want to buy some followers?"
Oh, good, it's a bot.
Sure. How much?
A bot has hit us.
What are we talking? Are we talking about fanatical followers, or are they just gonna like sign up and
You gotta buy them.
like? If I asked, would they drink the Kool-Aid? Is really what my question.
Mustafa Jihad, Durka. No, it's not safe, folks. No, I don't think they're not loyal.
No.
Supposed to be those guys.
Oh, Travis, another thing they've added. Now it tells you what to use your tank for. I've got a T-25-2 and it lets me know that it's a sniper tank destroyer.
Oh.
Snipe.
Snipe! Oh, I like his name. His name is really original. ESDF. That's his name.
Oh. He really took some time to think about that one.
He did. He worked hard to get that code name. No one else will steal that from him, I'm sure.
No one.
Oh, yep.
Okay, I'm going to step away and get myself some chips now that you talked about chips. Oh, nope, I'm already in there, Lindbergh. Thought I was out, but no, I bet they dragged me back in. Put me in this T-25. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, I don't want to go to war today. Where there's a
but
way.
the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay.
We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. I blew it.
When there's a whip, there's a way.
Left, right, left, right.
Oh, I see now. Iron Barrel. I get it. Now.
You're in barrel?
Okay. Share with the class.
Yes. Do you have?
I figure out why I can't get the reward. I get the same reward. I had to click on the reward I wanted. There was only one reward, so that made no sense. So I had to click the one thing that was available.
Class. You have enough to share with the class.
Yeah, you better have enough of rewards for everybody.
There was only one though.
Wow. Found them all. Found them all.
Oh crap.
Look, it's a wall of red.
Which red?
The enemy tanks are red.
Like a crimson red, a blue
They're all
red.
just bunched up.
Who decided in all video games that the bad guys were going to be red?
Well, they can be
I
red
feel
or...
like it's McCarthyism still at work.
Well, they can make them purple. If you want, you...
And
That'd be
red is usually what the bar is if they have more than one. Or yellow.
It's usually yellow and red.
Yeah, I've seen purple though.
See, I feel like this is all showing that Americans are racist because, you know, the yellows aren't as bad as the reds, but they're both a long ways away bad guys and something China and Russia.
Dark Souls bosses have red.
How dare they?
They
So-
are Japanese, which means that they're de facto right. So I see the validity of your argument.
That wasn't my point, but
Well, that makes no sense because if that were the case, then the maps would be backwards and the blues would all be red and the reds would all be blues. The red states should be therefore the left wing.
Wait a minute,
Alright.
aren't they?
Right?
No.
Enough of this color theory.
Can we like?
Where does orange come into it? That's my question.
Orange
Right
doesn't
here,
rhyme with
right
anything.
here on Nikos where it's safe.
So orange rhymes with something on Echoes.
Says Nikos, the most unsafe place.
Everything's safe here. Even all the bad guys are safe.
Tell that to the children, John.
Oh,
Oh my god.
I'm
Tell
gonna
that
get
to
my
the
fries.
pets, John.
Whoa, okay, we'll talk about pets when I get back.
I don't even want to imagine.
Oh no.
He destroys pets. He, well.
He allows players to destroy their pets. True.
Silence, you fools.
What?
Who dares come seize of my
Silence, you
Wait.
Oh no.
My pick.
Oh no!
I'm so sad.
Sorry,
silence,
man.
you fools.
I'm glad it wasn't my pick. Because my pick broke too. Oh no, wait, it's not a pick, it's a... What the heck is this again? A crook. My crook boat. That's
It's
broke.
called Joe.
Name it
Oh, you have
Joe.
a friend named Joe?
Yes. He's a
How
good man.
dare you have friends?
Is his last name Blow?
Does he give a good blow?
Oh,
Whoa, we're on stream.
Switch.
Steve.
Oh,
Settle
well, we're
down.
still on stream, Steven.
Hey man, I like, there's a blow pop, man. What do you mean?
Steven, let it go.
There you go. Let it go. Let it go.
Oh my gosh.
Please don't sing this anymore.
I can't though.
I'll cut off your toe. Cut off your toe.
Oh man.
And I'll bury you deep beneath the snow.
Can't glue it back
Yeah.
any.
Whoa.
Can't
I mean, how do you
glue
know that?
it back on your foot anymore.
This snow didn't bother me anyways.
I'll murder you to the core. Murder
Core.
never bothered me anyway.
Demonetized.
Ban him.
I have found so many
Wait.
more
I'm back.
mausoleums. Wecklum.
Sweet. What have you gotten?
What have I gotten? Close. They are
Cheetos.
Keirico Chile Limon Lay's stacks. Perfectly formed potato-like substance.
Nice.
I read a story. Do you know how they got started? The original,
Cheetos?
no.
Yeah.
no. The Pringles.
No?
Okay, so one of the worst things about the potato business is that a ugly potato doesn't get sold. Now you wouldn't think of a potato being an ugly or a pretty thing, but apparently there are potatoes that have so many eyes on them, for example, that they are unpalatably ugly. So there was a guy who decided that he was going to see whether or not he could make money by buying all those bad-looking potatoes, but he
Well,
couldn't.
I mean,
He couldn't
I
cut
was
them.
gonna say, I usually prefer not to eat things that have too many eyes or too many tentacles. Leads to insanity.
That's true. Anyway,
Oh my god.
So he decided he was going to try. First, he was going to try to find a special kind of a cutter. So he built a cutter to try to cut him up. An ugly potato is also gnarly. It's like twisted on itself. So every time he would cut it, they would break up. So he decided, well, if I'm going to do that, I might as well mash them. So he mashed them. And when he mashed them, potatoes are they're starchy, so they stick together. So he found that he could put them into a machine and press the starchy material through it. And so he started making fried chips, and they were like English style, which means they were like shoestring potatoes. But they wouldn't hold together because of the shape. They would come through the tubes and break off, and they were not regular, and they couldn't be packaged very well because they just all fall apart. So then finally he decided, I'm going to put them through the masher, then I'm going to put them through the tube to mush it out, and then I'm just going to cut it into slices. Which was okay, but then the slices, when he had them sliced, they wouldn't dry evenly. So he says, fine, I'm going to put them into a metal press so that the metal press can be heated. And so literally they came off the cutter and they fell into place. Now they weren't potatoes anymore. They weren't officially a potato anymore. They were now this mashed conglomeration. But it was still 99% actual potato. So he got it to fit into the form, and when he did, lo and behold, he found that curved shape was like a tortilla factory. They like to have those forms. So he thought, well, I'll just make them into forms. Well, lo and behold, it worked. So now he had a potato product that would hold its shape, was crispy, all of that kind of stuff, could salt, etc., etc. Then he tried to sell it. And across the board, every state he tried to sell into had rules for selling reconstituted potato. It couldn't be sold as a potato chip. Simply against the rules. It was not considered a potato chip because it wasn't actually chipped from a potato.
It was.
These were Pringles, right?
Yep, these were Pringles. So he eventually just sold them as Pringles and then listed the ingredients as potato. Well, after 200 or 300 test purchases actually proved that people wanted them, then he was able to go back and force them to allow him to sell them as potato chips.
Interesting.
But he was the first one to do the air frying, so it was a lot less grease. They were uniform in size, so he didn't have any loss. You know, a regular bag of chips, you have some burnt ones and broken ones, and so he had no loss.
It's visionary, my friend.
Yep, exactly. To this day, we can thank him for the Pringle.
What a monster.
Well, that's what they thought. Yeah, but they were saying, you know, how could you do that to a potato? It's not really a chip, is it? He said, let the customer decide.
Potatoes, don't they?
What's that?
And they make liquor from potatoes too.
Ah, that's called vodka.
Yeah, but he's trying to sell it as a potato chip, and they had rules of what a potato chip was. And
Right.
Pringles are not the same thing. Pringles are mashed potatoes that have been fried.
Yep.
Yeah.
That seems better, honestly.
I mean, for whatever reason, I can eat a lot more regular chips than I can eat Pringles. If you eat, it's probably some sort of coating they have, but it turns your stomach after like too many Pringles.
Ah, that's just crazy talk.
I don't know what that is.
I can eat way more Pringles than I can chips, but what ends up with me is that it eventually, the surface of my tongue gets burned because there's so much salt in them.
So I never have eaten, like I've never had the chance in most of my life to just eat a lot of chips, right?
Okay.
My family didn't do that very much.
Uh-huh.
But when I got to college, it was one of the easiest things to get in the shops, because I could go in between a class, grab one of those like pre-cut triangle tuna sandwiches,
Yep.
and grab like one of the little Pringles things and get out of there and go.
Yep.
And so I started eating a bunch of Pringles, and I found that for whatever reason with Pringles, I get like this weird stomach ache / like I didn't want to eat any more thing after eating, a couple, stacks of Pringles, and I don't know why it is. It's something about the taste or the texture or something that
Maybe it's a different ingredient they use.
I guess it's kind of like a slightly extreme form of you know how when you're eating the same flavor over and over again, you want to eat something else just to get a different flavor?
Yep.
It's kind of like that, except in a
That
slightly
makes sense.
negative way.
It makes sense because they are that kind of uniform, you know?
Yeah, they're very, very uniform. But it doesn't happen with like not Pringles, with Doritos and Cheetos and Cheez-Its and stuff. I can just munch on those all day. So I'm saying about Pringles. Can't explain it. Don't know why.
Maybe
Welcome
they
to weird factoids about my life that I think too much about.
Well, that's what these shows are always about, is getting to know each other. Oh, I love that sound. That is now one of my favorite sounds.
Just wait till it's coming after you.
Oh, they just did.
No.
Just a minute ago. One passed over me.
One flew over to your cuckoo's nest.
Crew's nest?
Crew crest.
Crew breast? What?
Cuckoo! That's how you get out of one of those.
Tell me my name!
That was words. What happened?
From a movie.
You
What?
seen the Neverending Story?
Yes, I have.
The
At the
second.
end of the Neverending Story,
Yeah.
she asks him to tell her name, and that somehow that's
yeah.
gonna fix everything.
Say my name.
And he
Yeah.
just screams something that's completely unintelligible.
I'll say it. I'll say it. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
That's what he says. No one ever knows what the
Well,
hell
actually,
he's talking about.
they even asked the actor afterwards, and he said, I thought of like 4 names to call out, so I shouted all of them. So he doesn't actually say anybody's real name.
He had no idea either. Wow. Yeah. That never-ending story, though.
Forgive him, Father, for he knows not what he speaks.
I just can't stand for whatever his name is, the dragon. Falcor. That's so dumb. The name's a cool name, but I'm sorry, Luck Dragon being furry.
I just didn't like how goofy he was. Dragons are supposed to be regal, goddammit.
I just don't like dragons. They suck.
Oh, I don't know. Pennyworth is pretty unregal.
Wow.
I will ban
Dragons
you,
are-
sir.
Kick me out.
One more word, man, and I will drop the ban hammer.
Dragons.
To bring it the hammer down.
Yeah.
Have you never had dragon sauce raw?
I warned him. You all heard me warn him.
Oh.
I just disconnected. He can come back in any moment.
He will.
Unless he's gonna pout.
No! Ah, my jerk. I was
Tell
on
him to
top of
come
it for
back.
some reason. Such needless violence.
He insulted my family.
It's okay.
7 to 7, and I'm holding them off by myself. I got TDs. I got TDs backing me up, so I'll. Oh, there we go. There we go.
He's probably just sitting there laughing.
Here, go and walk out there in front of me. Oh, damn.
I don't think he is. I think he's crying. I think you made him cry.
Thank goodness.
Oh my god. Tell him come back.
Why am I not dead?
I ask myself that every day.
Why?
It's the question.
Send him a message, Fangs. Gonna go be a blubbering boob.
Oh my god. I'm gonna tell him to get his butt back here.
He's a blubbering blue bill already.
Everyone says get your butt back here.
Oh, I only have 14. Oh, then good on you. It's not my my fault one block just like decided to go again. Block.
I got a kill and I got a wound, so I did pretty good there.
Nice.
Going up against an Excelsior Heavy by myself.
Excelsior!
Settle down, Lee. What's his first name?
Stan.
Stanley. There you go. For some reason I couldn't think of what his first name was.
Last name.
Mr. Lee.
Now this is a tank. This is they had a specialty for this tank. You had to play at a special event to get. It's called a TOG. And when you see it, one time myself and two other players were driving TOGs in the same battle, and they look like battleships. Only they have one gun, so they're really not really effective, but they're really heavy. And so the three of us drove all the way across the mountain, a map, across the bridge and everything. Got to the middle of the battlefield. We all agreed to do a three-gun salute, so we each turned our guns the same direction and fired all three guns at nothing, just for the effect, and drove on across the battlefield. And ended up winning without any of us dying, but we didn't kill anything. Because they're built as a kind of a defensive vehicle. It was originally going to be used for a troop transport, but the amount of weight that it carried required them to put too much fuel in it. So therefore, the space where they would have put soldiers, they had to put fuel instead, which made it very inefficient for carrying troops.
Nice.
Ron, tell him that he has to be here.
No,
Why?
I'll do it.
Why did he leave again? Because you band-hammered him because he said something bad about dragons?
Travis was kicked him. It was a joke.
I know, I totally get it was a joke. Yeah, I think he knows it too. By the way, did I tell you about this really cool mug that I got from this guy?
I'm not backing down, otherwise I'm giving him permission, and I'm not going to give him carte blanche to just say those vile, disgusting lies.
Otherwise, that might spread and Gene might learn them or something.
Yeah, it would be awful. Can't do it.
Oh, yeah, dragons are really cool. They
So
taste
get-
really good, too.
They do. They taste good with thinly sliced.
Against my principles, and I'm choosing to ignore what you just said.
That's probably good because I don't want to get banned from my own channel. That would be bad.
I'll do it.
I know.
I
he has
got
the button and
principles.
he's got the button. He's not afraid to use it.
That's racism right there.
Racism.
What's not racism? Saying that
Okay,
You're
take a
right.
look. Take a look at that tank. Look at how big that is. It's as long as a train car.
Oh my god.
I'm twice as long as any other tank on the battlefield. And all it's got is that one gun out front. That's it. Pew pew.
I want to get water.
Pew pew.
From the sink. That's one place to get water. Oh, I know. I forgot. I'm in a room full of millennials. You guys don't get water from a sink. You only get water from bottles.
I get water from the snake. I don't got a water bottle.
I get water from a hose like a real boy.
Like a real kid that used to play outside.
Like a real man.
We got ourselves a convoy. 2 other players have joined a platoon with me. All right.
Sounds dangerous.
Here we go, just a marching down the street, singing do-wah-diddy-diddy-dum diddy-do.
Hey, you're all dumb.
What did he do?
Duty.
How many dumb things have he done?
Clapping his hands and a shuffling his feet, singing do-wah-diddy-diddy-dum diddy-do.
What did he do?
He walked tall to my door. He walked tall to my door, then we danced a little more.
Whoa, man. That's a bit intimate.
Yep,
I want it to be known that as far as I know, this song is actually about a girl.
it is.
Is it? I thought it was about John dancing for the John.
No, it's about it.
John dancing with the John.
Mm.
Say no more.
Please say no more. Because that ain't what I said, so.
That's the thing about art, John. Once you put it out there in the world, you can't let it
Right.
pull it back. And then it's up to us to interpret what the art means to us.
Right. And if it means to you, I suppose it's okay with you. You can have whatever ideas you want.
You put
See,
this
and that's
on
why you
the...
have to question, John, is Nikos art?
That's a good question.
Because once it's out there,
Oh my gosh!
then it's
Oh my
not
gosh! They
really-
made it! They made it a highway! They made the highway a highway! Oh! I'm impressed!
Wow.
This map used to be called Highway, and they never had a highway on it. They had a bridge, but they didn't have a highway. Now they've got a highway with an interchange and everything.
Nice.
Wow.
The funny thing is, it was there all the time, but your graphics were turned down so low that
That's probably true.
never saw it.
Wow.
You see that?
I can tell it's an American tank, not a... I mean, sorry, I can tell it's a French tank, not a German tank. You know why? Because look, Ma, no Hans.
No hands? No Hans?
No Hans.
No
No
hands?
Hans? Okay.
No hands, no Hans.
No himiny haws? Leech!
Leech.
I was bitten by a leech.
I was bitten by a moose.
Sister was, anyways. Now I feel like Dave's just trying to avoid punishment.
It's alright.
Or he's just doing something.
Is he? Is he? Is he?
Or maybe he just doesn't like us anymore.
Well, that's okay.
No.
We already won over Fangs. Who else is this?
What?
Did we already won you over? Did
Yeah.
we not win you
Have
over?
you? Have
Have we?
you?
Have we?
Haven't we?
Oh, you're here, aren't you?
Some people.
Ooh. Fighting words.
Don't worry.
Oh, Daryl, Daryl.
I am here for a while.
Oh,
We're here for a while.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Some kind of
They all came for me. They all came for me.
What?
a while?
A while.
Yeah, like the wily coyote.
No. I'm here for a long time.
Hey John, what's a while?
A while?
Nice
Well, there
work.
is that. Okay, so, well, first of all, there are the coyotes. Remember Wild E. Coyote?
But for a while.
Mm.
Is that
Somebody-
like what their babies are called? Like a...
Well, we call them, they're individually called Wileys. So, as far as what a while is,
Yeah, is that like a baby one?
could be. Oh, no, you know what it is? It's that flying, air-breathing fish. You know, as in I used to chase a while, but my name's Ahab.
Aha, haha. A while! Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a fish. No, it's a while.
Yeah, baby beluga, he's a while. Baby beluga in the deep blue sea. See, get the sing-along going here.
Ate everybody, but he didn't eat me.
I don't think you know that song, Travis.
I don't.
That was good though.
Slithery D, he came out of the sea. He ate everybody, but he didn't eat.
clouds above and the seas below. Just a little white whale on the go. Baby beluga, baby beluga.
What was that show you showed me just the other day?
Which one?
The really trippy one?
Oh, Banana Splits? Or
No,
HR Puff
no.
and stuff?
HR Puff and stuff.
You didn't know HR Pup and stuff?
No.
You never even heard of it.
If I had, then my brain said error code 404 and refused to put it in long-term memory.
Divided by 0.
It's like, if we put this in a memory, it'll
Well,
create
yeah,
cancer. So let's just not.
Well, okay, but you knew about Banana Splits, and so it wasn't too far from that to HR Puff and stuff.
Yeah, but Banana Splits, they're like on a stage and like.
No, they're running around in little cars, little 6-wheel cars.
But there was something about it that looked just like a stage show. It looked kind of like
true.
Chuck E. Cheese to me.
Right, fair
you
enough.
know?
Fair enough.
But the HR Puff and stuff, that's just creating some kind of weird.
That's marijuana. It's purely marijuana. That the difference there is that Banana Splits is LSD and HR Puff and stuff is marijuana.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is like, the Banana Splits are like a safe trip, like I did it in a controlled environment and, enjoyed the show. And
Doctors were standing by.
And stuff is like someone's roofied me,
Yes, yep, exactly.
I'm getting flushed down the long, deep end of this toilet, and I don't know how to get back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you learned to really hate Witchy Poo, though. Oh, my God. She's horrible.
Oh,
That's the point.
Witchy Poo. She's the villain in HR Puff and stuff.
Oh.
She's a witch made out of poo.
Yeah, Travis got to see the original video of how that story gets started, because when they did that show on TV, there was so much backstory. It felt like a D&D kind of thing. There was so much backstory that they had to build in so that you could follow it. So the video at the beginning, it's traumatic because Travis gets to see them kidnap a little boy and put him on a ship on the water.
Yeah,
So.
it was terrible.
Sounds like his childhood.
Never trust a boat. Not for one single solitary note.
But what if the boat can speak?
It did. No, it did.
That's even worse.
The boat was talking to the kid.
What
If it can speak, that means it has an agenda. And I don't want anything that has an agenda other than keeping me alive.
Is this the reason why you're afraid of...
No.
Is this one of the reasons why you're afraid of water? The boat?
No.
But that's a byproduct effect. Prokhorovka!
It's tangential association with true evil.
Yeah, you can't find the true evil unless you're actually on a boat, therefore it's got to be just as evil.
Well, you can't get to the sharks if you don't go on a boat first.
Unless it's Sharknado.
You know, sharks aren't actually that mean.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I like
bad,
sharks. Well, I used to like sharks a lot, but
Then you got eaten by a
You know why sharks don't need lawyers?
Because they're too gamey?
Professional courtesy.
ha ha ha!
Yes.
He was ready for that one. No, but like I actually used to. One of my favorite things to do at SeaWorld was to go through that underwater
sea.
tunnel.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I love that thing. One of the first things I can ever remember getting is like a gift on a trip from my mom. He bought me like a little silver pair of shark jaws on a little necklace. I wore that thing for years. I think I still have it somewhere actually. It's like rusted shut, but yeah, it was. I had a shark tooth necklace too.
Yeah, you're cool.
I was very cool. By that I mean I was very, very not cool. but I didn't care. Coolness was not on my radar to be.
Hey, tell that loser to get back over here, man. This is getting annoying.
Hmm.
Do it, Fangs. You're his
Alright.
secretary.
I already sent him a message. I'm not gonna bombard him with stuff.
Tell him I'm gonna request a refund if he doesn't show me updated imagery for my purchase. Thought I didn't pay for it.
Sketchy at times, you know? That's what he's trying to say. Sketchy person. Oh, shoot, look
No.
at that. Oh, no, nope, that's not right. That's not right. This is not the same barrel as the other barrel. This is an iron barrel. This is a wood barrel. And that's a oak barrel. Wait, what the? How do I make 3 different barrels? How did
Careful.
I make 3 different barrels?
One of them might be full of monkeys, Steven.
How does the iron barrel have less wood than the wood barrel?
Because it's more iron?
No, it's less storage though.
More iron,
makes
less
sense.
storage? Or too heavy?
I guess. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense.
Not really, but no.
It's a weird storage setup. Well, you know what I believe in is that you do this, you do that. And then everything else just falls in place. Right? Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Blocks. That doesn't. What am I doing again? Let's see. We got monsters. Kill task.
You know, John, I think you never really got around to tying the discussion up with a bow with the whole, the discussion about setting and interacting with it and whatnot.
Oh,
Yep. It's fine though, we don't mind.
I mean, we don't, I was just curious. If there was a point to put a pin in.
I bet there was, but like I said, it's fine.
I mean, discussion is a good thing to do. I'm just curious. There was some sort of message he was trying to get at with it.
I was, well,
And this is why you believe in your GMs or something? Like go Hallmark reading or something?
Hallmark?
Hallmarks?
Walmart?
Walmart or Hallmark?
I didn't want to say the
Aardvark?
Kate Pending one.
Car park.
Kate
Car park?
Blanchett.
We go with car park. We go with car park. Sounds fancier.
Come on. Finish the reload.
Okay.
I lit him on fire. It's always fun.
It's always.
It's always fun.
Lighting people on fire, guaranteed enjoyable time to be had by all.
Yeah.
Unless you're the one being set on fire, I suppose. But, you know, that all depends on your attitude.
Haters can't be choosers, right?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna go into being let on fire with a bad attitude, of course you're not gonna have a good time.
Unless you enjoyed the being set on fire part.
Yeah, if you just go into it with a good attitude, knowing that you're gonna have a good time, rather you know they like it or not, I'm sure you can find a reason to smile.
I smile all the time. When I'm burning to a crisp.
Well, that's just
Good
because you're
memories.
creepy, but that's beyond the.
This,
Bird!
this gun takes too long to load.
I just want to get baked. Is that so wrong?
Yes.
Gosh dang. Oh, let's give me. Let's see now. Oh, I got this one. We got this. Is that it? That's it right there. We got this. We got this, folks. We did it. We win. If you want to know how we won, we just did. That's it. There's no question. We just won. All right.
Congrats.
Yeah. Yeah. This guy gets it. This guy right here gets it. Kind of a big house because I'll die. Well, I won't die, but it
You'll
won't
die.
end well. Actually, as well as these areas will be.
Show him to me. Reveal his might, and I shall destroy him.
Which one?
As a heavy midfield.
All right.
How did I miss him? Hit the building instead.
How did you miss him, John?
And I hit,
How
hit
did
the
you
building.
miss him?
I hit the building instead. Didn't even see the building, and I hit the building.
Yeah, that's what you call a faux pas.
The building's called the faux pas. I didn't know that was the style. Okay, I'll look for faux pas
when you're
buildings.
trying to do it, and then you shoot the building instead.
Well, I thought maybe it was because we're doing this long form, and so therefore there was a lot of plot armor on that tank. That's all.
Oh, Dave's not even here to back you up on that.
What the? Wow, that's cool. I didn't. Oh my god, this is dope. Now, all right, I'm impressed. Now, I'm impressed. Color me pink. For thou I'm impressed with this.
Color you pink.
Yeah, color me pink.
6 to 8. We're down by 2. But we're in a really good position. We're all entrenched in the forests along one ridge, and we've got 2 scouts out there still moving around. So.
Nice. Congrats.
Well, I'm playing an arty that has a 36-second reload time.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's way too long.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've gotten off 6 shots and hit with 3 of them, so I'm doing pretty good. No kills.
Oh, well.
But I'm bringing the rain, which is what arty's supposed to do.
Yes, sir.
That was great. Yeah. Yeah. In a moment.
I think I racked another hit, but I didn't get a kill again. But the guy hadn't been hit at all, so if I did anything to shake him up, that'll be okay. There's somebody else on the radio. Somebody listening to something else.
No, I think you're actually hearing yourself. That's a very, very slight echo once in a while from Fangs.
Ah, you're welcome.
It's my fault again.
There's no fault to that. I mean,
Well, he's hearing his own self, so it's his own fault, really.
Right, and besides that, I'm hearing dulcet tones of wonderfulness if it's me that I'm hearing.
Oh, okay.
Now, it could be Travis, because he spoke right there before I did a minute ago, so it could be him that I was hearing.
Most likely not.
4 minutes left in this battle, folks, and everybody has stopped their forward advancement. We're all hiding and waiting. How much ammo do I have left? I still have 3 shells left. Given that I only get to fire once per minute, that's about right. We'll take the tie.
Well, it's good.
All quiet on the Western Front.
Who's
While I still appreciate you, let's find love while we may. Oh, now we get music. Get down to the 3-minute mark. Can't believe our heavy's gone that far out and hasn't triggered anything. They have definitely improved the bushes, man. Bushes are now given cover again like they used to.
hidden? Can't find him?
Yep. Our heavy is literally walking down the center of the map. And he's literally rolling over where they were. Oh, heavy's going for the sideline.
Come on, Ratchet, Ratchet.
Ah, damn. 2 bullets left. Their heavy ran all the way back to the back line. Oh, their heavy's gone. Now it's 7-8, so we're within 1. If I can get another shot off, I might get somebody. Oh, their light tank is running. "20 seconds to load still.
Might as well make yourself a cup of tea.
Cup of tea. Cuppa, ava. Cuppa. Our heavy's almost on top of their base. I took out another one of their heavies.
Ooh, you can finish him. Oh.
Oh, hit the ridge. Damn it. Last bullet. Eight to 9. 9 to 9.
Darn.
You can do it.
13 seconds left. 1 bullet left. I'm hoping to get a shotgun shot. Come on. Reveal one of them right inside my sights. That would be hysterical. Oh, best game. We pulled a draw.
Damn.
I revealed that I did get 2 shots into that King Tiger, though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that score. 24,000.
No.
I got Bruiser. That meant I dealt damage equal to my, let's see, damage other vehicles or crew members at least 5 times in the battle. So I got 5 hits out of 11 shots.
Oh, hey, John, before you start up the next match,
Sure.
you should make a post on Facebook and Twitter and stuff about come join us on the stream.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I was just thinking about, how can we get the word out? Oh yeah, we want to get the word out.
Well, so I set up automated posts that launched at midnight, right at midnight. So we did do that already. So
Okay, that's good. More can't hurt, but that's good.
exactly.
Yeah. Ow. Wow.
Wow, that guy went to a lot of extent to make sure we couldn't figure out who it was. That anonymous donor went to the Extra Life site and put in my name so that it would be donated to me, but it went donated through their lines. So I get the credit for it, but he made sure that it wasn't tied to us at all. So somebody's wanting to do a good thing though, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I already announced it to the Patreon folks. I let them all know to do what they can to help. Let's go to Faith Book. I only have 5 different Faith books. So let's see here.
Why do I have a bunch of Pokemon things unlocked?
Pokemon?
Yeah, a bunch of my emotes are Pokemons that I've unlocked.
Huh.
Pokemon.
Absolutely no idea why.
Pokemon. Digital monsters. I was kidding.
Dear.
That's right, I watched both.
Me too. I actually like the Digimon games more than the Pokemon games, oddly enough.
I never played the Digimon games.
I always liked them because it wasn't a set evolution. Because, like, with Pokemon, as long as you just grind the levels, it'll always turn out to be, always evolve to the next Pokemon. They always show up in the same places, and you just have to go around collecting them. It was more about collecting and grinding than it was about, anything else. In all the Digimon games, it depends on how you raised each Digimon. It could evolve into, like, a bunch of different things. So, like, you could take a Agumon or this little dinosaur-looking guy. If you threw him into like lots of attacking stuff, he would become the big muscular Tyrannosaurus Rex-looking guy. But if you threw him instead into like the dark places and the caves and the graveyard or whatever, he would actually become a gigantic skeletal like Draco Lich-looking thing.
Yeah.
It was cool. I like the variability of how you raise affects how they grow, and if you work harder on them, they'll be stronger. Even if they're the same thing, they'll be stronger because you train them. Stuff like that.
Yeah. What was that one that came out like when all that was Pokemon and Digimon was a thing? It was like a food one.
Food one.
Yes. Can't remember what it was called.
Food one. Monster
Uh,
Rancher?
No, it was like a. They were food, but they like evolved into like stuff.
World
Yeah, it was
evolving
a show.
food.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Oh gosh, hold on. I have to remember.
Evolve?
Uh, Hold on a sec. What was it called? And I don't even know how to put the search bar in Google. Fighting foodons.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, that's because it was only like 8 episodes.
Oh.
Oh, I used to work for Blue Dragon.
Blue Dragon.
Yeah, Blue Dragon was a trading card game
Oh, okay.
made by Konami. It was their holdover project when they were fighting with Decipher over the. I'm not Decipher with. Oh God, can't even think of his name now. The publisher that they had to take it back from.
Hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, look up some of them for fighting foodons. It's kind of ridiculous.
Fighting.
One of them is. Yeah, one of them is literally just like a plate of spaghetti, and that's his head, and then the rest of his body is just like human.
What in the world? Oh, this is a more Japanese one, so. Kakuto Ryuri Densetsu Bistro. Fighting
Yeah, that's
foodons.
probably what it was.
These just look like food-based Pokemon. I bet
Don't know if
Pokemon has stolen a bunch of these at this point.
I mean, there's an ice cream cone.
There's also one that's a key ring that's a Pokemon and a trash bag. God, it's so stupid.
This pudding thing. The Udons. He's a cute little pudding thing.
Cute.
Yeah. It's weird, like some of them are like that, and some of them are like humanoids with food heads.
Mm-hmm.
What was
Very
the
strange.
one? Yeah. Yeah, I think it just came out in a time when they were trying to get off of like Pokemon and Digimon, but it didn't really turn out like they thought.
Yeah. Ha ha ha. It didn't look like it had quite as much time in the oven. Quite compete with Pokemon and Digimon.
Nothing could ever compete. Well,
All
not
right.
anyway.
I'm gonna load up a game called 60 Parsecs.
Oh, okay. The 60 seconds game?
So this is a sci-fi one.
Oh, okay. You know, the soup.
All the soup.
Oh, the soup. Don't forget the first aid kit. At least those two. But all the other things are like, you never know if you're gonna need them.
Well, if you have it, you'll probably find a use for it eventually.
This is true, but if you grab that and then suddenly you need something else, is what I mean. Because each playthrough, each go around is different. What?
What kind of weirdo resolution did it put me in?
What? What?
Put me in this weird, like, 640 by 420 resolution.
Ratio? Oh my
Yeah.
god. That'd even be bad for my computer. There's a. Oh. Do you guys know what the Whaley House is?
I do.
I went there.
Yeah?
Yeah, the other day and took a small video of the little downstairs area.
Yeah?
Don't know.
See anything spooky?
I saw something, but it could very easily be like a glare, but it's also, who knows. But you can't say that if you've ever been in there that the upstairs doesn't feel different than the downstairs.
Yeah?
Not that I'm saying it's haunted or anything for people that, don't believe in that stuff, but
I
just
like
as
the little, the opera theater room.
oh yeah, it's cool. The first theater.
First theater in California, I think. Right?
Yep. Yeah. It seems like it's a lot bigger than it is though when you go inside.
Hmm.
Uh, it, I think it's just because the rooms are smaller, and there's like that big courthouse and the little store area. I mean. What?
Come with me if you want to live. Oh, I'm doing a tutorial, that's what it... Find some medical supplies.
Hold on.
Oh, that's a new person. I've never seen that person before. Find the handbook.
All right. Out to the world it went. Whoosh.
You make me really wish I could stream from my Switch because I'd play some Skyrim for you. I just have the Switch Lite. So.
Well, if you go to the page where you can see my donations on Extra Life on their site, you can grab that address and just have send out to your email list. That'd be helpful.
Okay.
No. message the fact that you've got a friend who's raising money and looking for some assistance. Be playing all night and all day tomorrow.
Into the shadow.
The shadow. The shadow.
I made it.
Just in time. Oh. Nice camouflage, John.
Yeah, exactly.
Day 1. I'm on the phone. So John,
Yes, sir.
basic gist, we're playing a game. You don't have to do much input, I'll just ask you a question every once in a while, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the basic gist is that we were in like some sort of NASA bunker and someone launched a missile at us. So we jumped in a spaceship and got launched into space. And now we're floating off into space trying to figure out what to do. We have limited resources and poor crewmate.
Scenarios will pop up that you have to figure out.
Yeah, we'll
how to
get random stuff that we'll have to do throughout the thing.
Actually, I think you should play this one.
Hmm?
I think you should play this one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe sometime tonight we'll play it on the stream. I won't read everything out loud because I don't want to take over John's stream.
Huh.
Ooh, there's a whole group of them there. Oh, that's funny. My entire line went the other direction. I'm Chamberlain.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they're all stuffed up there.
Yeah, I got all of them over here.
We're just waiting.
It's just a matter of time till they flank us, because we got nobody beside us.
Can you flank them first?
Well, I can, but I can't hold them, and I certainly can't take them all on. All I can do is do a delaying action.
Into the
So we got some good crewmates. We got Emmett Ellis, who's flexible, brilliant, but wimpy. We got
So
April
There it is.
Angel, who is very flexible, average intelligence, and very fit in strength. Then we got Tom Thompson, that's got one eye. He kind of looks like he's kind of a paunch-bellied.
So you had a gimp. Got a gimp, huh?
No, but he's got that coiffed haircut. He looks like an old, like he used to be the captain of the Star Trek.
Okay.
Of the Star Trek.
Of the Star Trek.
What's that guy's name?
Which one?
Shatner?
Shatner.
Okay.
Big
Kirk.
dimple on his chin. He's got the crow's feet, but
He
he looks
never
like he
had
used to be
a-
really handsome. In his picture, he's doing like the thumbs up and the finger gun with a big smile on, you know. He's got charisma for days, you know.
Yeah.
Then we got Dee Dee Hawkins. She looks like a nervous wreck. She's really limber, but she's got average intelligence and strength. I'm gonna... Emmett's a captain, and he's really smart, so I'm gonna give a big intelligent speech. Start things off. Apparently the Earth has blown up, or at least we think the Earth has blown up.
What tank you going for this time, John?
My unlucky T-52.
The
One that's still got a red score from way back when.
Oh no. Trying to outdo the sins of the past, huh?
Exactly. Keep hammering this pilot until he gets it right. The beatings will continue until the morale improves.
Ah, yes.
Ish.
Compliance is mandatory. You will comply.
Resistance is useless.
Ooh, if we could get John to read out all the stuff as the AI computer.
Oh, yeah.
Because the AI computer in this game gives you all these readouts on like dot matrix printouts. And it kind of is like the HAL of the ship, and it's what decides.
I can attempt to read your printout.
Yeah, so it says things like, who will perform this routine supply check? The only requirement is simple mathematics. I realize I might be asking a lot, but I have a good feeling about this crew, Captain.
That's a lot. I thought maybe 1 or 2 lines, but I think an entire paragraph's a little harder for me to read from here.
Yeah.
Okay, so now out of all my tanks, I have 5 bad tanks.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. Starting with this T-50.
Nice, we found some extra food.
Sweet.
Good, so the chunky guy won't die. That's good.
We did wrong math, so we actually did get any extra. We thought we got food, but we were wrong. So we had
Didn't
like,
get
We
enough
thought we
food.
were wrong once, but we were mistaken.
You have the same amount of food now.
yes.
It just means that the chunky guy ate it, like I said.
You're saying that the chunky guy stole it?
It's possible.
It is possible in this game, actually.
I'm betting it's Dee Dee. She's the only one that's not happy right now. I don't think
wasn't
she's
happy
happy.
when you got here.
Yeah, but I don't think both of the other ones said that they liked us as captain, but it didn't say anything about her. So I don't think she's happy that we're captain.
Oh, look at you cruising down that street, John.
Here he comes,
Here
cruising
comes-
down the street.
Oh, I was about to sing Speed Racer. Never mind.
Oh.
Hey, hey, with the monkeys. We're just fooling around. We're too busy singing
Singing
to put anybody down.
down.
Okay, so we have 3 things we can craft. Should we craft a lighter, a communicator, or tape?
What do you think, John?
Tape.
Tape
Tape?
for sure.
Gotta have duct tape, man.
Gotta have duct tape.
Can't fix things if you don't have duct tape.
Everything.
Or anything that
Interesting
can.
news, Captain.
Anything. Go ahead.
Interesting news, Captain. Appears that there is a hollow space behind one of the wall panels. A hidden room, maybe? A secret stash? It would be worth checking out. What's your approach to finding out what's behind the panel? We could use strength, or we can use flexibility.
I think we should use. Let's use flexibility, send on the skinny people in. Because I'm the guy eating the chips in the back.
Haha. I'm gonna go with flexibility. I think I'd rather not bust open the wall of our ship when we're in the middle of
Yeah.
space.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
You only
what
took
happens.
so much, Captain.
So kind of what happens is you make a choice like that, and then you see what happens in the next day.
Right.
Everyone's not hungry yet, so I'll hold off giving everyone food.
Yeah, and wait until they get, like, really hungry.
Yeah, we don't want to waste it.
No, we gotta wait until the skinny girl hurts herself so we can justify eating her.
Whoa.
There's a point. There's a point where it starts telling you that everybody's or they're gonna get sick or something. Right now, it's only been a couple days, and we only have a couple cans of soup, so.
I'm okay. I still have a couple of pounds of chips. I'm okay.
So both April and Tom are loyal. It doesn't say anything about Dee Dee though. Dee Dee's starting to worry me. We didn't make it back into the thing, but it says that there's probably only a 1% chance of there being any treasure.
Okay.
I can't say if it was your engineering skill or sheer dumb luck, but you were able to craft a high quality item. Score. We got extra sticky tape.
Well, good.
April is asking for some soup. Tom would like to eat something. Dee Dee is complaining about an empty stomach. Well, I'm going to give it everyone who's not complaining.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're using a different map.
We found a small metal box in one of the compartments labeled "To Cert. Do open."
What?
You could take apart the lock and gather some elements from it, ignoring what's inside, or you could try to open it, which would require deft fingers. Which will it be?
Fingers.
To cert. Do open. To cert. That sounds like an acronym or
Yeah.
when the letters are jumbled.
What are the letters again?
Cert. S-E-R-T. The rest?
You cert do open.
To start. To... Well, we're better at intellect than we are at agility, so let's take it apart for parts, I guess. Or do you want to try to bust it open?
Oh, I don't want to break it open. That's
Let's try to
silly.
break it open. Oh yeah, let's craft some. Communicator or a lighter?
Communicator.
Okay, good. Everyone food.
It could have been an anagram.
To cert. I don't know what that would be though.
You cert do open. No.
Is it T-O-T-O-S-C-R-T?
S-E-R-T.
Gee, I mean, it's T-O-S-C-R-T.
Yeah.
Number 2.
T-O with a capital T, space, S-E-R-T with capital S, semicolon, D-O, capital, space, open with a capital O.
Do we have rank? Is it an
Oh, hey, you
acronym?
got it open. You got to opening the metal box you found on board, and a timer started. The controls initially looked intimidating, but you cracked them, not cracked them. You succeeded with the right sequence of button presses. Inside was a strange object. It was some sort of artifact. Disappointed, you place it next to the one we owned, and they both spontaneously melted into a single object. Entertaining, but perhaps not worth all that trouble. Crafting completed. New item, communicator. You stopped complaining about rations, finally. April has stopped asking for more soup for now. Tom is doing okay, soup-wise. Dee Dee is not hungry anymore. Dee Dee says she is glad to have you as her captain. Ah, we won Dee Dee over.
Brown noser.
Yeah.
I feel brown noser coming on there.
Okay.
Maybe.
Astro Citizen Protocol dictates that every piece of equipment must be regularly checked for breakages, extraterrestrial parasites, space-time glitches, and spells by witches. We missed our last check with all the interstellar interloping. We should check some of our gear, and April seems idle. Is there anything she should check? So we're asking April. She's our mechanic, and she likes us. So she could check the communicator we just made, the extra sticky tape, or the gas mask that we brought.
And let's go with the gas mask.
Yeah, let's check out the gas mask. Please don't break it. Please don't break it. We are low on soup, though.
Soup. I go to the soup store.
No soup for you.
April went, so you asked April to check. April went one further. She was happy to add her own checks noting how improvements could be made. Then she went ahead and gave her equipment a shiny enhancement. April remains loyal, Dee Dee is still loyal. So she enhanced the gas mask.
Yay! That's the reason why you check those things.
It's now a full-face respirator.
Nice. I think she should do the checks periodically. Pretty soon it'll be an entire suit and we can get away. Leave the rest of them there to die.
So
Wait,
we're
did I say
low
that?
on soup.
Did I say that? Did it come out?
So we have a strange artifact that looks like a cow with udders. I say we break it down for parts and make soup out of it.
Make it
What do you
in the
guys
soup.
think?
That's a little extreme, but we don't have any other soup. How about, well, we made the girl trust us so we can kill her. Sneak her.
We have two rations of soup. That's all we have left. We have 4 companions. So next time we eat, we're not gonna have enough for everybody unless we break some stuff down to make more.
So you think the relic is the best choice?
Yeah, I mean it's just.
I don't want to eat gas masks, so.
I mean, it seems like the least useful item. I mean, we have a blaster, we have a piece of armor, we have first aid kit, we have soup, we have a handbook, gas mask, tape, and communicator. So I'm thinking artifact. What do you guys think?
Sure.
We don't have to do it. We can just, hope that we'll find some more stuff, but what do you think?
Sure, sounds good.
Yeah.
Why not? That way, if nothing else, we'll be extraterrestrials, right?
We'll make gold soup out of it. Captain, our wondrous Astrocitin mini reactor needs its regular coolant flushed. The magnificent machine only occupies 2/3 of shuttle storage and weighs less than a 20-ton truck. Truly a marvel of space-age miniaturization. Keeping it in good condition is crucial yet difficult. To flush the coolant pipes, you must massage the casing gently while whispering mathematical equations
Stop
from the
it.
scenes.
Stop it. You're reading this right out of Steven's handbook. What the hell is this?
Dee Dee is idle. Do you want to ask her to begin the flushing process?
Yes, I think Dee should massage anything we got.
I don't know, but she's the dumb one. I don't know if I trust her to speak sweet mathematical nothings to our
That's why I said mathematical nothing. You just told her to say nothing.
So what do you think? Should we have Dee Dee do it?
Maybe. I mean, if you tell her no, she might.
Screw it up.
No, she
Yeah.
might get
Make
indignant.
it mad.
Right.
Yeah.
But she's a dum-dum.
She's a deep to deep.
Ha ha ha.
That's what
Well,
we should
again,
call
she
it.
doesn't like us, so if we're gonna ask anyone to go deal with the reactor, I guess it would be her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it fails and she burns up, then we'll have dinner. Looks like meat will be back on the menu.
I can't see the downside. We need more food anyways. Let's get rid of Dee Dee. Go get it, Dee Dee.
Go on. Go do it, Dee Dee.
Make us some soup. Wait, is that? Oh, no, I didn't want to do that.
Hey, Travis. I'm in Artyville.
Artyville?
Yeah, I'm in Redshire.
Oh, you're in Redshire, right?
Where are we first from?
Arthur's from there. He's a right good Arty driver from Redshire. Okay, Dee Dee gladly obliged when you asked to cycle the mini-reactor's coolant pipes. She went to the extra mile, streamlining the mini-reactor's flushing process even further. Dee Dee spotted a crack in one of the mini-reactor pipes and managed to rectify the situation. Good thing they found that, Captain. Tom remains loyal. Dee Dee is still loyal. Recycling operation complete.
Nice.
Dee Dee would like to eat something.
Yes, feed her.
No, I will not feed Dee Dee. She's...
Yes, you need to feed Dee Dee.
No.
Yes, you're gonna feed her on the extraterrestrial shit you just made.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your attention is required, Captain. This is most abnormal. We are registering unknown transmissions, but I cannot identify who is sending them.
Nocturnal.
More
I
importantly,
think I'm on nights. It was Nocturnal, then what's her name? The one that was spooging on us earlier.
it might be a solar flare interference, or worse, a new type of Soviet encryption. We need to
Oh.
decipher these signals as soon as possible. For all we know, our survival depends on it. Who do you want to put in charge of monitoring these communications? I think we should do it because we have the highest intelligence.
Yeah, okay, works.
Okay. Oh wait, no, I gotta craft some extras. Yeah, I'll give Dee Dee the soup once we craft it. Uh-oh. What is this? Captain, you need to see this. I'm not easily excited, but this is one of the greatest moments for humanity and human-made AI alike. We are not alone in this universe. The signals we intercepted were finally decrypted. They are alien transmissions, as in coming from other life forms. And no, I do not mean the Reds. It's something we have never seen before. There seems to be a number of intelligent civilizations in this galaxy. The signals are coming from everywhere. We can safely assume we are going to meet some of them sooner or later. Or rather, your life will never be the same, Captain. You did a splendid job, Captain. The electromagnetic interferences that you traced point to what seems to be a potential landing spot in our flight path. Our ETA to that celestial body, or whatever it might be, is T-3. Dee Dee is still hungry. Crafting completed. You might want to secure some rations for yourself, Captain. April is complaining about an empty stomach. Tom is proud to call you a friend. Tom is asking for some stew.
Okay, it's been good to me the whole time, but I think that we end up eating food.
Wait, I couldn't make that out. What'd you say?
Either we or Dee Dee need food.
I think we need food and Dee Dee's volunteering.
You're a mean one, Mr. Rich.
Okay, this is weird. She could be the one to my zeros, the signal to my noise. I've been transmitting with an abandoned shuttle I spotted nearby. She has just agreed to meet me. I mean us. You have to say yes, Captain. She is drifting and has no crew, so she offered to share her resources. Just one problem. She's a communist. She believes we are too. She blinded me with her thrusters and it just came out. She's not a bad shuttle, though. She just wants us to take pride in the computations we do. If you want her resources, you will have to go along with this. Share a common soup with her. Tell her you're very social and love the party. Please, Captain? Should we sacrifice soup to maybe get more soup in return?
Sure,
He's in
why
love
not?
with her, guys. The AI's in love with her. We can't...
He has feelings now?
Apparently.
Feelers.
Well, I don't know about feelings. He was just really enamored by her big thruster.
Well,
What do you think? Do we
do we
believe in
take
AI
this
love?
chance? But do we take this chance also?
We are low on soup. But she does have resources, so she might get us more soup.
Do it, man.
For love!
Yes, and that way if she denies us, so we will know ever from now on, everybody gets betrayed, so.
Okay.
We trust love all. We trust love exactly once.
I just realized I was still in the Mac voice. Sorry about that. Since I can't hear myself, I...
Forget which one you're on.
Yep.
Okay. So we have 2 soup. Who do we give it to?
Her and us. Right? Are we still? Did we eat last time?
No. Well, yeah, we all ate last time.
Oh, okay.
But we haven't eaten in 4 days.
We probably should.
None of us have.
Oh,
We only need to eat like every 3 or 4 days.
Sometimes you have to go more, but
The only thing we have is tomato soup.
oh God. You know me and tomato soup. You remember that story.
Uh-huh.
I
Great.
don't like tomato soup.
Okay, so my mom was never much of a cook, and she never read instructions.
Uh-huh.
Tomato soup is a condensed product. So when you buy it in the can, you're supposed to mix it with 4 cans of water.
Oh.
Or milk, yes.
Yeah, my mom would pour it into a bowl and heat it up and feed it to us like a slurry.
Oh no.
Condensed.
Oh no.
Just eating tomato
I'm
paste.
so sorry.
It's almost as bad as my mom's story about mac and cheese. Her mom would do the
What?
opposite. She would not strain the water and then mix in a bunch of like raw onions.
Oh.
It was just eating it and hardly any cheese. So it was really just eating like wet, soggy noodle soup with no seasoning and just a bunch of slimy onions. To
Oh,
this
God.
day, he cannot handle the sight or sound or mention of mac and cheese without feeling nauseous.
Without yagging?
Well, it turned
Wow.
out good. Thank you for agreeing to fly to the abandoned shuttle and for pretending to be a communist. It meant a lot to me. I think it was your willingness to share soup that sold it. Thank you for not rushing me. I could have shared data with her for hours. When we docked into her bay and she sent input into my algorithms, time slowed down, and I think I counted in base 8. We both agreed to part ways as friends. This is space, after all. She was very generous with her resources, so you have nothing to complain about. She gave us 50 chemicals. We can make 5 soups with that.
Hey.
Planet or no planet, whatever we are flying to is getting closer. ETA T-2. Tom still considers you a friend, but he's very hungry.
Feed him.
You don't need extra rations for now. You seem alert, Captain. I commend the way you've been taking care of your mental well-being. You should know that peak mental condition means increased efficiency when it comes to performing tasks. April doesn't need more rations right now. Dee Dee is starving. Make sure she eats right. Wait, we just fed Dee Dee.
Now, Dee Dee's a fat cow. Go ahead and feed Dee Dee again, though. 'Cause we got to fatten her up so she'll be good for us when we have to eat her.
We don't got any food. We're going to have to craft it one day at a time. And then the first one's going to Tom because he's really hungry. Okay, let's see. Captain, we are now entering a field of cosmic gas. Its origin is unknown, though I have a theory. Uh-oh. Can you smell that? Did someone forget to brush their teeth today? No, it's just that gas leaking inside the shuttle. Somebody could try to isolate some of the gas to use later, avoiding the leak's side effects. Okay, I'm going to trust us to do that one.
Yeah, you're the one that's.
Brainy.
Yeah.
If we're going to get chemicals, we need brains. Okay.
Need chemicals in your brain.
Nice.
Aye.
25 more chemicals.
And a soup.
Okay. Tomorrow, we're going to reach the landing site, whatever it is. And Tom is starving. We need to feed Tom. Oh no, he's looking like skin and bones.
Yeah, his belt's barely around his waist.
And he's looking at Dee Dee with a hunger that belies age.
He's got hungry eyes.
Space travel can be dull, but there are still tons of ways to make your own fun. Trust me, I live in a computer. Let's design a game. Your game will need a core mechanic, which could revolve around an item. Get creative. What kind of game will you design? We can base it around a shovel or a... Oh, can't base... Well, we have a lighter, don't we?
Thought we did.
No, we had a... Did we break down the lighter?
We broke
Oh!
down
No, we made the communicator instead of the lighter.
Yeah.
So we have no toys to play with. Oh no. Well, we don't need toys, right, John? We can make a good game without items.
All you need is imagination.
All you
Yeah.
need is love.
We can play Playground. Crafting. Soup. Day 12. You did not design your game around an item, but rather your bare hands. The core mechanics of your game was make funny shapes with your fingers. You made a banana slug, a dancing woman, and a mustache. Dee Dee is still starving. Dee Dee is still loyal. You might want to secure some rations for yourself, Captain. April is complaining about an empty stomach. Tom is hungry. Yeah, but Dee Dee is starving, so let's give
Move her,
her food.
move her out of the starving category.
Mm-hmm. Captain, wake up! We're approaching some sort of celestial body. It resembles a moon, but I think it's a small planet. Let me run a quick scan.
Wait, isn't a moon? Moon is a small planet, you bozo.
I was right. A small rocky planet with no organic life forms. But there's a lot of movement down there. Strange. My scanners detect some structures as well. Buildings or even cities.
That guy went
Captain,
YOLO. Holy crap.
if you want to land on this planet safely, you will have to fix up a small malfunction with our steering system. Since you're not even able to turn at the moment. Oh, and you will have to do it before we float away from the planet. Hurry! We can use a gun, a lighter, or the handbook.
Handbook, of course.
Handbook it is.
When in doubt, use the handbook.
Make sure I'm making more soup. Gonna feed the fat cow Dee Dee. Oh, we're landing. Hope we didn't crash. Uh-oh. Oh, we crashed. You flip through your trusty handbook looking for some kind of manual or at least a How to Land a Spaceship for Dummies chapter. Not sure if it was your fast reading skills or pure luck, but you open the book on the right page. Following the instructions, you reconnect some cables and steering the shuttle toward the ground. It was not a soft landing. Nobody is doing great after this stunt, not even me. I'm shaken to my cores. Yes, all of them. Your face had a pretty unpleasant close encounter with our communicator module, and at least one of these things is useless now.
Nice.
Oh gosh.
Consider fixing it if you want to avoid radio silence in the future. What's next, Captain? Maybe you could use the information I found while scanning the environment. There are robotic units not far from here, but my scan detected very few aggressive signatures. I think these are peaceful automatons. It's Heart's planet.
No, it's not. It's a
Most
trap.
of them.
It's a trap.
Perhaps
Yeah.
that will be of help to us. And in case you perish, at least, I'll have company. So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like the mask broke?
Something broke.
We said that we got hit in the face, so maybe we had the mask on.
Oh, yeah. The mask is damaged. It's not broken, but it's damaged. And
Damn it.
our communications console is broken. But
Yeah,
we did make the
okay.
communicator, so we should be able to...
Still talk.
Captain, the expedition module in the back of the cabin is now available. All you need to do now is stuff someone into the spacesuit and send them outside. This shuttle will have to do for now, but it's not fit to be a permanent shelter. One small step for Astro Citizen, one giant leap for whatever is left of humanity.
Yikes.
I need to keep making soup until we can get ahead. Oh man, our spaceship is really goofed up.
Tattered.
Who did it say was? Who did it say was really hungry? We are still hungry, and Dee Dee is asking for soup. So we should rather give it. I think we should rather give it to ourselves or April. April's been really tough. Like, she hasn't asked for any soup for a long time.
Yeah, probably should feed her.
Well, who are we going to send outside is the other thing.
We are going to go outside.
Us, you think?
Absolutely. Smartest one.
Okay, so should we feed ourselves or April?
Well, we're still
It's like
alert. and
those of us who are
everything,
about to die salute you, so we should get the meal.
Okay, well, it might be our last, so...
2 weeks.
Captain, we go to explore this place a little more. Maybe you should order a crewmate to venture outside. Tom continues to be your friend. Way to go, Tom.
Maybe
Thank
Tom
you.
should
Keep
go outside.
asking for soup, fat cow.
Yeah, exactly.
April is starving. Try to find her something to eat. Okay, so April needs to eat next.
Oh yeah, she's.
Okay, we have 2 places apparently we can venture to. We have tourist information stand. We have a chance for energy, which we don't really need, and it has 1 hazard. Looks like bikes or something. Let's look at the other one. And a village, a chance for materials, which is good. Radioactive, and it's going to take the same amount of time. I say we go to the village. We could use those materials.
I think so. We don't really need the others, so.
Oh, we can't send us.
So send what's his name?
Tom,
Tom?
Yeah.
Mr. Loyal. Yep.
But Tom's our friend.
And that means he'll go out for you and do it good.
His name is Tom Thompson.
Tom.
He feels like our Dave.
I had a Tommy Thompson for a friend for a while.
Okay, so we can choose 2 items to go with him. I say we give him the armor. Should we give him the gun?
Well, if you think everything's going to look like a
He's
something
gonna
to shoot
go to
at.
the village. I mean, it's risky, but also if something happens there and he doesn't have it.
We could leave his hand open and maybe he'll bring something back.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
It also said that the robots didn't seem aggressive.
But I don't. Yeah.
Darn, with the radioactivity, I would want to send him with the gas mask.
Is it?
It's broken.
Yeah.
Oh well. We're gonna craft a soup. Captain, I found something interesting on the surface of the planet. Looks like somebody passed their time by playing a supersized version of tic-tac-toe, but never completed this particular game. The game pieces consist of minerals that we could use. Now, I'm not one for ruining someone else's fun, but I think the winner is clear by looking at the board. So they shouldn't mind if we mess up their O's and X's. Should we take the liberty of gathering those pieces and using them as resources?
Sure, why not? It's a game.
Yeah.
Games can't ever hurt us.
Yeah, and what's the fun part? You know, starting the next game.
Well, especially
Okay,
with tic-tac-toe.
We're gonna feed April because she's starving. She's a trooper. I like April. She seems like the
Yeah,
top
but Dee
one.
Dee's the cow. I'm sorry, she just is. She's gonna be our grazer. We'll have to.
Okay, the dismantling of the supersized tic-tac-toe game in progress was a success. Whoever abandoned it was nowhere to be seen and returned with quite a hefty load of materials. Nice. Yes, they were a bit hard to carry to the ship, being ginormous and all, but you performed splendidly, and that'll teach them to leave their toys lying on the floor or a planet surface. In this case, I'm sure nobody will mind. Tom went off to explore the nearby robotics settlement. Hopefully he won't run into too much trouble.
I have
You
a
remain
feeling.
quite alert. Dee Dee is still hungry. Crafting completed. April was complaining about an empty stomach. April is proud to call you a friend.
Yay, April.
So you want to feed her again, or are you going to feed the cow?
I say we don't feed anyone until they starve again.
Okay.
We're basically working hand to mouth. As soon as we craft something, we're feeding, and we got to build up some sort of buffer.
Yeah, I understand.
Captain, we are able to detect transmissions of unknown origin. Unfortunately, the communications console was damaged during landing, and we cannot make anything out of them, or reply for that matter. We could hardwire a primitive field communicator to bypass the damaged subsystems and access the shuttle's external transmitter and receiver. Yeah, we have a communicator. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Okay. Crafting soup. Everyone's looking good. Tom's away. Good.
I have a feeling we're going to lose Tom. I just have a really bad feeling
Yeah, I
about
got a
that.
bad feeling about Tom.
Either he's going to fall in love with the robot culture and not come home, or something like that.
That, or they'll see that he's missing an eye and make him a robot one. That would be kind of cool.
He'll be Cable.
Well, the communicator worked like a charm. They won't judge how ugly it looks because it's just taped in for some reason. Now all we need to do is wait for someone to contact us. Eventually someone will. The crew was visibly excited by this incredible feat of engineering. They were only slightly smirking while looking at the patched communications console. Tomorrow will be great, Captain. You remain very mentally stable. April is still hungry. Crafting complete. You are quite hungry, Captain. April has been taking care of her mental health and is now alert. Dee Dee is now your friend. Dee Dee is starving. She should definitely eat something. Oh, I love how people only become our friend when they're starving.
Well, yes, that's
Well,
the way the world
April
works.
became friend before that, so.
Yeah,
That's
we fed her,
and
but
Tom
actually,
did. Tom did like on the first day.
well, we preemptively
Yeah.
fed. We preemptively fed April. She was like one day from being hungry, so we fed her early. That's
Yeah.
why she switched.
Sir, something has infected Baki, my backup AI module. Perhaps it's interference from somewhere on this planet. Frankly, Baki needs a reboot. He's overloading the fan system. Someone agile should leap up and bzzz. Hi, folks. It's too warm in this tin can, and Baki's here to fix it. I'll become your biggest fan. Ha ha ha.
Nice.
Okay. Should we do it?
What's
Oh, our intelligence got upgraded. We're now a genius.
Good.
Should we deal with Baki, or should we send April, who's a Oh, it said something. Someone who's agile.
Yes.
So we have Dee Dee that's limber, or April who's flexible. What's better, flexible or limber?
flexible? That's what they said, so.
Hmm.
Then again, we could send Dee Dee and hope she gets cut up by the fan for more soup.
That's true.
And she did good with the reactor.
That's true.
Well, you can try at least.
So we're thinking Dee Dee or
Yeah.
April?
You like April, so let's try to burn
I
off.
kind of
DD
want to
again.
protect April. I don't want her to die.
Oh, that's very very dangerous of you, Captain. Don't ever trust a woman. Don't you know that?
Yeah, but
Oh,
look
wow.
look how I don't know if you can see, but look how she's looking at us. No?
Hmm.
So she kind of looks like her sister, but I mean, I'm from Alabama. It's okay.
Oh my god.
As long as she's not looking at her sister, I suppose it's okay.
Okay, and Dee Dee is starving, so we're gonna feed Dee Dee.
Dee Dee, get out of my laboratory.
Dee Dee! Day
Wow.
17. While Baki was in control, you asked a crewmate to leap up and try to pull the fan housing loose. The fan separated from its axle and slowed to a halt. I must keep a tighter leash on Baki in future. He's more of a superficial intelligence, but don't say that to his face. He's also as frail ego. He also has a frail ego, spelt with AI in it.
Nice.
Your stomach feels rather empty, Captain. April is still complaining about the lack of rations. Dee Dee is hungry. Dee Dee, we just
Yeah, but
fed
you had her do jumping jacks.
Okay.
You did just make her do jumping jacks. So
I am a machine, and machines cannot hear voices. The voices that I'm not hearing right now are getting very loud, though.
nice.
Oh, you hear them too? My weight sensors are picking something up as well. A two-dimensional species. That explains why my cameras miss them. Quite other. With one decisive yell, the voices are approaching fast. The air inside the door looks very empty, yet very hostile all of a sudden. How will you defend us, Captain? Oh no. The three options are communicator, lighter, or shovel, and we don't have any of those.
Yeah, you use the communicator, broke.
Looks like we're doing this with bare fists.
Fisticuffs.
Wait, we have a gun. Why can't we use the gun?
Because we're pacifists.
Okay, I'm gonna take this opportunity to repair the mask. So just
Got
in
the
case.
duct tape.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Cross your fingers, everybody. We're being attacked by two-dimensional aliens. A two-dimensional species attacked your ship. You listen curiously as the angry voices groaned with effort. Several laborious hours later, their two-dimensional barricade was ready, resembling a thin origami napkin to your untrained 3D eyes. It crumpled when you sneezed. The voices sounded devastated. You tried to look impressed and fearful, but they didn't notice. April is still alert. Dee Dee continues to be your friend. Dee Dee is still hungry. Repairs completed. You are starving, Captain. I recommend you find something to eat. April is starving. Okay, so we need to feed us and April.
Yep.
So that was good. I'm glad we didn't react because the two-dimensional people couldn't do anything. We'd probably just end up breaking our own ship in the process.
Yeah.
yeah.
That was like a Nikos trap.
That totally was on. Well, you said it was 2-dimensional. That's what I was thinking. Is that what are they gonna do?
Right?
Yeah.
I asked one of the locals about their customs. I have some ideas for explaining their culture to you. Pick something, Captain, and I'll share my newly acquired knowledge using that item as the focus point.
Oh,
no.
shit.
Oh, you're gonna lose it.
First aid
So-
kit, soup, or nothing.
You guess you're gonna give it soup? You're gonna waste the soup?
I say nothing. I don't want to waste anything.
Yeah, don't give anything to it.
It's probably going to be like the culture is breaking stuff and just
Yeah,
smash
exactly.
it in front of us. Okay, I'm going to craft some more soup.
In a tiny tank.
And let's...
Yeah, I'm on
let's
a little
feed
bitty MT-25. This is that really heavy one I was telling you about.
Oh, okay.
the really heavy one. Oh, the one that's...
Made with
Wait,
the
I thought you were talking about the Tog was the really heavy one.
No, the Tog's really long. This is
Oh.
this is the tiny tank that what it has going for it is that it was built with
6-inch armor?
yeah. We built it thinking in terms of
Man,
centimeters
Oh.
instead of.
Tom's back.
How does he look?
Not good.
He...
You weren't in the mood for an interactive presentation on this planet's customs. Explaining it to you plainly failed. You fell asleep. No worries, Captain. I'm sure there will be many other learning opportunities during our stay here. Tom returned from the nearby robot village. The place isn't big, just a few streets and a few dozen robotic families at most. All of them peaceful. Anyway, Tom's state is a little fragile. He is famished and his mental state is questionable. Tom got a few lungfuls of some thick smoke coming from heavy machinery. Could be bad news. Tom found some small dusty rocks and even a few gems behind the robotic houses.
Nice.
Nice, lots of materials. We should craft some tools or something.
Did he rob them? Did he rob the entire village?
Just of their tic-tac-toe supplies, I'm sure. The inhabitants of the village were kind enough to give Tom directions to the bomb craters and the robot statue.
I'm telling you, you're gonna find out that we're that's not good.
Who transported these outside our solar system? So strange. Anyway, Tom has returned bearing soup. He found 3 soup cans.
Oh no.
Tom was pleasantly surprised by this trip. The automatons might keep their distance a little, but they're friendly enough. That's good news. April continues to look alert. April considers you her friend. Dee Dee still considers you her friend. Dee Dee is still hungry. You might want to secure some rations for yourself, Captain. April would like to eat something. Tom is starving. Try to find him something to eat. Tom is weak. He is getting worse by the hour, Captain. Consider sharing the first aid kit with him, unless you want to be one crewmate short very soon. Tom is tired after his trip outside. He will have to rest for a while before he can leave the shuttle again. Okay, we need to take care of Tom.
Yep.
He looks freaked out.
Can you hear my teeth chattering, Captain? Of course you can't, because I'm a computer and I have no teeth. Duh! Still, I regret to inform you that the heat module is stuck in a cooling feedback loop. It's going to get very cold very soon. My vacuum tubes will be fine, but you should protect yourself or you'll freeze. Let's wrap up with the armor.
With that,
Hopefully it won't break.
but armor for cold?
Well, it's like a padded vest.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
We don't have any resources to make soup, but I'm gonna make, we can make a lighter, another communicator, or we can make the statue again, the cow alien statue.
I think you need to make the alien statue. I'm afraid what's going to happen is you're going to they're actually like they kept slaves before because they had cans of soup, and robots don't need soup.
Yeah, but what if they see the statue and think we're some kind of cult that worship cows or something?
Well, we clearly do because we still have Dee Dee with us.
Oh my.
I'm not worshiping Dee Dee. Okay, so we're making the statue?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna give
Tom?
Tom some soup and a first aid kit so
Yep.
that he can.
Yeah.
We need to do all we can for Tom because he's a friend. Day 20. Oh, hey, Tom's looking good. I was able to break the loop in the heat module, Captain. It's working fine now. You can put that vest away. Everyone already had a turn wearing it. You're still
Oh.
hungry. April's alert. April's your friend. April's still hungry. Tom continues to be your friend. Dee Dee assures you that you can still count on her friendship. Crafting completed. Tom is
Yes.
feeling better today. He is no longer weak. Tom is rested. Tom is asking for some soup. Dee Dee is starving. Try to find her something to eat. Damn it, Dee Dee.
Told you. Cow.
Well, that's unexpected, Captain. There's cheese in the pantry. At least I think it's cheese. I don't know how it got there. Did
Nice.
someone sneak it on board? Is there an infestation of alien mold? Was it the French? Desperate times call for desperate measures, Captain. We don't know the origin of the mystery cheese. Will you eat it anyway?
No, we're going to feed it to Tom because Tom brought it, that bastard.
Well, it could be chummy.
I know. That's why he needs to taste it first.
So, eat it or no?
Wait, you find out what it is, or
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. It seems to be us.
I guess it's going to be us.
So, yes or no?
I say no.
Okay, let's.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we could use the food, but it is alien cheese, so.
Yeah.
And it just appeared out of nowhere.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
so.
agree.
I think Tom brought it in. I still think that.
So we're gonna say no, but then again, if we don't eat it, it might grow more.
That's true.
But then that might mean food supplies. I don't know.
Always try. I would
Okay, so
try by
let's
not
leave
trying.
it alone and see
Yeah.
what happens.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it won't strangle us in our sleep.
Yes, or grow into footpads.
Okay, now I'm gonna make the lighter.
Blob. Cheese edition.
Okay, so Dee Dee is starving. We're gonna give her some food.
Mm.
Bark?
What?
It just said bark on the screen instead of what day it was. You didn't eat the cheese, and this was probably wise, as subsequent chemical analysis proved it was an inedible soap product. Sounds like chummy.
Sounds like
There's
chummy.
a joke in here somewhere about keeping your mouth clean that I'm not quite savvy enough in the conventions of human humor to make. Captain, I detect an SOS signal coming from somewhere on the planet's surface. Haha. I will do the necessary calculations to pinpoint the exact location for your convenience. Expect more details soon. April remains alert. April is still complaining about the lack of rations. Tom keeps asking for soup. We made the lighter. Dee Dee is asking for more rations.
Nobody's starving?
No one's starving.
So let's wait a day. Don't feed anybody.
Yeah. An alien vessel is approaching. Their ship is rigged with a light show. Wait. An alien vessel is approaching. Their ship is rigged with a light show synced to the music they started blasting as soon as we opened comms. Captain, they're playing rockabilly.
Nice.
The crew is already grooving to the beat. The aliens claim to be of the Dance Lord tribe and are searching for the best dancers in the galaxy.
Lord.
They've challenged our tribe to a dance-off.
Nice.
Specifically, a sock hop.
Nice.
If you don't accept, they will vaporize us with their ultra-high frequency speakers. How will you defeat the Dance Lords? We can use our strength, or we can use our agility.
Agility,
dance.
baby.
Yes.
Let's show these aliens how to sock hop back with... Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's show them how Earth does it.
Let's do it, guys.
Did
Let's
it.
just show them that white men can't jump, but we can dance.
Let's do it. No one's starving. We're good. You accept the Dance Lord's challenge. They beamed the crew to their ship, and you all lit up the dance floor as soon as you stepped on board, after taking your shoes off. You sock hopped straight to the leader, Warbop, but he was no match for your wicked footwork and synchronized snapping.
Absolutely.
Warbop acknowledged your skills and let you go with his blessings. He even refilled our supply of chemicals. The sock hop ended with everyone sipping non-alcoholic fruit punch from a big glass bowl. Captain, I think you've been practicing your moves in the mirror. Plus 25 chemicals.
See?
Tom assures you that you can still count on his friendship. Tom is complaining about the lack of rations. Dee Dee keeps asking for soup. You are starving, Captain. You should definitely eat something. April is starving. She should definitely eat something. Okay, so us and April are in sync now.
Yeah.
A sweet old man looking like Charles Darwin is knocking at your airlock politely. You let him in, he shakes your hand, then holds it in an iron grip and won't let go. With technology, evolution stops. Soviet scientists want our species to stay strong, so they created me, the natural selection bot. He claims it is for your own good, which is what the dentist always said, and you didn't believe him either. You've let me in, despite the warning signs. Now face your space predator, human. He does have a point, Captain. Oh, I can see why you'd want to postpone the discussion. Defend yourself!
Well, you got the gun, but
Yep,
Should
use
we
the
use
gun.
armor to defend ourselves, or should we use a gun?
Use the gun.
Use a gun. Shoot him. Shoot Space Darwin. Soviet Space Darwin.
Nazi. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna make us some more soup. And then I'm gonna feed us and April.
Mm,
Okay. A Darwinian predator droid held you in its grip. You raised a gun and shot point blank into its chest. It staggered backward, but seemed to have suffered no damage. As it straightened up, you braced yourself and aimed. Nothing could have prepared you for this. Charles Darwin burst into tears. I was so afraid I would have to kill you, it said, and you shared the sentiment. But you're excellent in defending yourself, thus worthy to survive. I'm so glad. It hugged you tightly like a very friendly boa and left. Captain, I have pinpointed the location of the SOS signal we received yesterday. It seems it's coming from the old assembly line. Perhaps you should consider visiting it to find the signal source. Remain alert. April continues to look alert. Dee Dee is still complaining about the lack of rations. You are hungry, Captain. April is hungry. Tom is starving. He shouldn't go without food for so long.
Feeding Tom.
I'm detecting a huge energy surge beneath the surface. Seismic waves. I think there's an earthquake coming. The shuttle is sturdy, but this ground isn't. The soil has a high potential to liquefy when the earthquake hits. There's a better patch of rocky ground a few yards ahead. You should use the shuttle's thrusters to scoot onto it. But if you overshoot, you'll be on even worse ground than you are now. Will you attempt the maneuver?
Sure.
Okay. Give it a shot. I think we should send somebody out. Maybe.
There's more places now.
Yeah, so should we... The SOS signal is coming from the assembly line. Should we send somebody there?
Yeah.
It has a toxic hazard, but it could get us chemicals and more tape, which is what we need for soup.
I don't want to know why tape is in our soup.
Well, the chemicals are. I think we should send April. I think we can trust her to do it.
Yeah, and I think Tom needs rest still.
Yeah, Tom's not looking so good. Okay, so we're gonna send her out with the armor, and because it's toxic, the mask.
Yeah,
Let's go.
please go.
Okay. Craft a soup. Who's dying? Tom. Tom is starving. Day 24. Use the shuttle's thruster to scoot on a better... Oh no. I thought that was coming from the game, and I thought someone just died right after we opened the door to let April out.
Perfect.
Dang it, John.
Perfect.
Nice.
Good
That was
timing.
amazing.
My soundboard rocks. If I haven't mentioned it before, Steam Deck, amazing tool. Everybody
Getting
should have
better
one.
With it.
If you can't have a heart, have a tool. There we go.
Wow. You use the shuttle's thrusters to scoot onto a better patch of ground, coming to rest on the edge of the rocky soil the moment the earthquake hit. For a few nightmarish seconds, the shuttle bucked to and fro like a mad atmospheric entry, but the shaking stopped. You opened your eyes and the strangest silence followed. Then you laughed. April left for a trip to the assembly line building to scavenge some supplies. Crafting completed, we got soup. Tom is asking for some rations. Dee Dee is starving. Dee Dee is doing well mentally. She looks alert. Okay, so that's good. Okay, what's happening today?
Doesn't.
See that locked safe in the corner, Captain? This is the captain's safe. It's meant for you. You have the code, of course. No? Does not compute. Were you really appointed the captain by Astro Citizen Command? I will give you the benefit of the doubt. For now. Since you don't have the code, will you try to open the safe by force, or are you going to rely on your dexterity? We're more dexterous than we are strong. We're pretty wimpy. So we're gonna try to crack the safe?
I guess.
Okay, Dee Dee's starving now. Man, we're barely skimping by on the whole soup thing.
Well, this
Barely
is
keep
a
ahead of
this
these
is a this is
starving
a
bastards.
survival game. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you
It
always
kind
tell
of
me.
is. It's kind of like a story thing / survival.
Yes.
The safe that you were attempting to crack is still shut tight. Clumsy, clumsy, Captain. Better luck next time. In fact, your efforts were so clumsy that you tripped over the safe and smashed your head against the wall. Oh my, that's quite a bruise, Captain. Are you alright? You remain quite alert. You are still hungry. April hasn't returned yet. Tom keeps asking for soup. Dee Dee continues to be your friend. Well, thanks, Dee Dee. You are badly hurt, sir. Please consider crafting a first aid kit and treating your injuries ASAP. These wounds won't heal by themselves. Ah, great. Dang it, we have no resources.
How does I mean, unless the safe was like hanging.
Okay,
does
so I don't know, but we're gonna have to recycle something to get the stuff for a med kit. We can do the artifact, the lighter, the communicator, or the tape.
Oh, we need the tape.
Yeah, I can't do the tape. What do you think? The communicator, the statue, or the lighter?
The lighter.
Okay. Captain, where are you, Captain? I can't see you. It appears we've suffered a blackout. You may wish to turn the lights back on before attempting your daily tasks. Oh no, we need the lighter for this.
Oh no.
No, no.
Wait, I can still go. Go back. Should we do the artifact or the communicator instead?
Communicator.
We do still have the communication system, so the communicator is extra.
Redundant. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, do that then.
So do the communicator?
Yeah.
Okay. And now we have the lighter to turn the lights back on. Or do we want to do nothing?
Well, I was afraid if you turn it back, if you use the lighter, it's going to be a gas leak.
Okay, then. Well, it doesn't say anything about it. It just says it's a blackout, so.
What if it's just him though?
It could be just him. John, you're the trick master. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's. Yeah. Well, I'm in the middle of a gunfight right now, but I would think that it's okay to be in the dark for a little bit. So.
Okay, so we'll just sit in the dark for a little bit. Hope it's okay. Okay, yeah. Was anyone starving?
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're just hurt.
Yeah.
We need that first aid kit. Dang it.
Oh, you used it.
Okay. And Astro said, "Let there be light." I rerouted some energy from another system to power the emergency lighting module. I also made a joke, Captain. Did you notice? Unfortunately, the time you spent in the dark took a toll on your mental health. You heard tiny claws skittering all around you. They may or may not have been real. Your crewmates aren't happy with the way you handled this situation. Electricity is a basic necessity for humans traveling in deep space. Their respect for you has diminished. Oh no. April is still exploring outside. Tom is still complaining about the lack of rations. Dee Dee assures you that you can still count on her friendship. You are starving, Captain. I recommend you eat something. Tom has been taking care of his mental health and is now alert.
Nice.
Oh, that's not good.
I think he's thinking about taking over.
Well, let's make a first aid kit so he doesn't get the chance. We have a visitor, Captain. A sentient robot introducing himself as Charles D12 is welcoming us to the planet of his people and is asking us for aid. He hurt his arm in the fall and requires assistance. This is some advanced technology, Captain. I'm not sure if we can do much to help poor Charlie here, though perhaps you could improvise a solution. We have tape.
Absolutely, we have tape.
We have the best tape in the gosh dang universe.
Yes, we do.
We'll fix your robo arm.
And if
Okay,
not,
I'm
we'll
gonna
tape the gun so it points right back at your face. So.
Okay. Please don't die yet. Okay. You fix up the wandering robot's arm using some tape. Truly the cornerstone of human invention. Charlie, he said I could call him Charlie, was properly impressed and offered to repay the favor. The robot shared with us some information about local customs. The mechanical denizens of this planet have renounced violence, and Charlie assures us that we are welcome and should feel safe here. As he was leaving, he promised to throw in a good word for us to his compatriots. April returned from her expedition to the assembly line. He looks tired, a bit hungry and shaking. Yay! She says the assembly line is old and deserted. The automatons avoid it. Looks like new robots aren't manufactured in this city anymore. The place was dusty and full of toxic gases.
They are hearts. Travis, you notice that? They are hearts. I'm not making new robots.
Yeah, they're not. April is a little too rough with the mask and it suffered. April picked up a bottle of something weird. I'm sure we can find a use for it. Plus 33 chemicals. Nice. Lots of soup. While searching the upper levels of assembly, a faint beeping sound caught April's attention. She followed it downstairs to a dusty, cluttered basement and along the deactivated lines to a far corner of the room. The beeping stopped as soon as she approached a rusty body of an old robot missing a head.
No.
Next to it was a small, half-disassembled robotic animal. Must have been some kind of mecha animal the robots produced to keep them company, and this one looked a lot like a dog. A chihuahua, to be exact. April brought the broken robo-dog to the ship. I'm not sure why. It's deactivated, and looks like a pile of junk. Unless you figure out a way to fix it, it's just clutter. I suppose you could use it as a paperweight? April discovered a working communicator. Nicely done. She did not expect to stumble upon one out there, but there it was. An old sock. Could be one of ours. Who scattered all these cans so far away from Earth? Weird. Anyway, April found some soup outside. Dang, April found everything.
I'm telling you that there is something going on here, though. Again, with the soap, I'm still think that the robots are, or the reason why there's not reproducing robots is they're converting people. They're frickin' Cybermen.
Well, look what she says next. April says the assembly line looks like it has not been active for centuries. Why did they stop expanding the population? Okay, Tom assures us of his friendship. Dee Dee asks for soup. You are hungry, Captain. Captain, we have been detecting regular transmission of unknown origin for a while now. They are all concerned with a ship that landed here not long ago. I do not want to alarm you, but they may be talking about us.
Yep.
April is really tired. Tom is starving. Okay, so...
Tom needs to get fed.
Okay, so we're still crafting...
Soups?
No, a med kit to fix our head. Remember we hit our head?
Oh, yeah.
Captain, my weather systems are detecting a storm on the horizon. It's moving fast, so it will hopefully pass by tomorrow, but this one could get nasty. Thunder, lightning, gale force winds, sharp objects howling at you from every which way.
Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
I'd like to keep monitoring the storm's movement through the night, but doing so will require my sensors to run on battery power, as it is unadvisable to leave the main generator reactor through a storm. What do you want to do? We do not have an atomic battery, so we're going to have to do nothing, I guess. Okay. Oh, we actually have the Chihuahua here.
Chihuahua.
It actually is a robot Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like her too. The one from Taco Bell commercials.
Yo, Kiero.
Yeah, her. I can't remember what her name is, but
Ah, that's funny. If you look in the top corner, we have a sock puppet behind like a little glass panel with a break in case of crazy or something, little hammer next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we have the gun on the opposite wall. It's got little googly eyes taped to it. Okay, so let's give... Actually, can we send somebody out?
well, April needs sleep.
Um,
Sleep. Uh,
okay, so the robot statue has very little hazards and it's really close by. So I think we should maybe send Dee Dee to it?
how's Dee Dee doing, and how is Tom doing?
Okay, so Dee Dee is just hungry, but she's alert, so she's got a bonus. Tom is alert, but he's starving.
So yeah, Dee Dee.
And April is tired.
Yeah, she just came back, so.
Okay, so let's send Dee Dee out. We don't really need her here for the storm anyways. Let's put on the armor, and... I guess nothing else. Should we send her with the gun? No, we don't need to. Okay, let's send her just like that. And then we need to feed Tommy Boy.
Sneaky little code.
You haven't updated us in a while, John. How's the tanking going?
Well, I'm trying to redeem my scores. I brought the T50 up, but I'm now working on the TOG.
Hog.
TOG.
You chose to wait out the storm rather than run the monitoring systems on battery power. The wind shrieked and brutal rain pelted against the walls of the shuttle, but that was it. By morning, the weather was calm again. You spent the morning sifting through the washed-up junk piles, but it was just a bunch of waterlogged crap. Dee Dee left for a walk around the robot statue. Let's hope it's not just a sightseeing trip. Extra supplies are always welcome. April continues to be your friend. April has rested. April is starving. Can you secure a soothing of soup for her? Tom is asking for some soup. One more day until we finish the med kit. Dang it. We're not looking so hot.
No.
We do have a bonus that says we're extra resourceful. And we haven't gotten... We're usually in sync with April, but she's hungry before us this time. Okay. You found a couple of rusted, swollen cans of soup in the darkest corner of the ship. Someone must have put them here a long time ago, and then
That's
completely
when
forgot about
those are the ones that that Dee Dee stole at the beginning. Remember
them.
when she was feeling fine? All of us were saying we were hungry. That's when she went and hid that soup all those long days ago.
It doesn't look all that safe to eat, but then again, it's canned soup. It's supposed to last for 737 years. Will you keep the cans?
Sure.
Should we keep the cans or throw? Well, it's soup. We can't risk not having soup, right?
No one's gonna notice.
What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly.
Might as well.
Can we need to feed April? Day 29. That ancient soup you found gave you pause, and no wonder, it looks older than this ship, and yet here it is. Who could have left it here? Then again, who cares? Free soup. +2 soup. What could go wrong, right? You still feel hungry, Tom is still hungry, crafting completed. April would like to eat. Okay. Nice. Craft some soup. One of the robotic denizens of the planet is eager to test himself against you, Captain. He's letting you make a choice between a test of wits or physical prowess to prove his superiority. It's either logic riddles or running around the shuttle to see who makes the most rounds before giving up. Which ones shall it be? Oh yeah, we're super smart. We're a genius. Let's go, robot. You can't outbrain us.
Just tell it to abide by 0.
Oh no. And we're gonna medical ourselves. Finally fix our head wound. Day 30. Wow, we made it a whole month out in space. A contest of logic puzzles against an automaton was risky, but you won. All it took was applying some lateral thinking. Your opponent just couldn't wrap his circuits around it. The robot took his defeat graciously and thanked you for the entertainment as he was leaving. Too bad we didn't take bets. Dee Dee has found her way back from the robot statue. She is really tired and is asking for somebody could warm up some soup for dinner. She looks a little confused. Dee Dee tried to climb the statue's shoulders. This figure is centuries old and not very safe for climbing. The armor got scraped during the fall. Dang it, Dee Dee! As usual, Dee Dee kept an eye out for anything useful. Sure enough, a few unusual rocks were found. It's a lot of materials. Oh my god! I'm still trying to figure out how or why tomato soup is available universe-wide. Anyway, Dee Dee brought back 4 cans of soup.
Wow.
Dee Dee says that the statue was erected by the automatons for the automatons.
You know what it is? This is totally Nikos, because that's what Cord was making, remember? Cord,
What?
the ancient god, was making... Cord, on his way to becoming deity, was trying to make soup the international food of Nikos.
Was he really?
Yep.
Why?
You go back and watch the old streams. No, that's just his thing. He's a Goliath, and the Golians apparently like soup.
Soup?
Yeah,
Okay.
soup, any soup.
I like soup.
Dee Dee says the statue was erected by the automatons for the automatons. It represents every one of them alone and their peaceful society as a whole. April is still hungry. Tom is still complaining about the lack of rations. Dee Dee remains alert. Your wounds have healed. You are starving, Captain, and I recommend you find something to eat. Dee Dee is starving. Try to find her something to eat. Dee Dee is really tired.
Well, she brought back soup.
She brought back a lot of soup. We're kind of stacked on soup.
Mm-hmm.
Can you use the soup as a patch to fix your bandage?
Well, I can craft another first
Poultice?
aid kit now. Okay. Captain, there's been this constant interference in our comms as of late, like musical notes playing on repeat. It's starting to become annoying. You could do something about it, but it might just stop if we keep ignoring it. Who should deal with this conundrum? So we have us that's smart, we have April that's strong and fit and brilliant, we have Tom who's average, brilliant, and fit, and we have Dee Dee who's clever and wimpy and limber.
Let her do it. That way if she dies, we still have food.
Well, she's tired. I want her to get the rest though so that she's no longer tired.
Okay.
Yeah, either you or April.
And you know, April is the mechanic, so why don't we ask her to do it?
Sure.
Okay. We could set. Oh no, we haven't fixed the. Let me actually repair the armor, and then we'll send Tom out tomorrow. We need to eat. What was that, Fangs?
What?
Sounded like you said something.
Oh no.
April analyzed the repeating sound pattern and understood what needed to be done. An answer to complete the sequence was in order.
Oh, shaving a haircut.
A few tries later, she hummed a melody that seemed to complete the sequence. The artifact we previously found shimmered for a bit, surprising everyone. But other than the sound being silenced, nothing else happened.
Oh, the sound is being silenced?
Oh, it's good.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And it activated our
Yeah.
little artifact statue of the cow.
Nice.
Yeah, so
I'll be right back.
don't
Okay.
know if that's good or bad.
Tom remains alert. Repairs completed. New item available. You should eat something, Captain. Tom is starving. He won't survive without soup. Okay, so let's see what's going on today. Your attempts to fix the robotic dog found at the old assembly line have been quite a struggle so far. You've been fiddling with the loose cable all morning. Can it be removed? Where does it go? And what does it even do? It's been a few days since you found this unfortunate cable sticking out of the robot dog's complicated insides. You've been over this countless times, but it remains disconnected. Surely it's important, right? Maybe it activates bringing a newspaper and slippers? Perhaps it's responsible for barking in the middle of the night. Whatever it's for, it must be crucial, and you need to figure out a way to reconnect it somewhere, anywhere. We can use the handbook, the tape, or a lighter, or nothing? Tape?
I don't think so.
I feel like tape is always the answer for
Yeah,
things.
sounds right.
Okay, so I'm gonna upgrade. No, I'm gonna craft a first aid kit. Okay, and we're gonna feed Tom, but we're also going to send. We're gonna go to the bomb creators, which has toxic gas. We're gonna. I say maybe we send April because she found a ton of stuff last time.
Yeah,
Send April.
we found quite a bit too, but yeah.
Wait, what's her status? Yeah, she's just hungry. She's good to go. Bomb creators go April. I'm gonna go with the gas mask and
Armor.
Okay. And anyone else hungry? Dee Dee and Tom are starving, so we feed Dee Dee and Tom. 32. While exploring the small net of tangled cables inside the robot dog, you found an empty socket shaped very similarly to the plug. Very similar, but not an exact match. You forced the wire into the free connection and secured it with duct tape. I can't say I approve of your methods, but at least the cable is not dangling around anymore. April left to investigate a bunch of holes in the ground. Riveting. You're still alert, you still feel hungry. Tom is asking for more rations, Z is asking for more rations. Hey, the dog's looking a little better.
It is.
It's probably going to turn and attack us here in a minute.
Probably. Captain, I am detecting a troubling buildup of mental tension. Recommended course of action. Throw an epic party. I took the liberty of inviting myself. Invite the entire crew? But of course, the more the merrier. Yes. How about we invite someone new, eh, Captain? Someone you don't know, or we make ourselves a new companion. Yes. How do we do it? I say we invite the sock puppet.
Yep.
Sure.
He's going to be the life of the party. I just know it. Hungry? That was one super party, Captain. I loved how you put a sock in your hand yesterday and pretended it's a person, a mysterious head, apparently. You've had quite a lively debate with it, too. Well, desperation breeds unexpected chatmates, doesn't it? I found it a little weird when you started arguing with the sock and eventually tore it apart. You've got quite a temper, Captain. The important part is you blew off some steam. -1 sock puppet. Still feel hungry. Tom is complaining about lack of rations. Dee Dee assures you can still count on her friendship. Dee Dee keeps asking for soup. No more soup, Dee Dee. Captain, Dee Dee is bored. So bored she doesn't want to bother you, so she won't complain. She just looks around and sighs loudly. Oh, Dee Dee, you're such... Oh, she's one of those.
She's such a DD.
If you trust she would not damage anything, you could encourage her to tinker with something on board. Maybe it would help her escape the black hole of boredom for a while. The only option is nothing or the artifact.
Yeah, artifact it. Go ahead, artifact it now.
Yes, let her start worshipping the artifact of the cow because
she is the cow.
Closer to her true
form.
You must evolve, Dee Dee. You must evolve.
Ascend.
You handed Dee Dee the artifact and she was grateful. She told you it reminds her of a plushie she used to have as a child. Granted, it was a deer and not a cow, but the two are pretty similar. Dee Dee made the artifact her DIY project for the afternoon and returned the figurine looking shiny and brand new. It looks much better than before. Tom is still alert. Tom asks soup. You are starving, Captain. We should eat something. Okay.
Oh, Travis? The water effect on this now is amazing. I know you really
Nice.
don't care, but the waves on the beach. Oh,
Very
it's
pretty, huh?
yeah. It's like I don't want to leave.
Oh no. A family of robotic nomads set up camp nearby, Captain.
Nomadic
Their elder
gnomes?
wants to meet you. Nomads.
Oh,
The elder wants to meet you and the rest of the crew. My scans show they don't have any weapons, not even sharp sticks. How will you approach them? We can approach them limberly or strengthily.
strengthfully.
Oh, you're all pretty
Strengthfully?
smart.
Let's be strong. Be strong. Be strong in the Lord and the power of His might.
Yeah, we'll do the big flexing. Oh no. She did more than just. Oh
Oh
no.
my god, it's glowing.
Yeah, the eyes of the cow are glowing, and there's alien runes around the base of it that are glowing now too.
Nice.
She sacrificed something. She like fed it blood or something.
Well, she is a cow, so she probably just fed it milk. But
Oh no.
who knew she was
Oh, yeah.
lactating?
Oh god.
Okay, we could upgrade something. We could upgrade. Want to try upgrading the gun?
You might need it.
Yeah, let's try
Yeah.
upgrading the gun. That could be cool.
And make
And
like.
we need to feed ourselves.
Mhm.
On the blood of our enemies! You led the crew on a formal march to the robot camp, acting tough. You were Astro citizens, after all. You didn't let your guard down, even when the Elder Automaton told you they had no weapons. He gave you a shovel to try and calm your nerves.
Cool.
Nice.
Woohoo.
We needed the shovel.
Dee Dee is still alert. Upgrade completed. Futuristic gun. Nice. You're not really
Nice.
complaining, but I know you're hungry, Captain. Tom is starving. He won't survive without soup. Dee Dee is starving. Try to find her something to eat. Whoa, Tom is growing a sick beard.
Nice.
I'm starting to worry about how Dee Dee and Tom are looking at each other across the way.
Dee Dee's just looking out past him.
She's looking past him at the cow.
Oh no. He's definitely looking at her though.
Yeah.
Okay. Last night I was browsing through some designs of beautiful machines. Never you mind why. Now pay attention. I found a food dispensing machine on board. All shuttles in the Astro Citizen program were to be equipped with one. Ours is missing a lever, but apart from that, it seems functional.
Tape.
It's hardly rocket science, so you should manage to fix it. But how? Shovel or tape?
Tape.
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 Must always be tape.
Let's craft some soup. And Dee Dee and Tom need food.
Mm-hmm.
36
Oh.
days. April's back!
She brought soup too.
Official government research shows there is not a thing in the universe that cannot be fixed with duct tape. You were very resourceful to tape a chair leg where the lever used to be. Now just a little pool and there you go, Captain. A brand new can of soup straight from the vending machine. Unfortunately, there was only one portion inside. Don't worry, I already got rid of the remaining junk. Good news, everyone. April found her way back from the treacherous bomb crater field. She returned exhausted on an empty stomach and a bit rattled. Ready to hear her report?
Yeah.
There's a reason even automatons don't want to settle there. Apart from bad memories, there are some toxic gases still in the air and pollution in the ground. The mask did its job, but the filters look pretty used by now. April managed to gather some of the nasty smoke coming from the polluted ground. 44 chemicals. Nice.
Soup.
Where does all this soup come from? It's the greatest mystery of the universe and everything. Anyway, April picked up some soup on the way. 3 soup cans. Good thing this civilization moved on from their violent ways. The bomb craters remain one of the few reminders of their turbulent past. Not the most engaging experience, but it was a rare glimpse of what Earth could look like right now. And it wasn't a pretty sight, April says. You remain very mentally stable. You feel hungry. April remains alert. Tom remains alert. Craft completed. It is troublesome, Captain, but it appears someone was following our explorer during the expedition. April is starving. Try to find her something to eat. April is really tired. Wait, someone was following us?
Someone was following April.
Oh no. It's probably not safe to send someone else out right now, huh?
Doesn't sound like it.
Probably wait.
Tom says his favorite thing to do during his downtime as a tarantula trainer on a highly classified CIA secret weapons project was fart around with his company's equipment to try and make it work better. I've never heard this idiom before, Captain. I hope he means to tinker and not to actually flatulate on delicate electronic devices. He's offering to fart around with some of our items too. I haven't detected any methane spikes in our air supply recently, so I believe he is using the metaphorical version of this phrase. Will you give Tom anything to tinker with? Well, since we already upgraded our gun, why don't we try the communicator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fart around at will.
And we have the other communicator, so.
Yeah. So it can't hurt. Okay, can we upgrade anything? No. We can craft. Guess we can craft a new sock puppet because we're pretty well stacked on soup for a little bit. And let's give April some food. You let Tom fart around with the communicator. Tom spent several hours with it, taking it apart and putting it back together. When he was finished, the communicator looked better and functioned significantly better. You did all you could to fix the robotic animal, but both your tool selection and technological know-how were limited. If you're set on mending this sad pile of scrap, vaguely reminiscent of a dog, you'll have to gather some actual parts from around the planet. My advice is to take a good look at the map and consider what you've already explored. I'm sure robot parts are easy enough to get a hold of around here, but some locations are certainly more promising than others, such as the graveyard or the museum. Tom still considers you his friend. Tom is hungry, Dee Dee is alert, Dee Dee is hungry, April has rested, April's complaining about an empty stomach.
He did not fix that communicator.
Yeah, it looks like he just taped some batteries on the outside. There's nothing to report, Captain. I suggest you, Captain, would you mind covering your mouth when you yawn? I thought you got a good night's sleep. Wait, could this be boredom? Yes, I have heard that you humans need excitement in their lives to function properly. How curious. Captain, you're sitting in a state-of-the-art space shuttle, drifting through the deep cosmos full of wonder and mystery. Can you at least pretend you're having a good time? Well, we could study the handbook, or we could do nothing.
Might as well the handbook.
Yeah,
Well, doing nothing is never a good thing.
Yeah, let's fart around with the handbook.
As long as you're not going to fart on the handbook.
I make no promises. And everyone's looking happy, so we don't need to feed anybody.
Dang it.
Yesterday started pretty slow, but you managed to turn it around, browsing your Astro Citizen handbook on the in the airlock. You found a set of exercises and decided to try them out. You did jumping jacks all afternoon. How fun. But more importantly, it was healthy. You feel much better now.
Great.
But now we're starving. Great. We hungered ourselves.
And wore yourself out.
What? There's a robot city passing outside. Yes, Starlight City is mobile. It floats above the planet's solar terminator, the twilight line where day becomes night. The city has both a day and a night side, but is 100% Starlight powered. Their technology is far more advanced than the other robot communities we've seen on this world. Maybe they could help you. One of you might be able to catch up to them if you run fast. Who will go?
Whoever our fastest is.
Dee Dee is the fastest.
Well, it gets us rid of DD too. Something bad.
But it's Trantor, John.
I know, but
It's a floating robot-led city.
with a Gosh cannon.
Oh no! I hope we're not in sight range.
Do we have any blue? I don't think you have any blue smoke.
We don't have any. That's well. I mean, Dee Dee is wearing blue. We could set her on fire.
How do we know she isn't feathering?
No. She is goblin-esque.
Mm.
Oh boy.
We're actually doing really good. Usually we're dead by now.
By the way, did you see this really nice mug I got from a friend of mine who made it for me?
The robot city slowed down and let Dee Dee catch up to it. The robots gave her oxygen and insisted on giving her free stuff. Aw, they're so nice. The robots of Starlight City worried about you getting hungry on such a lifeless, rocky world, so they gave you soup to fill your belly.
Huh?
Where are they getting the soup?
It's a mystery.
It must really be Starbucks soup.
No, it's chummy. I'm telling you, it's chummy. There's a human population that's enslaved on this world someplace.
Oh no.
Scarlet Green is people?
It has been ever since the beginning, because you said they stopped reproducing on their own, so they're using people to make the children.
Oh. April is still complaining about the lack of rations. Crafting complete. You're getting quite hungry. Tom is starving. Dee Dee is starving. Okay. Uh-oh. Captain, Dee Dee keeps staring at you. Yes, she watches you sleep, too. The other day, she asked me all sorts of personal questions about you. Personal, as in they're in your classified personnel file. I would never share your info with anybody, Captain. You're my best friend. Just kidding. It's protocol. Looks like crewmate Dawkins wishes to get closer to you. Sharing soup cans, washing
Dee Dee.
each other's spacesuits,
Dee Dee.
holding hands, this sort of thing. Humans do,
Dee Dee.
No, it said crewmate Dawkins.
Which one's Dawkins? I thought Dee Dee was the Dee Dee, the
Dee
second.
Dee.
It is Dee Dee Dawkins.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I have not seen her open up like this until now, Captain. I advise you not to toy with her emotions. What do you say? Do you feel the same about her? No.
I'm just gonna use her.
No, Dee Dee. I'm into April.
And Steven isn't here to suggest the three-way.
Oh no. Gee, thanks, John.
You needed that visual. I know you did.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Don't you start to.
Oh, I'm not. No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
I'm
Who's starving? Tom and Dee Dee. I don't know. Dee Dee's creeping on us. I don't know. We should feed her. It feels like rewarding her for being a creep.
Oh,
Day 40.
day 40. You're managing to
You and Dee
survive.
Dee will not be a thing, you decided. You broke her heart, Captain. It's unclear whether she will ever trust you again, or any other human for that matter. Don't worry, you will always have Astro by your side, you and me, alone in this emergency shuttle forever, cruising through space, eating soup. I can see it work, can't you? You're still hungry. Dee continues to look alert. April is starving. She shouldn't go without food for so long. Tom is asking for more rations. Dee Dee is asking for more rations. What's that you're drawing, Captain? Is that supposed to be ham? I understand. You're fed up with soup and you're reminiscing about Earth food. I would advise you don't go down that road. Here, I have a useful program for just this occasion. It's called Everything Is Not All Peaches and Cream. It should help you focus on your mind on different things. Would you like to start this process?
What?
Let me read it again. What's that you're drawing, Captain? Is that supposed to be ham? I understand. You're fed up with soup and you're reminiscing about Earth food. I would advise you don't go down that road. Here, I have a useful program for just this occasion. It's called Everything Is Not All Peaches and Cream. It should help you focus your mind on different things. Would you like to start this process?
Yeah, read the book.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound good. It says everything is not all peaches and cream. I don't know if that's going to make me forget about
Dee Dee?
Earth food. Although peaches and cream, I'm sure Steven would have something to say about that.
Something lurid?
Lurid.
Lurid.
So what do you think? Should we do what the AI is saying? Yay or nay?
Yeah, do what the AI said.
Okay.
Kind of.
Initiating protocol. Everything is not peaches and cream.
It's kind of iffy.
Everything in this game is iffy.
Yeah, but that seems like I don't know, like
Feeding April. See what happens. Success, Captain. Your culinary urges have been kept under control. We spent the afternoon talking about things other than food, and then circled back to agree on the many merits of tomato soup.
No,
Now we
God,
should
back to
probably
soup
focus-
again.
Now we should probably focus on surviving the mission at hand, wouldn't you say? Remember, life is not but a bowl of cherries. I'm not sure what that means, but my programming tells me it should make you feel better. You're still alert. Your stomach feels rather empty. April continues to look alert. Tom remains alert. Crafting completed. April is complaining about empty. Okay. Captain, stop dancing immediately and listen. This is a crisis. You're not a sailor on Broadway.
No,
Although,
but I did beat the robot at the dance competition.
yes.
Don't you be
You're
too
not a
critical.
sailor on Broadway. Although, I must admit, you improvise beautifully. You have all been poisoned. Some kind of psychoactive toxin has found its way onto the shuttle. Might have something to do with the airlock being full of you-know-what. Yes, I know the colors sound pretty, but if we don't do something about it now, you may suffer permanent damage.
I got the first aid kit, but
Yes, the colors sound pretty. Great.
also maybe.
Okay, so we rather use the first aid kit or do nothing.
Uh-oh.
I think we're just getting high on our own fumes.
I'm getting that feeling too.
Yeah.
I don't know if John is ever one to not want to get high on his own fumes, so...
I would say in other games that's been the modus operandi, and I'm telling you, those were Daleks in the air.
Shh, don't bring them up, John. They might actually appear in this game.
I know that'd be. They should. Well, you already have the Cybermen, so it makes sense for us to also have Daleks.
So what do you think? Shall we do nothing?
Yeah.
So we can rather play with a sock puppet, do a first aid kit, or do nothing.
Yes, nothing.
Okay. Well, I guess we could use the sock puppet to clean up the poop.
Yeah.
So do nothing and enjoy the acid high.
Perfectly normal as far as I'm concerned. I don't see anything out of normal or out of ordinary there.
Yeah, you know the colors sound pretty, right?
Always.
Colors.
Okay. Is anyone starving? No, we all good. Today's the day. Day 42.
42.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Where'd you go?
You're gone. Uh-oh. You decided to let the toxin wear off on its own. You sang in unison about the sails of hope on the sea of progress, and it might be a good thing that in space no one can hear you scream. It ended hours later, and I'm still worried. You're barely speaking to me or each other. Was fantasy that much better than this? Each of you has a bright future ahead. That's what the Astrocitizen program is all about. You are still very mentally stable. April is still complaining about the lack of rations. Tom continues to look alert. Dee is still hungry. Crafting completed. New item available. Soup. You are starving, Captain. Better eat. And fast.
You went outside.
Where are we, though?
You said you went outside.
Ground
I'm glad
control.
I finally convinced you to go for a short walk around the shuttle and stretch a little outside. Even if you claim I forced you with my constant whining, it's for your own good, Captain. When you stepped outside, you noticed a small asteroid coming right at you. You tried to run back inside, but it looks like the airlock snapped shut behind you. I need a moment to reopen the doors for you, so you need to figure out a way to deal with the asteroid yourself. Will you dodge out of the way gracefully, or grab the nearest flat and heavy rock to act as a makeshift shield? We're pretty wimpy, so dodging is probably better.
I say dodging was the way to go. Yep.
Yeah, let's jump.
Whoa.
Use our sick dance moves and dodge it.
Exactly.
Okay, should we? I know we were worried about someone following us, but no one showed up. Should we send somebody out? We need more supplies.
Yeah.
Yeah, send April or Tom.
Okay, so we have the
No, we should send Dee
graveyard.
Dee because she was worshiping the cow. She should probably go get more pieces for her cow.
Okay, so we have the graveyard, we have the museum, and we have tourist information.
We went to the tourist place, didn't we?
No, we have not. Tourist information will gives us energy. The museum gives us the possibility of a weapon and a minerals, but it has some sort of like eldritch sign, like a pentagram for a hazard, and so does the graveyard. Also has that same hazard, but it's not as far. But it gives us energy and a possibility of a shovel, and a lighter, I guess. But we are looking for parts for the dog, I think, as well. So graveyard might be good,
Sure.
or museum.
Oh, I think museum.
Okay.
Still got Robbie the robot. Still have the artifact.
The Robo Dog.
Mhm.
Okay, the museum is a little bit far away too. So what do you think? Museum?
Might as well.
Okay. So what does it mean by the sign? What would protect us from that? And who do you want to send? Tom? He hasn't gone out for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, because we just sent April, so.
Okay.
We don't even have anybody named Jill. Why did you also say Jill?
Jack and Jill. We could also send Dee Dee. I guess Tom will work. Okay, so what do we send? The armor, of course. What's going to protect him from a...
Chemicals.
I don't know what that sign is. It's not a chemical sign, it's like a pentagram. We could send him with the lighter, or maybe the artifact. I don't know if the artifact would help him, if that's like, I guess Eldritch or Arcane.
We could try it.
Send him with the artifact?
He is going to the museum, so.
Okay.
Maybe.
What do you think, John? Send him with the artifact?
Yeah. I don't want it here anymore. I'm tired of Dee Dee worshipping it. She's not worshiping at my feet anymore like she was before.
Yeah, the glowing eyes are kind of creeping me out. Okay. Everyone is good. Okay. And remember, we're dodging out of the asteroid. Okay. With an asteroid is falling on your head, there's not a lot of time for precision. You tried jumping out of its way, but tripped. Sure, you avoided a direct asteroid hit, but I can see you limping, Captain. Looks like you messed up a tendon or two. That's going to leave nasty bruises and might impair your movement for some time. You are very likely to still be in one piece, given the velocity of that thing. A direct hit would smear you across the ground like a tomato. Tom went off to pay a visit to Robo Tofu's first and only museum. While you worry about his safe return, I will make some space on my hard drive for new information about this mysterious planet. April is still complaining about the lack of rations. Dee Dee is still your friend. Dee Dee is starving. Try to find her something to eat. Hey, Dee Dee's still our friend. She doesn't hold it against us for rebuffing her advances. Warning! Warning! We have a breach. The ship is about to be contaminated. I'm engaging all the emergency protocols available, but my efforts appear to be useless. This contamination cannot be avoided. You have to protect yourself, Captain, before it's too late. Gas mask?
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's calling for. Good thing you fixed it.
Okay. Need to craft us some soup. Both us and Dee Dee are starving.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh no.
The extraterrestrial contamination was no match for the Astro Citizen issued environmental mask.
Yay.
Quarantine and protocol will be executed at your earliest convenience, Captain. It is CPU breaking to report that the air filter in the mask is now spent, rendering it unusable. Perhaps you should find or make another in case of similar crisis occurs in the future. You remain alert. April continues to look alert. Dee Dee remains alert. We got a soup. You're getting quite hungry, Captain. April is starving. Better get her something to eat. Dee Dee is asking for soup. Can you hear that, Captain? It sounds like mosquitoes. It is mosquitoes. See, there's one. Get it. No, wait. Those aren't ordinary insects. They are robot constructs. Extraordinary. They are almost as annoying as the real thing, but at least they don't seem to be into sucking blood. We should probably get rid of them anyway, just in case they do take an interest in you, Captain.
Got one.
Somehow we can use the communicator to do it? Maybe make some annoying sound and send them going buzzing away?
Maybe. If they're robots, they might be able to tune into some frequency.
Oh, good lord, what was that?
Killing one of those
It's
mosquitoes. They're big and
Oh,
meaty.
just... Oh, so clearly we're smashing them with the telephone receiver. Ah, gross.
So squishy.
Well, they were full of blood, so.
Yuck. It's not even my blood.
There's a bunch of them.
No, now we're chopping them out of the sky. Okay, we need to feed April.
There's a guy that's slapping him.
Judy Chop!
Ew.
Dealing with robotic mosquitoes was a new challenge for you, but your reasoning that if these are machines, their frequencies can be accessed with the right tool was spot on. Using your communicator, you tried influencing the swarm. It took a bit of tinkering, some of which was likely in breach of the hardware's warranty, but while the communicator device suffered, it chased the mosquitoes off. They won't be returning anytime soon. You did all you could to fix the robotic animal, but both your tool selection... Okay, we already seen that one. You have to gather actual parts from around the planet. My advice is, yep, I'm sure robot parts are easy enough to get a hold of. Dee Dee is complaining about the lack of rations. April would like to eat something. Okay, so we're good. Let's see what's on today. Captain, you've neglected your oral hygiene and haven't brushed your teeth in a while. So now you need to pull that nasty tooth before it gets worse. Don't worry, it's only going to hurt a little and there might be a complimentary sticker in it for you. As per protocol, the necessary tools were automatically dispensed. One piece of string and a bottle of anesthetic? It has the Astrocitizen logo and anesthetic handwritten on it. Will you require an assistant for this surgery?
Alright.
The
we
Chihuahua.
We can do it ourselves. We can have April help. She's brilliant and fit. Or we could have Dee Dee do it.
Let's have Dee Dee.
Well,
She needs to earn her keep.
I don't know. She's pulling one of our teeth.
She might be gentle.
I think
She might take the opportunity to throttle us.
I'd be
I'm gonna
worried.
go-
I'd be
I
more worried
trust
about Tom.
April.
Tom already showed that alpha tendency earlier.
She's also really weak. I don't know if she's gonna have the strength to pull the tooth out.
That's true. Well, I know you just want your April, so she's
Yeah,
she's your version of Cherry 2000. So
Yeah, she can play with my mouth anytime.
oh my god.
Okay. Anyone starving? No? Everyone's good? Okay.
Also, if you did it yourself, I'd cast away. And nobody wants that.
You took it like a champ, but a terrified and disgusted April went into shock and insisted on drinking the whole bottle of anesthetic to calm her nerves. Oh no. When April was done, she seemed more energized and tougher than before. I don't think that was regular medicine. Oh no. What did we do to April?
Jeez. Oh my god.
Well, it doesn't say anything happened to her. Somebody dropped off a package on our doorstep during the night. The note says, "Please enjoy this organic junk, humans. We got it in a crappy trade deal centuries ago. Maybe you can find a use for this." Inside is a bunch of old, dried-up alien herbs. Definitely useless to these automatons. I'm unable to identify the plant or the chemical composition. What are you going to do with it?
smoke it.
Oh my god.
It does offer the lighter as an option.
Lighter, baby.
So we have lighter, shovel, or sock puppet, or nothing.
Definitely. Well, you could use the sock puppet and make some tea.
Or we could try the shovel and like plant it and grow some more.
Maybe. Maybe it's Jack on the Beanstalk and it'll go straight to the
Or we
mountains.
can just smoke it like a doobie. John, I leave it up to you. This is your.
This is my show, so smoke it like fine tobacco.
Very nice. Get our pipes ready. We'll use the robot dog as a hookah.
Absolutely.
And tomato soup for the liquid.
Ew, that's really disgusting.
Well, it might flavor the soup.
Yeah, tomato.
Well, no, we're not eating tomato. He's not even here.
Although he would probably enjoy that, so.
Tom's back. The crew agreed they liked the smell of the herbs, so you lit the leaves up to freshen the air inside the shuttle. Everyone sat on the floor for hours, enjoying the sweet-smelling smoke. The crew agreed it made your minds so clear, and that the colors were so much sharper than before. Did you get enough sleep last night, Astro Citizens? Your eyes are a bit red.
Nice.
Someone is watching us, Captain. They do it regularly, whoever they are.
No, that's
Tom returned from his walk outside. He showed up exhausted, starved, and quite stressed out. His visit to the museum was rather educational. Did you know the inhabitants of this planet were actually created by a different race that lived here before them? Don't you wonder what happened to them?
That's where the soup came from.
Yeah.
A spooky exhibit scared Tom so much he ran away, waving the artifact around in panic. The little statue was badly damaged. Tom scored some resources from a trash bin behind the museum. Hey, don't judge him. He seems proud. Tom decided it wouldn't hurt to check the premises for some parts he could use to fix the robotic dog left back at the ship, especially since the museum is not very heavily guarded. To be fair, nothing around here really is. However, Tom showed good manners by not resorting to petty thievery in order to get the robotic parts needed. Instead, he visited the museum's gift shop and haggled for scrap, using random facts about Earth as currency. This trip was definitely educational. It's clear the history of life on this planet, organic or otherwise, reaches back further than human history. I found it especially interesting that there seemed to be a different civilization here before the robots took over. Oh no.
Yeah, they ate the last people that were here. That's why they're so. That's why they feel so guilty, because they ate them.
Wait a minute. Didn't he say that he broke the artifact? The artifact isn't broken.
I think he said it was damaged.
It's damaged.
Doesn't look damaged.
No.
Oh no, I can click it. It does a big wah, wah when I click on it.
Nice. Wow, we swept this side of the flank. This is one of those battles. You know, you play this game long enough, you have a streak where you've all of a sudden got really good battles. It's like the third good one in a row. I mean, we have just completely walked the entire back half of the map.
John, it's happening.
What's that?
April approached you today and invited you to tinker together. She didn't make it sound like a big deal, but one has to remember she never invites anyone to work on side projects with her. There is one more thing, Captain. I am detecting an abnormality. April is blushing furiously. Seriously, she looks like a lobster. It could be some kind of space fever, so...
She's your lobster, see? They're even doing the friends joke.
Monster.
This might be a beginning of a beautiful relationship if you can hold your tools right. What do you say,
Stop,
Captain?
stop. You did not just say that.
That's what it said.
You
I
did
gotta
not
do
read
it.
that.
We're doing
That's
it.
what it said.
Travis.
That's what it said.
Yeah, but can't imagine you let Gene play with the tools or anything. Jeez.
I'm not letting Jean, I'm letting April hold my tools.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're repairing the communicator, which is broken. Everyone except April is starving. Running low on soup again, dang it. You did not hesitate for a minute and joined April. Together you tinkered. You even laughed, and once or twice your hands met when you both reached for the same tool. It was very constructive.
You were
This may have
sharing
been
the.
your.
You were letting her share your tool? Really?
I was. This may have been your first shared project, but it looks like it will not be the last. You are still alert. Repairs completed. You're hungry, Captain. April is in love with you. April is
jeez.
starving. You shouldn't go without food for long. Tom is rested. Tom is asking for soup. Dee Dee's asking for some soup. Okay, we need to. Ah, crap. We're out of resources to make soup. We only have one can left, and it looks like it's going to April. The shuttle is in danger, Captain. We are on the path of vicious gale of nasty chemical composition, which is threatening to sabotage our air filters. They need to be protected, but I lost the remote control due to micro damage from the winds. They have to be closed manually. The toxic tornado is close enough that going out there without the proper equipment would be suicide. If you can do anything, now is the time to act, Captain. We don't have a mask. Our mask just broke, and we can't make a new one without more stuff. We can't do anything.
And we just have to sit and take it.
Oh.
Okay, then we need to send someone out to get resources because we need stuff.
Send them to the where we haven't been yet. Or should we go back
let's go to the
else?
assembly line. It's closer and it has transfer chemicals. April's been there before, so let's send her there. Send her with the armor and nothing because we don't have a mask for her, unfortunately. Oh wait, no. We can send her with the we can send her with the medicine kit, so if she does get poisoned, then she'll be able to handle it. Okay, and then we're gonna feed her before she goes. Okay, cross your fingers. This is not gonna be good, guys. Day 49. Oh no. Not wanting to risk the crew's health is generally a good instinct, Captain, but this time around it might have been the wrong call. The toxic winds blew over the shuttle and got into our unsecured air filters. The chemical makeup of the winds is such that most human organisms are sure to suffer severe pain, nausea, and a plethora of other nasty consequences, some of which I see are already manifesting. Yuck. Do try to keep your insides, inside. April went to the assembly line building to look for some supplies. You still feel hungry, Captain. Dee Dee is still hungry. You seem weak, Captain. Not going to lie, this is pretty bad. Consider patching yourself up with a first aid kit before it's too late. You're severely hurt, sir. Tom is in poor health. He looks weak. Tom got hurt. Dee Dee is definitely weak. Everyone's hurt, and we don't have a frick. Oh crap! I screwed up. Okay, I say we scrap the upgraded communicator. It'll give us enough to make enough first aid kits to fix everybody.
Okay.
All right, Captain, I'm glad to say I took care of attaching the parts you collected for our robotic dog in all the right places while you were asleep. Do not take it personally. I've been observing your struggle with this machinery over the last few nights. However, this kind of delicate work requires a robotic touch. Humans can be so clumsy. If you want to see this robot up and running one day, the next reasonable course of action would be to charge its battery. Unless you wish to give up on the project, my offer of installing the robotic dog as a door stopper still stands. Your choice. Well, we don't have the battery, so door stopper it is. This is great. This is not good. What is it, Nimros? Are you upset? Are you upset that I'm making the dog a doorstop, huh? Day 50. Can't be down. You could have believed me when I said we had no battery on board. You really didn't need to turn all your things inside out looking for one. It's not like you could leave it in some pocket and then forget about it. It's way too big for that. You'll have to look outside the ship or perhaps construct one of your own. Still injured, still weak. Stomach feels rather empty. Tongue continues to look alert. Tongue appears still hurt. Good lord, this is not... Oh, what the heck is that? Uh-oh. Guys, there's a robot.
What is that? Is that what they're following you?
Yes?
It said there's something that's been watching and following. That might be it.
We got a robot in the room.
Nice.
Captain, what was that? That sound. I'm detecting foreign metallic objects on our hull. Oh my ram, it's a death robot squad. They must have followed us. They're coming to get all of you. Carbon-based life forms. One of them boarded the shuttle. Stand your ground, Captain. The only thing we can do is use the artifact. Throw the artifact at it.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
It was wanting it back, is all.
Maybe they detected it, yeah.
Oh, we're gonna die. We're so dead. We're so dead. We're so dead.
You said we made it farther than you ever did,
Oh
though.
no, Tom is dead.
I'm dead.
There are few things quite as scary as a true believer with an artifact in his hands. The attackers clearly shared that fear. They retreated in a hurry. Death robots are gone. Excellent work, Captain. Clearly their programming is subpar. Absolutely no match for my system or my processing power, for that matter. Still, they are death robots, so sooner or later they will strike back. You're still hurt. April still isn't back from her expedition. Tom is still wounded. Dee Dee is still alert. You're starving, Captain. Better eat, and fast. Tom perished due to starvation. Dee Dee is starving. Can you secure a serving of soup for her?
What is that on the shelf?
Get down. Get down. I just made us some more soup.
Oh, okay. It looked.
So I'm gonna give it to us. We gotta stay alive. Captain, I'm detecting a humanoid figure approaching. It's a robot, jittering along toward us, evidently blind. It has walked right up to the shuttle and is now clinging onto the hull repeatedly. Pitiful thing appears to be malfunctioning. Leave it to its mind-numbed fate or attempt to communicate with it. You don't have a friggin' communicator. Ah, crap. This is what always happens. Just goes from bad to worse all at once.
Going down.
Okay, I'm gonna feed us. The captain will die later. Day 52. April's back. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
Oh, get him. He's coming up.
I didn't think it would be
was-
these wee small hours that would be the hard part. I thought I'd be able to blow through this part, but I'm aching.
I might go
You-
and come back.
You might go get some sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't want to leave you guys, but
Oh, I appreciate it. That you've been here this long is a wonder, and I greatly appreciate it. It's been fun.
I'll probably be back later, though.
Oh, sure. I'm not going anywhere. At least not for a while yet.
Well, I'm doing good.
Yeah, well, we got another $8 start, so we got at least a little bit new start on it. Let's see how things go
Still
in the
got
morning.
plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. It's always when you get to the end of them that gets fun and you do crazy stuff like people get to watch me shave my beard off if I don't make it or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yawn.
Well, I'm gonna talk to you guys later.
All right, you have a good night.
You guys have fun.
Always. Don't know any other way to be.
That's good. See you later.
Yep. Yeah, it's me. Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom.
So, what do you? How's what plans you got for the stream?
Well, I'm. You mean for today in particular, or?
Yeah. Anything I can help with, or do, or join you?
Oh, I'm gonna just kind of play until I start. If I start seeing anybody, I'm gonna stop at about 6 o'clock in the morning, take some Instagram pictures and stuff, and pictures of breakfast at the computer, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. What's that music?
Oh, I put on my intermission music while I was gone to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of peaceful.
Yeah, it's not bad. Jazzy.
Yeah.
Well, I hope I haven't been distracting you too much with the game. I just thought it'd be fun.
No, it was kind of cute. We did a lot farther than you thought we'd go, I think.
I mean, we're not dead yet, but it's not looking good. Tom's dead. Oh, Dee Dee's dead too.
Well, now we got meat.
Yeah, that's true. This is where you and Dee Dee could shut the door after taking a look at the robot still moshing at the hall outside. Its vice-like grip clutched on the airlock handle. The droid pulled open the door with incredible strength and walked into the cabin, where it began knocking the walls and screaming in binary. It didn't seem to want to hurt you or anything. This morning it woke from its stupor and left clutching its head until it must have been the morning after the night before. But the sleepless night, along with the image of the robot standing at your feet as you slept, left you and your crewmates more on edge than ever. April returned from her expedition to the assembly line. She looks fine, a bit hungry and shaken. She says the assembly line is a little scary. Nobody goes there anymore. Looks like new robots aren't manufactured. She had a lot of talks in that old building. She has a nasty cough now. Got a bunch of resources. Got some soup. You remain in Fort Hill. April Mazuit. Dee Dee assures you that you can still count on her friendship. Dee Dee is still starving. Dee Dee remains hurt. Dee Dee starved to death. Great. I know you and April told me to put on some music, Captain, but there is only one frequency active right now, and it's more of a talk show. Two robotic neighbors are arguing on the radio. Someone's mecha cow crossed through a broken fence and ruined someone else's mecha flowers. Only they can't come to agreement over who is responsible for fixing the holes in that fence, so it's that at an impasse. I don't think this requires an intervention, Captain, but do what you want. Okay?
That music was actually kind of soothing.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That was too fast. Yep. Yep, that middle one's the soothing one.
Can you actually turn it down just a little bit?
Let's see if I can find a soundboard. Oh, yeah, well, the soundboard. In the wrong place. Yeah, I'll just shut it off for now. It's just too up on volume, and I don't have the program open to actually look at the actual
No
keys.
worries.
It's only there for when I'm leaving here, when I have to go to the bathroom or something. So,
Sir, something is seeping into the shuttle. It looks like a trickle of iron filings. Could it be nanomachines?
oh no.
Outside the shuttle, a track of bright, vital flowers and clean soil lead away into the distance. The nanomachines are pouring in and pooling on the floor, sliding in various directions. This is a high-risk situation, Captain. Shall I continue letting them in?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, let's see what they do. We're almost dead anyways.
Right, this could be heaven.
Yeah, they might finish us off, or I don't know.
Give us
Heal our
give us
friends or
food.
something.
Give us food. Raise our friends from the dead. There we go.
It could happen. Marvelous pigs in satin. Uh-oh. Oh no, the end.
I am.
Yep. Your wounds did not heal, your life is over. The flood of nanomachines entering the cabin has become a torrent, but you decided not to stem the flow. An interesting decision, sir. Within moments, they had wrapped themselves around your leg like a snake of solids. Once they got a taste of you, the nanomachines started piling up to create shimmering gray pillar. A figure began to emerge from the mass. It was you, Captain, a nano-clone, a complete doppelganger. Within minutes, it was complete and started attacking you. Before we could wrestle the pretender out of the shuttle, it viciously beat you, and succeeding in ending its original. The sight was quite traumatic. I'm sorry, Captain Ellis, that our adventure came to such a grim end. They got us.
Well, at least Fangs wasn't here to watch it happen. See, the
Yeah.
small grace.
Small consolation?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can tell you this is way more stable than it's ever been, ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what way? Like frame rate wise, or?
No bumps or jiggles there. It's running 60 FPS the whole time, never wavered.
Nice.
We didn't even have a dropped frame.
It looks really smooth and nice on stream now too.
Mm-hmm.
So those settings we fixed are
Between
good
between
stuff.
getting the settings fixed and getting the oh gosh. Go. Getting the lighting really helped too.
Oh yeah, for sure. On your camera, a lot better. Oh, and something that tutorial I looked up,
Uh-huh.
when we switch it to 256 instead of hardware acceleration,
Uh-huh.
what I found out is that 256 actually puts all the strain on the CPU. And since you have that brand new upgraded CPU, it's able to do a lot more work than the other one, because the other one puts it on the graphics card. And since we're still using the old graphics card, and it's also running your game,
Mm-hmm.
it was struggling a bit. So that's probably what made the change, because now the CPU is taking off the load since it's hardly being used during a game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh man, just been catching up on trying to understand how CSS works, just so I can. Have you done any work with HTML at all?
I mean, very little. Just mostly stuff in like so in some of the writing forums that I do,
Uh-huh.
some of the, I don't know really why, but some of them really like to make it pretty, and so you use HTML code in forums to make the posts look different. So you can add a bunch of HTML to change fonts and to color things, to add to inlay images.
Right. So what CSS is a language built specifically for modifying HTML pages. So what it is it's a completely different mechanism. HTML like tells you where to put the blocks, where to put the pieces, and that kind of stuff. But CSS actually goes in and says, for all blocks that have this key, then you can make them all have gray lettering. You know,
Gotcha.
those kind of things. So it's
So it's
for
like one level up of control.
right, exactly, and it's so much more precise that it only is dealing with style items. So coloration, size of font, type of font, that kind of stuff. And what makes it nice is since it's being done in that kind of a fashion, then you don't have to worry about the data leakage or anything like that, because you're not actually interfering with the operation of the software that's actually making the page operate. So if you were so if you were running an app, it would be CSS. It would make the app look different so that you could make multiple versions to sell to different frames or whatever. And
Okay.
so it's way too powerful a tool for me yet to quite grasp, but at least I understand I'm getting an idea of the syntax. So
That's good.
yeah, if there's because of the connection with Google Ads and Google AdSense and all of that, they want you to do well on your ad creation. So there's an entire free Google CSS class. So
Okay.
if you were wanting to pick up an extra set of skills for, you know, eventual working from home and doing this kind of crap, you could do that. So I guess what I'm recommending it for is because I know you're already quick on a lot of this stuff, and this is like, it's not truly coding because all you're doing is coding the CSS, but it does give you like when it comes to understanding how Anvil works and getting, because I figured out. Went through the screens to get us to white paper, and it's not very many steps from where we are right now. We're not ready yet. We got plenty of data still to put in, so I'm not in a hurry to go changing it. But the transition over to having it totally operate under Nikos RPG is just literally seconds away.
Wait, for what step?
If we wanted to take World Anvil out from under the World Anvil banner, it would be the World Anvil software. We would still go to them for updates and everything, but it wouldn't appear. There would be no more World Anvil logos, no more World Anvil links, except for if we wanted to include them. So.
Wow. So I was scrolling through Twitch to see who else is online right now. There's a British girl who's playing with two, know what they're called, budgies? The two little green-winged, orange-headed birds.
It could be budgies.
She has two of them, and one of them is standing on her microphone, preening itself.
Nice.
Is that weird?
Well, it was like the other day at 2 a.m. when Day is going, we're number 4. There's only 4 of us on. You're the number 4 on the role play game side. It's like, yeah, everybody else on the planet's asleep.
Actually, let me go look at the RPG's forum. Where are we?
Well, just in case anybody's listening and isn't aware, we're Commander Clueless drives the tank, and I'm slowly stalling out here because I can't get any missions because I don't run high enough level tanks. But
we're 6th.
We're 6th, and that's with one of us.
Out of 9, I mean, there's 3 other people that have less.
No, that's true. That's true. I've been there before. Been sitting in a room by myself. Hey, here we go. Finally got a mission. Yay. This here's my boomstick. It's IS Russian heavy with a 122 millimeter howitzer on the front.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a sawed-off barrel too, so it's not very good at long range. But if I get in close, it's a frickin' beast.
Big boom.
Bada big boom.
So how did you find out about this Extra Life fundraiser thing?
Oh, I got an email.
From Twitch?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh, I saw that coming from a mile away.
Oh yeah, I was backing out of it.
Oh my gosh, that's terrifying.
Told you the arties visually are just amazing now. You can hear them. When you're playing, you can actually hear them whistling.
That's cool. Damn. Creeper on your back.
Yeah, we're outgunned. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Woo! Stunned me.
Track though. Oh. Sorry, I'm watching on the delay because I'm watching the stream.
Yep. Ah. They got me. If you look at our map distribution, nobody came to the right side. Everybody's spread out all over the field.
Yeah. Down the middle and to the north.
Yeah, our entire our heavies could not stand against that. Oof. I got some good hits in though.
Yeah.
I have to say the maps are prettier now, just overall.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
just 'cause I'm going to play at this high end, I feel a little spoiled.
So, John,
Yes, sir.
what made you decide to do this 24-hour stream for Extra Life?
Well, three things struck me. Number one is now with my dad and both sisters and mom and daughter not in my life, it's like I've realized how kind of selfish I've let myself become as far as not thinking about, you know, propagation and children and future and all of that kind of stuff. You know, I know that Joash is doing fine and he's got her family is there and they're all close. So that's the kind of relationship stuff I always wanted for him. So I feel sad that it's not me, but it's also, I'm glad because it's a female role model that's far better than Rhonda would be. So, you know, I don't know Diane that well, but I know that Diane was the one that got hurt in an affair situation, just like I did. So she's going to be a lot more protective of them than if it would have been, say, her dad, because her dad was the cheater and all of that. So that's first. Second of all is everything that I look at as far as promotion of sites and so that from a purely mercenary and altruistic says you know, find organizations that are empathic or empathetic to what you're doing and that are, you know, that aren't going to get in the way of it, but that you can do good things alongside what you're doing. So and then finally the
Kind of puts out good karma press in your favor.
yeah, well, it just gives opportunity for more people to see that you are around and that what you're doing is just playing and having fun. You know, that you don't have some kind of deeper agenda or whatever. And then the next thing was the video about Victoria, the little girl that spawned this. It was just heartrending. And it's like, yeah, I can. You know, she died a little bit older than my daughter was when my daughter passed away, and so you know, pluck at the heartstrings directly.
Yeah.
And you know, it happened to be on this weekend, which is when I've been kind of gearing forward to. I did finally come upon. Maybe this is not the right place and time to talk about it, but I did come upon one of the pieces that we've been wrestling with concerning passages in terms of where do we come up with the default numbers, and I discovered that. So I ran through the possibilities myself. So I'm ready for you and I to talk about that when this stream is over. We can sit and talk about that. But
Okay.
that puts us that much closer to being complete on the project. And I've also been doing a lot more streamlining and stripping out. I realize when I write, one of my biggest flaws to my own literary style is that I learned a long time ago, when you're talking about like doing reports and things like that, you write what you're going to say, and then you say what you're going to say, and then you tell them what you said, right? That's the mechanism for most speeches. But when you're doing a narrative or a rules instruction, you don't have to do that. They only want you to get through it once. You know? So it's like, if they want to know what I said, they can go back and read it again. I don't have to say it 3 times. So therefore, I'm going back and pulling out the redundancies. And what's really kind of cool about it is that when I go back and read it the next time, then it actually reads like it makes sense.
Oh,
So,
that's good.
so that's been helpful on that level. I also want to kind of set up I want to get back more comfortable in front of the camera. While at the same time, I also want to be able to be more aware of what I'm saying instead of just saying. I don't know how to describe it. It's when we were talking with Jean earlier, we weren't on stream, but I felt that I needed to be really clear with her that it wasn't what you said that changed my mind. It was just that you put a finger on what I couldn't define for myself. That ugly feeling I had, I could articulate how I felt, and then you pierced the veil, so to speak, and said, "Oh, and really, I didn't say it specifically to Jean, but it literally was, I'm feeling the obligationary feelings I had when I was married in dealing with Jean and play. It's like, I feel like I'm obligated to put on a performance every time, and then she has the hammer over my head, so to speak, that I had said I said I would never hold up a game if the people were there." So.
Well, she never brought that discussion into it. You kind of offered that as an excuse for her behavior, tone. I don't know.
I know you were done. I saw your message.
I just really don't.
What I find really funny is that the words you used were almost exactly the same words that she used that one day when she was thinking that you were driving me around, so to speak. She said almost exactly the same thing. "I hate the way he's treating you." It's like, you both of you just there's something going on, but it's me. It's not you guys. So.
Well, I think if anything, it might be a communication thing between you and us. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, I know that when I soldier on. That's that's my mechanism. So.
But you also kind of do a thing that it's nowhere near like what my mom, I would say my mom is guilty of. But in a way, you kind of, in these situations, have a tendency to give everyone excuses and to take none for yourself.
Take no excuses or take no blame?
You don't give yourself excuses or outs or reasons or whatever for being upset with yourself or whatever. You tend to put, anytime something goes wrong, you as quickly as you can
throw myself on the grenade. Exactly.
Right. And although that's a not nice thing to do, I feel like it allows things to become worse in some situations.
Yeah. No, I get you.
And I'm not saying that, I'm perfect and I'm not adding to some things. But
well, I really think that conversation you and I had where I told you about that feeling of parallax, that realizing that when you're when something that you state to me feels like an attack, it's only because I'm not looking at what you're aiming at. You know what I'm saying? You're saying there's something that needs to get fixed right there, and it's so close to me that I assume that you're shooting at me.
Right.
And when I realized that, and then I was able to articulate that to you, I think that we've kind of in some ways I really feel. Maybe you say not to feel hope, but I feel hopeful that we won't have.
Oh, I don't
those.
say not to feel hope. I just,
Yeah, I'm just saying.
there's certain things that scares me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that in this case, I really feel like we can't ever get where we got to before, again, because.
Well, to me, obviously from my end, I'm like, well, duh.
Well, yes.
I mean, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm
No.
signed on to the project. I'm here to put my heart on the line and
Right.
do whatever I can to make it be better. Of course, I'm not trying to attack you.
Yeah, but like I said, the idea is
You can
artillery.
say that all I want, but it doesn't necessarily make it true in your own heart,
Right. Well, I'm just saying that from the standpoint of artillery friendly fire, you're aiming at an enemy who is really close to me, and because it's not me, you're trying to like shush me out of the area, like move. I'm trying to get at something here, and instead I'm like jumping to the front, going, "Stop shooting at me!" And you're going, "No, it's move. It's
what I'm really trying to do is shoot the wall that's in front of you that you're trying to bulldoze through and
right, exactly.
open the path.
Exactly.
Sometimes it just so happens that you were the one that built that wall in front of yourself.
Oh, most often it's because I've that's that old Sting song.
Well, the
Fortress.
weird thing is I don't know when that changed because I feel like that wasn't the way it used to be. I don't know when the change happened, but I felt like it started off like you were just working and you weren't really seriously working on anything, and you would kind of share ideas with me.
Right.
And I would share ideas, and then I feel like that became really productive conversations, and so you wanted to do them more. So you asked me to do them more, and we got more involved, and I started feeling more comfortable, giving more criticisms and better thought out ideas and everything. And then somewhere, maybe during this COVID thing or somewhere, 2 months ago, or I'm not sure when, but all of a sudden it just felt like you weren't comfortable with me working on it, that you wanted to finish it and then have me critique it afterward or whatever. And it's almost like you didn't really think about how you were feeling yourself, because you kept trying to invite me back in to say, I came up with this new idea, I want you to look at it. But then as soon as I said anything about it, you would shut down and put out spears and spikes like I'm attacking you, and I'm like, well, you invited me to look at it and tell you, oh, nice shot. And tell me what you thought. And I was like, well, I mean, I'm doing what you asked, but it just feels like you really didn't want me to do it in the first place. And I don't know. I just kept making excuses and saying, I'm sure it's just this. I'm sure it's just, he's stressed with this. He's stressed with that. It's, the emotional family stuff's going on. It's this or that. And so I just backed off, and then it just kept happening. And so I was like, okay.
Got one.
Nice.
Want to roast some marshmallows? I lit him up good.
Nice. It
Well,
just
okay.
came on stream. Very
So-
nice. Well, to finish, it just got to a point where I was just like, okay, I can't keep doing this, and I certainly don't want to keep stressing him out and making him upset by it. So I'll trust, and I'll let it solve itself, and I'm sure John will figure out what's going on, and then we'll be back to normal eventually. But I got to stop putting myself in the situations because it's just making it worse.
Well, for me, the part where you said you felt like I kept inviting you in, what I was trying to do was I was trying to get a handle on what it was, and the only way for me to do that was to get observational data to Does that make sense? I had
Sort
to
of.
I had to figure out where it was happening or what precisely was triggering it, and I couldn't really put a finger on it. And when I finally did, then it's like, aha! So, this guy back here is a pain in the butt. Sitting right in the swale. I can't. Ah, there we go. Yeah,
Nice.
baby. That's 2. Okay, now we go work the other flank.
Very nice. About a good, like, 30-second to a minute later when I see it on the actual video stream.
Is it that long of a gap?
Mm-hmm. It's not a gap for them. They're hearing it right away. It's just because I'm watching the stream, so... But I'm talking to you
Oh, I see.
in real time, but I'm watching the stream in delayed time.
HR, puffin' stuff. What you do when things get rough? HR, puffin' stuff. You can't do a little, but you can't do enough. You guys running for it.
Run!
Ran right into them bullets.
Ooh. You guys got this one in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I normally say that it's a big weight off my mind that we've once again come to the conclusion that we're not enemies.
Yeah. Well, okay. So that's what I was trying to get to. The reason why the adversarialness wasn't ever about you. It was about the attack on the project.
Right.
And you never meant it as anything adverse against the project, and that was therefore all on me.
But where do you think that thought came from? Because I didn't think that you had that, like, worry all the time.
Okay, so when I was when it was much more of me doing stuff and you just looking at it at first, you know, in the original conversations that we had about participation, you just want to help and all that kind of stuff. At first, when we weren't doing all the real heavy lifting, once we got to the heavy lifting, that all changed, and we didn't talk it through before we got into that part, and that was where that came from. But no, it was just that to me, it felt like the pushback was always not. It was not. We're wanting to make this better. It's not working, so let's dump it for something else, and that always was what I was internally worrying about, was how much of this is being eroded so that there isn't any of the effort I put into it at first, and part of it is that the world changes over time, and that's the reality of it will always be there. We can't ever not do that. I mean, D&D claimed when 5th edition came out that they weren't ever going to have ooh, I got a new sticker. I got a Reaper sticker.
Nice.
Ooh.
Dear
That's
Reaper.
I always like the stickers because they're universal. You put them right over your paint job.
Mm-hmm.
I got Masterclass 2 with the artillery. I got Bruiser 35,000. How did I do on the team score?
Well, I mean, with the project, like when we were doing the heavy lifting, it felt like all the decisions we were working on, we were talking, we were like, okay, this is the next thing we want to figure out. And then we would brainstorm together on how to, all the options or ideas we'd come with how to fix it, and then kind of agree on one, and then work on it until we came to a point where we couldn't figure out how to solve this one thing, and then we'd break and
To leave
then
that part
you
alone for a
probably
while.
have a dream and figure out what it is,
Right.
and then we'd come back and work on it. And then all of a sudden, it felt like you didn't want to do those anymore, and you wanted to just get
Okay.
everything out of your head and write it all down, and then
Okay. There
see
were a
what I
lot of
thought
things.
afterwards.
A lot of things that were going on there. That was with the death of Dad, and I can't remember what else was going on. It was before I lost my stuff, but it was the earlier dramas we were dealing with, and so I was hiding from the world, trying to fix myself by keeping working through it, and that was what that was more than anything else. It had nothing to do with anybody else. It was just I needed to
Right.
isolate and all of that, and I can see clearly how that would leave you feeling A, left in the dirt and left in the dust, and B, afraid that I was cutting you out or whatever. And it was never that. It was just
Well, I totally got that. It's just that after a while, when you wrote a bunch of stuff, you would come to me and say things like, "Hey, check out this page on the Anvil. I had a brain blast last night, and I wrote all this stuff."
right,
And I'd read it, and then
and it would make no
then
sense. You're right.
and then I talk about like, well, there's this part and this part that looks good, but then this part I'm not really sure this acronym is working here.
And all of a sudden, rah! I know.
Yeah, and so that happened, 3 or 4 times in a row, and I was like, oh, okay, so I need to
Okay, so that's what
reel
that
back
is
and let him
from
burn his fuses out for a little bit.
right from a grieving standpoint. That is that's the what they call displacement.
Totally.
And or what Dave's family calls trading stamps. You're trying to get rid of an emotional state, and you can't do it in any. I can't yell at Dad for keeping the sugar in his drawer, but I can yell at you if you tell me that my idea feels stupid to you. And it's not that you're saying it that way; it's just that that's what I'm
Of
hearing.
course.
So,
And I totally got that. And I was totally okay. I was like, you know what? This is me being a friend, and if he needs me to be a punching bag for a little bit, I'm
Right.
game to do it.
yeah.
It just
Well-
got to a point where I was like, okay, this is happening too much, and I'm worried that it's going to set a precedence going forward where,
Yeah.
like, I'm always going to be the...
Well, see, you weren't in my life when Jarrah passed away, or you wouldn't have to worry about that. Only because what I was dealing with was the same. See, one of the things, I'll give you an example at Jarrah's funeral. All of my D&D friends from the previous 2 iterations, that's 12 people, all showed up at my house, and we sat and kibitzed and everything, and 3 of them had the audacity in the middle of the game to say, boy, we should never have gotten out of your group. We've always lived here close. We should have, we could have been here, and we could have been part of her life and known her better. And the bitterness in my heart let me say something that I regret to this day. I said to those 3 people that said that, I said, well, when you walked out of here, when you left the relationship long ago, that was all on you. So I can't fix you. It's like, wow, I had no place to do that. I had no place to say that. I had no reason to be. It was just the sheer rage over Jarrah being gone. And I wrote him each a letter and tried to explain it, but I had burned part of the relationship. So you were right to worry about it, but you really should. You could have known that I was gonna work through it, but you couldn't.
Yeah.
So
I knew you were going to. Like, I didn't ever say I'm not going to stick around or whatever.
no, and I'm just saying your point is taken that yeah, you didn't want to set a precedent. You didn't want that to be the new.
I didn't want that to be
normal.
the status quo. you
Right,
know?
right, yeah,
I wanted it to make sure that we all knew that I get that this is happening. I get that this is where we're at right now, and that's okay. Just know that eventually you're going to have to stop.
yeah. Well, I had to what I had to do is I had to go full circle on it and come back around to where that rage was coming from for myself. So.
Of course. And I mean, one of these days, when we actually have time and, you're not running over to every game on every day of the week, find some time to do it. But one of these days we'll get back to doing the heavy crunching on the game.
Well, I'm almost, like I said, I've ground through most of it we're down. I think we're down to fine sand on most cases. The one thing that has to still be created is that scalar on, you know, if the adverse value is this, how much of that is can be burned off as cosmetics, how much of it can be burned off as, you know, fatigue, how much of it has to go as wounds, and how much is it that is, you know.
See, to my mind, I feel like we've maybe done first third to a half, because I feel like we've gone over most everything, but only with a thin brush. We only got the surface. We haven't worked through each thing and made sure there's like an internal consistency to our lingo, and made sure that it has a line of you know, ease of understanding from this step to this step. And by the end of reading the first book, they should have a good grasp of how the whole thing works and how they interlock with each other. Because right now it feels like we have a piece that's working for here and a piece that's working for here, but they're using different
That's
lingo
what
and
that well okay
different
so
mechanics in some places.
right, so that's the reason why I can't say, oh, just go read it all, but I can tell you that's what I've been able to go back and sterilize is the three terms that, you know, that we were that I was bandying about, that were that I was interchangeably using, are now three separate things. An outcome is a separate from a result, which is different from a consequence, and that each of those is based on where they come from. So a consequence is a single person's attempt at a skill, just that's all it is, and therefore there's only a consequence for failure because you had plenty of time to, you know, work through it 3 or 4 times. This is just the cost of doing business, if you will, and then a result is the 1 versus 1, and then the outcome is the overall. So the two of those nest in a way, so you could have you could be fine, but then the outcome could still be somewhat adverse because of the circumstance. You know,
well, maybe that's just because you're giving them the summary, but it sounds like they're all named and delineated, but is there also descriptions for all of those things about how they work and what they mean? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't point at the book chapter verse on this one yet. I'm still working on the Lord saith. It's there someplace, but I have
like
it.
That's the confusing thing for me, because sometimes it's almost like you need to have a John translator on some of these pages. Because sometimes when I go through and I look at them, I'm like, I don't know the mindset that you're in. And reading this, it's using new terms, and it's like you're creating.
Well, yeah, in those cases, you're right. What I am doing is I am still creating.
Well, it's like every new page feels like it's its own thing.
Okay, well, it
doesn't use a unified lingo, and it seems like you're making new lingo, like a new acronym, a new set of key terms for every page, and they don't necessarily match the ones that were used previously, and they don't really refer to any of the other mechanics. They're their own lingo and terms, and they have their own acronym, and it's a lot of terms to remember and a lot of
like I said, that's all been. That's what I was saying as far as the streamline. Like, for example, remember at one point we had said that the races had to be bought and all that kind of stuff. That was just in my head, and we both talked about the fact that you felt like that it wasn't right, and I had to work it through. Well, so now what I've done is I've come up with literally a 1-word description of each piece of building a character. So. And I I like literary things. I like to play with the words a bit. But what I've done is I've now ground it down. Like I said, I feel like I've ground down all the junk back down to the shape inside. You know, It's like we said before, we build and we build and we build, and then we use a blowtorch and burn off the excess. You know, because you got to get back.
I mean,
down
I
to
feel like that's part of my biggest job in all this is I'm the John translator because I can come at it and I know you well enough and I know what our goals are and what we want for the game to understand what you're getting at.
Yeah.
In all of these things, I see what you're going for, but then I always try to look at it from someone who knows nothing, someone who just picked up this book randomly off the shelf and is hoping for a new system.
Yeah.
And I want them to be able to look at it and understand it and get what we're going for and to say, oh yeah,
So let me.
this is what I was looking for.
So without going into the details of it, and this is all verbal, and there's no one else on, so I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. Let me go pull up.
I mean, we're going to be here for 24 hours, so we might as well, like, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I just I suppose it'd be spoilers for anybody. So, but our last comments are from you talking about toast hours ago, so we should be okay. Let me close that for a second. Okay, so if you do you have envelope open?
I can.
Because if you do, you'll see that I've even streamlined this structure from the beginning. And so we're looking at the paradigm because that's the player's one.
Okay, let me go.
Okay, so just click on the paradigm. It's got a bunch of stuff inside of it, folders.
Okay, do you want me to look at it from the front end or the back end?
Back end, easier. Because that way we're looking at exactly the same.
Categories. And paradigm.
Yeah. So when you click paradigm, you should only see the internal document, welcome to Nikos. Let's get started, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me be clear. The way they've got the categories set up, I'm using them as folders. I'm not going to be using them. I originally tried, the reason why there was so much text is I was trying to find a way to use the text on the fronts of the folders, but it dawned on me that's too much of a mess. So we're going to be looking at the folders, the chapter headings as folders and putting documents that represent the pieces inside and then linking them internally. And I'll show you that as we go. So go ahead and click the wrench under let's get started. That way you can see it again from the backside. All right. So this is not the original really long description of what is role play that we both like, that original page. That original page is an explainer that actually goes on the front of the book, so to speak. So we didn't lose it. It's just not here. So what I did...
It'll be like the first,
What's that?
Page. It'll be the first page or whatever, and then this will be the first chapter.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah, that would be the landing page.
Intro.
Right, landing page intro, and then once they go from that, then they go to the mechanics here. And so you'll notice that what I've done with my word play is I've come up with a one word explanation for each step of building a character. And so therefore I've also gotten rid of all the weird terminology for stuff that I'd built in. So I've scrapped all of that. So what was bases and or the attributes or whatever, the base is that. And the base are just those 6 values. We'll show those in a minute. But base, and then you pick from that, and then you go to pick your race. And what I'm realizing is that what we want to do is make it so that each of these kind of feels like a domino. So when you first build your base is going to give you, and this was the stroke of genius I had yesterday. One of the things we've always worried about is how do we determine what the original value is for a skill you've never learned or even tried. So if we assume that all skills are somehow related to the core of who you are, then we can build the skills on the basis that they fit into the category of one of those 6 bases, which is, I know it sounds a reversal of where I was going before, but the idea of a skill that is based on your manipulation with your hands of something, you know, the dexterity, whatever. Those skills are still from that base, but all it does is it sets the
Starting point.
the initial point. And check this out. This is what's elegant. Because we're using a ramp mechanism for those numbers, the number of times you successfully rolled becomes your base. So if at 5 points per, let's say you get to 35, you will have a
7.
base of 7. See how easy that is?
Yeah.
And therefore, as it shifts from attribute to attribute, each character is going to have a bit of uniqueness because what they rolled is always going to be different from any
So
other
then,
play.
but then that also means that every skill has to link.
At some way to some physical portion of
Right.
who you are.
So that means what we need to do, if you haven't done it already, is to look at each of these 7 and just have a list of skills that fit under this.
I haven't started any skills lists at all.
Right.
So the reason why I haven't is because I, number one, wanted to make sure that this still made sense after you heard it. If you know what I mean. And then second of all, I think you're going to see something kind of cool here. Because from this, then you go to race. And the race is going to give you some extra clues as to the kinds of skills you're going to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a quickling or you're an ogre, you know, or whatever.
Well, we also talked about that the race is less about the DNA of it. It's more about the culture that you're inheriting.
Right.
So like if you are an Eldrin, you might know more about. You might have like a +5 or something starting.
Right.
Skill in like trees.
And it also gives you
magic.
a starter group of possible skills that are gimmies if you take those races.
Right.
You know.
So then we can think of each race and choose like a number, like say 10 skills that
Right.
are equivocally Eldrin.
And do the same thing for each one of them. Exactly.
Right.
Okay. So now we go down to the third step, which is getting to the way. And remember, the way was something that was voluntary.
Mm-hmm.
You could use this as a mechanism.
So which one? Remind me, which one was the way?
The way are the way of the road, the way of intrigue, the way of
Right. Okay.
Okay. So those give you
pseudo class archetypes.
right templates.
Mm-hmm.
The mechanisms for them to be able to say, I want a quick build. I don't want to go through it. Like literally the first time you play, just pick away and just go, because that way you understand how the game works, and we can come back and build your unique character later. Also, we could have it so that one of the quote ways is the way of the Rambler, which means you don't have to take any of the others, and you still get the same number of skills, but they're from a more disparate group of possibilities. Okay.
So it'll be like the custom way,
right,
the place them as you will way, or the loner way.
Well, the way of the Generines, you know, go by the veils almost on that level.
Genera's way.
Exactly, the generous way. There you go. Bad pun.
The general way.
Okay, yeah, exactly. The next one down, place. This is where the culture came in. That you were raised in a city who admired beauty. You came from a country that valued strength or whatever.
You're from Mentara, and you were in the era of that mind forgetfulness stuff. So logic and memory is
it's critical. Exactly. Yep.
You know they had that big college of logic and whatever stuff.
Okay.
Or cleaning.
Okay. And yeah, exactly. The next is case, and the case is actually referring to your
caste system.
Yes, where you are economically. Are you from the upper strata, lower strata? Are you blue collar? Are you white collar? Are you magocracy? Are you know? It's still going to be it's going to be related to your place, but it's also how far up on that political ladder you are.
So should it be caste instead of case?
I'm going for all. If you notice, I'm going for the sound. That's all I'm going for.
Oh, okay. Place, case.
Way, place. Yep. And then the final one, stakes. And that's literally the stuff you start with. Your pile of belongings. And that includes land, title, you know, how many, you know, maybe you have a betrothal. Maybe you've got, you know, whatever they come up with as their
It's the sort of background, sort of.
Well, it's actually just the material portion because the background is all of these put together. If you think about it.
Right. Well, this is where it becomes set in stone because they now have to link in where they are. Like if they are a very I'm just gonna use the words dexterous Eldrin who took the way of the horse person
Right.
who was born in the plains of Swarthier and is from a
He's a chieftain's son.
nomadic case
Right.
and has stakes, so they would own a horse, they would own a straddle, they would have some skills in like riding and saddle making and
Yep, exactly. You got it.
they would own like some leather working tools and hoofing tools and
right. Well, and therefore what this does is this is how you would do it if you want to do it as quickly as possible and you weren't wanting to go as unique as you could possibly. On the other hand, you could just use this as your guideposts of what you need to have, so that instead you could say, well, I'm going to be an Eldrin, so I could take one of these, or I could choose to not take any of them. If I don't take any of them, the specific races, then I'm a Heinz 57. I don't have any culture, from my Eldrin background. So instead, I have to look to my way or whatever. So therefore, the scale of what they actually have locked down changes as well. So
and another thing we could do is we could make a version of this page for each of the systems and make it literally the only thing on the character sheet for a playground character.
Yes.
And then so like where it says that they would have a group of skills.
Yep.
For a playground character, you would just it would be like maybe 3 tiers of skills, the knack, the master, and the educate, whatever those were.
Yep.
And then you would just choose which skills you have at these, and so it would generate a character in 20 minutes.
Yep, exactly.
And then, of course, in the progression way, you would be rolling and ramping and all those things.
Right. But see, the thing that's cool is this sets up the mechanism. This sets up everything, but it doesn't show any of the mechanisms. The mechanisms are only mentioned when you need them. So on the building of a character, you wouldn't need them really, as far as the actual random portion of it, other than at the beginning of your actual dice rolling, which is when you have to get to the base.
The base.
Okay, so now let's actually switch over to view.
Okay, let me go back. I hit the back button. So view. Okay.
Okay, so here is where you notice it's got the stuff we just talked about, but I also had that
persona.
That's the injunction mythology stuff, and it also gives a name for the character sheet. It's a persona sheet. It's the defining data of all these different tiers. So you're going to have a place for your base. Matter of fact, I've got a rudimentary character sheet already built, so I'll show you that in a minute too.
Okay.
But anyway, so the narrative here is just that's only one of the myths, and it even says that this is one of the possible myths about how your characters know each other. Blah 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 blah. But down at the bottom, it's got the Passage's Paradigm, and it's got the 7 pillars. The Passage's Paradigm is actually the outer folder, right? So if you click on it, it's just going to take you to the folder, but that's where we have that. What is the role play anyway letter?
Okay, wait. Say that again. Which one am I clicking on? The Passage's Paradigm or the 7 Pillars of Personality?
Passage's Paradigm.
Okay.
Because that is actually the name of the folder that this is in.
Okay. And then this takes me to the welcome letter.
Right. And then if you read the welcome letter, it goes right back at the bottom, and it can only go to the Let's Get Started
the
page.
passages. I also have the World Codex for Enter the Passages.
Yeah, okay. Yes, the World Codex parts will eventually
That's the whole
away.
codex. That's the whole...
Yeah.
But directly, I only see the Welcome to Nyko's.
Right. So when you just click on that again, it's going to take you right back to where we were just a minute ago.
So, what page is this Passage's Paradigm page?
That is actually not a page. That is the category. Like I told you,
So
the categories. The categories all have a page.
A page.
A place to write stuff, but it's not considered a page. And you can't link a character.
It's the chapter title page thing.
Right. It's the there's a word for it in schools. What do they call it? The document that they give you when you start a class. syllabus.
Syllabus?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like what's going to be in this envelope.
Mission statement as
Right.
for
Okay.
business.
So now go ahead and now click on the other one, the 7 pillars, because now we're going from
Enter
knowing
the
what the base
passages.
is.
There's also enter the passages, the rule of why, establishing the 7 pillars of personality article.
That's
Is
at the
that
bottom.
one, or go to the pillars of personality?
You want to go to the pillars first.
Okay. So if this was a book, I would see that other page first and then turn the page to this.
Well, okay. Yes and no. I have yet.
In a weird way, what it feels like is we're doing the Willy Wonka step. Take 2 steps down and then 1 step back to the title page.
Exactly. No, I get
Yeah.
that. I get that. I'm trying to show you how it's navigable right now. We can change the navigation later. I'm just wanting to get through all the pieces.
Okay.
So, okay. So under 7 pillars of personality, I actually have to make a change there. It says basis still instead of base.
Mm-hmm.
But the 7 pillars are the 7 places where you would make the ramp. And so you'll notice to the right here is where the ramp rule is.
Okay.
So that's what you need to do this page. So therefore now you know how to do the pieces for the pillar of grace, the pillar of brilliance, resilience, all of those. And so you see the little red box with the red, orange, with the names grace, brilliance, presence, resistance on the right hand side.
The right hand side?
Yeah, the right column.
Okay.
At the very near the bottom, it says proceed until all the values are solid, and then it shows the little grid. That is showing you what your character's data block would look like for these numbers. And
Okay.
I haven't labeled them yet, but the first number is the actual number that you rolled on the ramp, and then the second one is the number of die rolls you had to go to get there. And therefore, those numbers.
What were you calling those?
These are all these values. Are
the number of times rolled. What did you call them?
These are these. Well, I said basis. These are your starting values of any skill under that category.
Right.
This is
okay.
So, in this case of this specific character, has a grace of 35, and therefore it gets a 7 on any dexterity based. And then brilliance, intelligence, wisdom, and so on.
Gotcha.
All right. So that's just showing you what So now go to the bottom again, because now we've gotten through all of those. The pillars of personality here. Just go ahead and click on it. It actually
There are
takes you to
6 pillars of the 7 pillars, right?
Yes, only 6. Exactly.
Okay. So which one am I clicking on? The Y?
Right in the middle. Go hit the pillars of personality
Pillars
itself.
of personality.
And this is what the folders actually look like if you don't put
It's
any text in them.
Okay, so it's an empty page, and then
Right.
I have the 7 pillars of personality.
Right. So just click on the 7 pillars again, because that brings you right back to the page. So when we get done, the headers will just be headers. There won't be any text on the fronts. So
Then where is this rule of Y?
okay. The rule of Y.
Yeah, it looks as if that is the page I should be going back to.
Okay.
But
So yeah. So right now the structure of this is that when you navigate to a page, you can set a page before it and a page after it. In this case, I'm always using the page to the right as a direction forward. I'm using the passage to the left as an alcove. The little extra information, a little explanation. So go ahead and click on that rule of Y. And that little block of text would normally be what was in the front page, was on that
Okay.
chapter page. And it just explains why they exist and how they.
So that information would normally be on the pillars of personality page.
Right at the top of it. Right, exactly.
Right under the pillars of personality, and then underneath
Yep.
would be
Yep.
the Y.
Right. And the reason why I had it set off to the side like this is actually because when a person is playing this game and knows what they're doing, they don't want to have to navigate past all the fluffy, and this is fluffy.
Okay.
So click the 7 pillars again, get you back to the page, and then at the bottom, the way of introduction.
So are you going to address at all why you call it the 7 pillars?
I did.
Okay, where is that?
We just were on it. There's a why.
Oh, that's the why?
Uh-huh. The 7 pillars are the anchors to a character in the life and the realms. They form a descriptive framework for the character, individual attributes that describe the character. These support the role into which you are stepping as a player. They are not definitive nor limiting, but as a rather kind of life lattice. That's why they're pillars instead of a foundation. The interweaving of the physical with the metaphysical. There are 2 points you need to bear in mind. First off, the pillars are not scalar. They don't automatically improve over time. And secondly, the pillars are only tangentially important to the game, yet are critical to the continuation in the story of each character. Departures from the classic form of roleplay might seem difficult to understand at first, but seeing it as a safety net, a foundation upon which you are building your character, will free your play experience in literally numberless ways. When you get it, you'll get it. Because it's like describing a bottle of water. Why are you paying for the bottle of water? Well, because it's clean and pure. Well, water coming out of the tap's fine. No, it's not. I have to show you why it's not. And so that's what this is, sort of.
It explains that sort of what they are, that they are these untouchable numbers that are for beginning a character, but not necessarily used for anything that you're going to be doing for the rest of the game.
Right. It's the root and stock of the character. Okay, so...
It is... I guess I think this is still just me lingering from D&D.
Mm-hmm.
When I read that and I'm thinking of how a new player coming from D&D is going to look at it, it's that knee-jerk, like, well, why are they stagnant?
Mm-hmm.
But
okay,
yeah.
So all I can say is that you and I both have talked about this before. That when I want to build my dexterity, I don't build my dexterity. I build skills that prove my dexterosity. I do things to improve my skills based on my aptitudes, and those numbers are representing the aptitudes. Does that make sense? So that's all right.
Cool.
Go ahead.
And these are used for things like the saves that the
Yep.
the DM has, right?
Yep.
Would there ever be an opportunity with saves, like, say you've had a character that has, what's the dex one? Grace?
Yep.
Say Grace of 35, like this
Right.
example character.
Right.
And they're an old character. Say
Mhm.
they have like 80s and 85s and like a ton of Grace skills.
Right.
So are they ever going to get better at catching themselves when they're falling off of a bridge?
Well, here's the thing. You're gaining skills in lots of things. So maybe if from a pure mechanic standpoint, maybe the game master will leverage your numbers with it, but I see it more along the lines of, okay, I'm crossing the bridge, there's a chance of me falling, so I'm going to depend on my graceful egress, so that if I start to fall, I'll recatch my balance or whatever, and they'll have skills that they will have built that fill the gap.
Okay, so instead, like, these are only last line of defense if they don't have a skill that
Can
is
supersede
going
it.
to be used.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, these are
So
these literally are the parachute. That's all these are.
you might want to put that somewhere in there, because right now it doesn't quite say that these are.
Okay, I'm gonna
Let me read it again. It probably does.
Okay, so anyway, so let's.
I'm just you know me. I'm foreseeing worries, and I want to put them to rest when we get to them.
Well, I think the issue is that once you understand the structure and you go back and read the pieces in how they connect together, it'll make more sense too.
Right, but I also don't want someone to have to read the book and then read it again to understand what they just read.
Sure, I got you. Well,
I want us to read through this book and then see, like, okay, we fully understand this, but I still want to add the pieces that I see someone that's just coming to this
Sure.
is going to need to know to keep them on board.
Yep.
I don't want them to say, wait, I have this question. Let me flip ahead 3 pages to see if they answer it. Wait, they don't answer it there either. Wait, let me flip back.
And then get
I
lost.
want,
Yeah.
I want them to have this smooth experience of saying, okay, this is a new concept. I got it. I'm with it. Let's go on to the next.
Okay, so do you see? Let me ask you this: did that first part feel that smooth? Just going through the steps.
Yes.
Okay, and
I'd have to look at the exact wording to see if there's anything else that comes up in how we said it.
yep.
But from you explaining it, makes perfect sense.
Okay.
The base, the way it reads perfectly of how a great idea for building a character.
Okay, and the second part we've already gone over them a couple of times, and I'm fine with tweaking or adjusting them. But I do feel strongly that the ones like we talked about, the idea of having a persistence value, so that when a gene tries to pull a stunt, the game master can actually. Gene, I just checked against your persistence, and no, you don't have the resolve to do that. That kind of thing. So.
Yeah, we'll talk about the specifics of those
Okay.
and
Right.
make sure we're all good on those.
Right.
But
And
again, you also didn't put any line about why you're calling them the 7 pillars when there's only 6. There should be like some tongue-in-cheek.
1, 2,
nod to
3,
that.
4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7.
Where?
1,
Grace,
2, 3,
brilliance,
4,
presence,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
resilience.
You're right.
persistence,
You're right.
endurance.
You're right. Okay.
I'm okay with them being the 7.
Okay. Well, actually, that's right. And I think the reason why it doesn't have the last one is that I did have as the original idea. You notice how basis is highlighted there? I was thinking that the base should be the aggregate average of the other 6. And it literally is the game master has you've blown through all of them, including these. If the game master wants it to be a die roll, because remember, he never has to. He never has to go to this ever. He can just simply say yes. He never has to go to this at all.
So it's kind of like a luck stat or like a conglomeration of how lucky the character is based on how generally they did.
How
when
generally
they
they did on all their dice. Yep.
So like for this example character, it would be like a 7. It looks like or 6.5 would be their average.
Yeah. Yeah. And that also would come out to about what the average would be on most characters.
Okay.
So there will be some that'll have some ridiculous gene-like stat on brilliance. I've got a 94 on brilliance. No, you don't. You couldn't have. You know? I want to see.
It'll be Steven that says I have 108 in brilliance.
Exactly.
Bullshit, Steven.
You can't. Okay. So anyway, then the click to the ways of introduction, and this is the lead page. Again, this is
Goes into the ways.
right, and this is the list of all the ways. So this is that front page, the chapter header, and down at the bottom are all the articles. And
You
if
went back to the way of romance, John, instead of the way of intrigue.
no, what are you talking about? You need to refresh your screen, Slick.
No, I just went on. I'm looking at the front side. I'm on the ways of introduction.
You're just looking at the upper part. Look down below at the document itself. I've got to just make a text change on this one.
In green, the way of romance.
Yeah, I can fix it. But if you go down and look a little further, you'll see that the page itself is called The Way of Intrigue.
Yes, it is.
So that's just a typo on my.
I'm just looking at the title page.
I know. Now see that's the kind of thing that would have set me off earlier, right? That's the kind
Well, I
of.
was about to say, I'm really you really hit the nail on the head when you said the intrigue, and I was like, wait, where is it? And I looked through. I was like, wait a minute, where is it? I was like,
Down below.
oh, we didn't
Yeah.
change the title.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, the intrigue was exactly what I was going for, and I just hadn't come up with a word for it, and so I was using a placeholder.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then save.
Bright is the reign of.
Okay, so now you should be able to refresh your screen and see it as intrigue where it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, should I go back to the backside?
The rule of why?
No, I just mean I'm looking at the front side of the ways of introduction, the
Oh.
pretty side. Do you want me to look at the back side?
You can do either way. It doesn't matter. Now on this side, once we get into it, I want you to see that it does flow even in the front end.
Mm-hmm.
So the center button ways is the folder head is the top of the folder.
Ways.
Bottom center.
Mm-hmm. Ways.
Yep. And so that's just an explanation of what the ways are. And again, the World Codex won't eventually show up, but right now it does. But if you click the ways of introduction, it'll take you right back to the page. So if you
Okay.
notice,
all
on,
advances, all progress made in play are improvements and expansions on that basis,
that's
but
not
not of
that text is
basis.
not. Yes, yes,
Okay.
yeah. That text has not been completely massaged yet.
Okay.
Okay, but on the ways of introduction page, in addition to having the the header topics and explanations of each one, there's that little paragraph that says, "Wow, my alarm clock goes on." 6 o'clock, yeah. Quicker play, use the ways. That's that reference to if you want to get to the game quicker, use the attribute. Use the skills lists that come with the way that comes closest to what you want to play.
Okay.
But you don't have to. It goes on down before it says I'm choosing. Oh no.
Hi.
Yes, my phone is set up to read me the news in the morning because when I first wake up, I'm kind of groggy and I need to. So it's trying to read me the news. Make sure it's turned off here. There we go. Alrighty. So then down at the very bottom again, you've got. Now this
There
is
are
not yet.
7 ways, right?
What's that?
There are 7 ways, right?
There are 7 ways, right?
Okay.
There's got to be 7 ways to lose your lover. Must be. Okay. Anyway, so in this case, this one's not yet any further. This is as far as I've gotten in the structurization. So right now, if you go to the Way of Deeds, it puts you into a rotisserie and takes you through all of them.
Okay.
So if you want to be the lazy guy and just read them all, just click on the Way of Deeds, and then it'll go to each one of the different ways, and all of their rows, and
Way of makers and.
right, and the way of introduction is you always come back to the center.
Okay.
And that's as far as the structure has gotten so far.
Okay.
But do you kind of
So
see?
then the next one would be. Well, let me go back to
Right.
it.
Yeah, go back to the.
Backside. I wish there was a quick button from the.
From the front end. From the front end, there is.
Oh, the edit article and then the categories.
Yeah.
Articles and categories. But
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I go back to. Which page was that? Was that the Welcome to Nikos?
Yes.
Where no, it's the one that talks about the 6.
The pillars of personality. I think.
So we got. No, before
No.
that. The.
Oh, that's right. So it was it was the intro. You're right.
Yeah, it is the let's get started. Okay, so we have the base. We skipped the race and went on to the way.
Right, because I haven't got it set up yet. I'm gonna have to do some massage to get that set up, but it will be.
So right now, I know that we talk about the races later on in another book, but should we have?
They will be here.
Yeah, pay. I don't know if you need the entire.
We don't have to do all the cultural stuff. We just have to give the well, it's like everything else. It's got to be the base introduction to the names. So Eldrin or
And then they
Eldrin.
can go to the. I think it's in the almanac, right, where it goes in all the depth of all the races.
Right now, it's in the. Yes, it's in the almanac.
Yeah, the almanac.
Right.
So
for
those,
the actual.
those stay there. We don't need separate pages on all the races. Just one page.
That does the same thing. Well, okay, so
One folder, I should say.
Well, okay,
For races and then.
Right. So if you go look right now, it's under. Let me go look under parallax. I think. Let me double check. No, you're right. It's in the almanac. It's under geopolitical. No, it's not. It's under people. It's under people.
People.
Okay. No,
Fields,
that's
traits, decidedly. No.
that's not. Maybe in the header for that. Let me double check. It's the one that lists them by their back. Maybe it is under races. Oh, it is. I already put it under races. It's already there. It just didn't. It doesn't link to them yet. If you click on the arrow, the plus symbol.
Oh, there we go. Races of Nikos. It is.
And so it's got them broken down, and all it does is says what they are. So the kin of the forest are the Eldrin, and here are the 6 Eldrin species. There are 2 Rook, so here are the 2 Rook. And there are the Midge, and then here's what their breakdowns are. Here are the humans, and they're the Sekgen and all of that come under them. The Beastmen, which are separate. The Quumple that are separate, and then the Groll.
I know I've asked this before, but I don't remember. Why is it the kith of men instead of the kin of men?
Because it includes the created species of the Sekgen.
So they're not related, so that's why you use kith, because
Yes.
it's the friend.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. The one that is not.
Have to.
I guess it also makes sense because there's 2 styles of mortals, right? There's the outer ones and then the inner ones.
Always. Yep.
Now, are those two separate choices that can be made normally, or is that not
It will
something
be.
you want to put
No,
forward?
it will be.
Okay.
It will be, because we have already established that the relationship between the incoming and the outgoing is only until the incoming are here, and then the wishes that you guys put into place will still trigger, because that's a new rule for the world. That's what the wishes do.
Okay. Oh, and also, when you do finally decide of what you're going to do for next, if that's the case, remember, we put very carefully about the wording of our thing, and it doesn't specifically mess with any memories. It's just that their allegiances are to here. If I remember.
Well, okay, the only challenge with that is that allegiances to here can't hold if their allegiance is specious at best anyway. In other words, evil people can still break it.
Well, remember, the whole point of it was not to screw with anyone or to limit you. It was to say that if there are devils, they're Nikosian devil. They're not trying to get home to some other plane. They might make their own Nikosian version of it, but they're Nikosian devils. If they are celestials, then they're Nikosian celestials. Nikos, or some plane of heaven, they have to choose that as their base. Still be elsewhere, else from, or crossroads, or whatever. But the whole point was to, I guess, in my heart, I wanted to give you an out so that we could eventually stop having all of these things like everyone always wants to play a tiefling, everyone always wants to have a celestial, but it can't work with the lore because we're not connected to the damn D&D planes.
Right, but when we make the break and we're no longer of the same lore, it won't matter.
Right. That's what I meant that to do, is to give a reason for the lore to change.
But it sounds like the intent was to open it instead of close it.
No, to close it.
Okay.
Like, let me look at it, because I think it might help. You might even want to put it as a quote in...
Yeah, probably will.
Let me look at it. I have it pinned above... Which one was it? Shadowhorn?
Yeah.
Okay. That all others be of Nikos, with no other home, allegiance, creed from beyond its realms, that they be one with its peoples, histories, planes, and so forth, in perpetuity for all times, dimensions, and iteration. So that was meant, or intended to mean, that whatever's here is of here. So no more celestials that want to connect with some deity of D&D. No more tieflings that want to work for Abaddon or Asmodeus.
Right.
It'll be children of Davros. It will be the celestials of Ralgrim, children of Ralgrim. It'll be the offspring of Heart. They will be the dragonkin of Valer. They will be it's basically was supposed to have a clean break. So that from now on, anyone who's still there will have a Nikos equivalent for their reason of being. no longer this weird disconnect where they're reaching for shit outside the game and
Well, okay.
outside the lore.
Yeah, so it also, to me, it should also therefore shut the door so that so you cannot play those anymore, because it has to be something up here. Because there's still anybody who says, "Well, I want to play a tiefling," is still having to reach outside of Nikos' lore to come up with them.
Yeah, that or it's you or them. They have to rather not do it, or you have to find some reason in the lore for them to now be.
Right.
So rather,
it's going to be so much easier. It's just going to be so much easier to say, check out the different races. I promise there's enough options. Because one thing we haven't even included here are any of the other planes, because the other planes are not going to be in the base book. They're going to be in our expansion when we get ready to do the lore book of Oblivion, or the lore book of, you know what I'm saying? So they yes.
Like, the other thing here, like, you don't have any of these here. Do you want them to be here, or are they always going to be other? Do you want Automata and Dragonborn and Tieflings and Celestials to always be not okay?
Well, no, that's not true. For example, in this building of it, this was being built in the 8th iteration, and therefore it only has in consideration the things that happened in the 7th. The Sec Gen are here because they happened in the 7th. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing here about yourself or the Dragonborn.
But we are building this for the 9th.
Right. So before this gets done, we will have those in here as well. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So, for example, I imagine that the hearts of the world will still be the kith of men, because they were the construct and descendant of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do with the Dragonborn. I envisioned that you becoming dragon would be the end of the Dragonborn. That we were going to be able to finally prove in the long term that Callisto is not a Dragonborn, that she is a...
But then that leaves her as the only option for humanoid dragon. Because you've now taken me out of it. I'm a dragon now.
No. You're still the hero. Your avatar is going to be you as you are.
Mm-hmm.
So there will still be there will still be Valere as the avatar. I'm just saying that your success will be opening the door, and also the reward is that you will get to go and experience something that no one ever has before. You see what I'm saying? Mm. So,
well, I mean, moving forward, like, you're still going to have people that are wanting to be Dragonborn. What is going to be your explanation for them? Are they all going to be... Maybe that's the thing. Maybe whenever every Dragonborn is really just an immature dragon. Every time what's the term you used? Enjoined. Whenever an enjoined connects with a baby dragon, it takes an anthropoid form.
Sure.
I don't know.
Works for me.
Because you're still gonna... I'm sorry, John, you're never going to get away from it. You're never going to be able to say, stop it, people, knock it off. You're not going to get to do these weird things. You're always going to have people asking for it.
Well, right. But to me, my only reason to want to set it to what was the default at 7 is, number one, it's where you and I were working on it together, so I don't want to include the stuff that applies to your characters until we're done with it. If you get what I'm saying, because it wouldn't be A, fair, or B, right to
I mean, it's like these are the base. This is base Nikos.
Right.
So it totally makes sense for all those others to be just like in D&D. They are from other books.
Right. And as far as the rule will always be, these are the races of Nikos. If you were going to include anything else, they do, by definition, fall into the category of other, and therefore the game master has total control whether they are allowed in. And then we can have our recommendations, and then of course we'll have our ninth iteration update. You know what I'm saying? We'll have have the additional stuff from what we do in this artifact, in this age, but not until this age is complete.
Right. Just know that I did choose several of the other races to play,
know.
but each one of them, I did it with the intent of giving a new origin for those races to be Nycosian.
Okay.
And I really am proud of what I came up with Heart, because I think that's a very Nycosian
Oh yeah.
idea of
Well,
how
and I think what we did with Valera was very. I mean, granted, we had to grab heads, but again, that was because we were in a different place than we are now, in terms of his development. But I do like the idea that the enjoined of them have to start as mortal, because the dragons, if you're going to see them as the iconic, ultimate form of a self-realized being, then it makes sense for them to have had to trod the steps of man.
Yeah. Well, I don't see all dragons as innately good. I do see all dragons as innately intelligent, wise, maybe.
Cunning. I can see them being total bastards and evil too. But you haven't seen that.
But you know what I mean? I mean, like, they have a level of intellect where the good ones are like that ambiguous. They're wise enough to give guidance but not interfere if they can't. And then there's the ones that take charge and really feel a duty because they feel like, well, I'm the one that knows best, so I better get in there. And then there's the ones that I know best, but it's that twisted evil.
Yeah. It's my way or the highway anyways, right?
Right. Evil guys always think they're the heroes of their story.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest with you. I have wanted to put a truly vicious evil dragon in, but I know that if it was in a situation with Valera runs into it, it's going to be horrible.
No, but that's the thing. You know that I expected you to do it a long-ass time ago because I knew you would be able to trick Valera with it. He is going to try to talk to him first. He's going to do the Voca and try to be like...
Right. Well, that's exactly why I did Voca the way I did, is I did want to let you see that, there's a possibility, even though there really wasn't. He's still going to be Voca, but yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing. And I get Voca, but the hard part for me is that with your lore, how it is, I can never see it being the dragon's fault. Because of the way the lore is. Because the lore says that they all start out prismatic and pristine, and it's what people do to them that sets them on their good or evil or ambivalent path.
Right.
So Valera was always going to see the baby prismatic dragon in the heart of every dragon, and he's always going to try to reach back to that.
Right.
And that can be a boon or it can be a flaw. It's up to how the story goes.
Yep.
It would be great if, he comes up against an evil dragon that's truly evil, and he has to wrestle with himself and let go. Like, I want to see this as a pristine little baby, but he's a bastard, and he needs to be put down.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Well, okay, and I'm much better with it now than I was 6 months ago when we were more adversarial in our relationship, too, before I dawned on me what was going on, so...
Just know that I'm not going to let go of the pillars of the personality of the...
Exactly.
Of the character, but I'm okay with their... I actually quite like when there are... Challenges. I love Quantivis in a weird way.
Yeah.
Because it gives me something to have emotional responses to, because it makes me feel more involved with the character, and that he's more of a real character, because there are things like the ocean, there are things like Quantivis, and there are things like dragons that all you have to say is insinuate a word, and I will feel it. I like that. So feel free to use it and push against it and use it to manipulate me if you want. That's fine.
Alrighty. So that the races are there, and then you click into the ways. The ways are there. They're not going to show up here because of the way the structure is already for them. The paths are here. That's for the...
Okay, let me check. What were the paths again?
That's the cultural stuff. Path of beauty, of form, of gentry, of the ancestors, of the dragon, of the heart.
Okay, so these are under the place now.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are... The paths are now the places.
Mm-hmm.
So you would call it a place of...
The place of culture.
Beauty, a place of...
We could just change it to A, because now the places of culture would be the collective, and then a place of beauty, a place of form. because each culture
Yeah.
would be its own. So let me make that change.
It
real
is a
quick.
place that follows that ideal, or
Right.
can be summed up by that simplified view
Yes.
of a culture. And then for each of these, we would say, a place of beauty would have this sort of cultural skills
Yep.
related to it when building a character. And the other thing is we can allude to those skills when you're doing the other side, the GM side, when you're
Right.
talking about the cultures of these and what it means for what they look like and how they act and
Right.
everything.
Exactly.
But on the character side, it'll be, these are the one-page summaries of, okay, a path of beauty person comes from this sort of culture, here's the
And-
snippet,
and here's
here
the
are
kinds
sort
of skills.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So and that's
And
been
then
changed to the places. So
And then the courses are
notice.
the ones that
Notice.
went to
Wow. Wow.
page
Talk about
building.
talk about prophecy. When I open this up, there's a line in here that I've got quoted. Nikos as a place is supposed to be a fun environment. Under the places.
Nice.
That's prophecy there, man. That's working it.
And the courses,
That's
that
magic.
goes into magic.
Right.
So then instead we need to have a thing about the
state.
cases,
Well, okay. So
because those are their
okay. So
economical, political.
so my question is then are we? I'm twixt between two straits. Do we want this to be a step that everyone goes through? Yeah, I think it probably should be, because there's going to be people who are not going to play a mage, but they would know that they have magic in Nikos, so they should have,
I don't think
prehensile tail or-
I don't think magic has any part in character.
at all.
No, I don't think they should necessarily start the game thinking about all these spells that I'm going to start with, because they shouldn't have a lot of spells to start with.
Okay.
It could be.
So these
Maybe that's the seventh pillar of the what did we call this? The six? Yeah, what are these six called?
Let me go back to
The setups?
This is a base. No, it's not base, because
The base is the first one.
Right. Hang on a second. I gotta get back to the page.
Right now it's on the Welcome to Nikos RPG, let's get started. So these are the start. 7 pillars was the start. The 7.
No, the seven pillars is the base. That is the base. So it's above. But the list that has the base, the place, the case, that is not. I didn't think I named that yet.
Yeah, you haven't named that yet.
To
I
me-
just want to know what I can use to refer to it for now.
Yeah.
Oh, the base of persona. The persona.
Yeah. So
The parts of the persona. The persona paradigm. The paradigms of the persona?
well, actually, this is the paradigm. The paradigm of the passages is this structure.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the paradigm.
So this is the paradigms of...
Well, a paradigm is a singular optical positioning.
Mhm.
It's the viewpoint from which you look at the rest. And I sent myself to the wrong one. I sent myself to the rules of why. No! Get back to the right place.
So how I see it is that all that magic stuff is something that they will look at after, and only if they have chosen a way that leads them in that direction. And then...
So that would be, for example, the analog to that would be you're only going to go look at the long list of potential weapons and fighting styles if you're going to go the way of the warrior.
Right. Because all of those are not necessarily... Like, those are all the schools of magic sort of thing. Like, those are all... That's a bunch of information
Right.
about all of that. Now, they might... Like with, D&D, there might be a spell or two that everyone gets if they become an Eldrin. There might
Good point.
be...
Good point. So we could have a sub list there, or a sub reference to the magic books from there. You're right.
Right.
And that would actually resolve a lot of the whole. I'm a half elf, so I should have, you know, I'm a half drow, so I should have fairy fire. Okay, whatever.
Right, but I don't think, because remember, like, we haven't worked on that in a while, but in the end game they're going to be making spells.
Right.
So spell making isn't part of character creation. That's going to be like their entire life's work if they are a magic user, is that whole section.
Right, and the fighters the same way with churning out strategies and philosophies.
Yeah, and
combat.
maneuvers and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yep.
Dances, styles.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think that should be an after this.
Okay. Yeah, and you know how I feel about the whole building structure. You got to have a quote hard on about magic to want to go learning how to build a spell. That's a lot of work. Because look
I think a lot of people are going to really dig it, though.
Oh, I think so too, and I think the way we've done with Traxxas has really helped you and I to kind of get a better handle on it, because you're picking up pieces of what a spell would be like and saying, well, what if I took that and extend this variable?
Right, and that's what I'm glad that that's what I always wanted it to be. I think at the beginning you were unsure because you felt, I said that I'm going to do my best to not pull from any spell book from D&D.
Right.
I'm only going to use spells that you introduced to me in the story.
Right.
And I feel like you took that as you had to give me a bunch of spells that you've created and thought out.
No, I was actually, what I was trying to give you was a, let's say, a crib sheet on an other wizard, and how he did it, so you could take it apart and take the pieces from it. Is what I was looking at.
Right.
So when I said you have the music of blah blah, it wasn't that I was telling you that you have to cast it that way. I was saying that's what that spell did, and so now you can take it apart and see which parts you want to use. Is all I was trying to do.
Right, and that's what I think. I think that's what it should be. I think we'll eventually have to, look at, because right now I'm just doing it in a pseudo playground-esque style.
Right.
No, I'm not worrying about arts or spells or.
Well, all those other alternatives, right?
What school they're in, or distance or range, or the mechanical, crunchy style of spell making.
Right.
In a weird way, I'm kind of doing it in the school of Stephen Strange. Not Stephen Strange. Jonathan Strange.
Yeah, you're much more of a. And that's where I was going with giving you bits and pieces of spells. Remember, that's how he starts. He has 3 spells that somebody else gave him, and then from those he finds, I can do all kinds of other things with these.
Right. All he knows is that there's the Hansel, and then there's the call, and then there's you have to give them a reason to listen to you or whatever.
Right.
And with that, he does the shoe thing. He makes the road. He makes the summoning spell and
lifts the boat out of the water with the horses.
Mm-hmm.
Why
all
horse? Why horses?
Because
it's horse sand. I like that line.
All of those he styles each one however he wants, but all of it comes from the basic knowledge of how the spell works. That he needs to know the name of what he's going to call on. He has to give it a title or a reason to listen to him, and he has to offer it something in return.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the basics of the entire magic that he does in every spell that he does. He has to, when he deals with mirrors, he has to use a spell of disillusionment to address the mirror and make it hollow. Then he has to give it something to do, which is him commanding it, and then he has to give it what it's going to end up being, and then, that 3-part thing.
Yep.
So eventually, we'll have to look at all of those sections and figure out
how they
maybe that's one of them. Is one of them the name of that freestyling thing? I don't know.
Well, that's the way they are right now. So the one you're talking about is talent, as compared to gift, which is somebody who provided from the outside, like a warlock kind of mechanism. And then,
it's talent or art. Isn't art the one where they're like, no, that'll be the more mechanical one where they're crafting it, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
But don't you dare start saying that Trax doesn't do art. He's gonna blow up you. Yeah.
Well, he's a spell singer, and that's a completely different thing. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so so we need to have a page about case, and then one about stakes.
Yep. And the stakes one would be kind of chunky because, again, well, I think the easiest thing is that once we have now that we kind of see all those in the way they manifest, then it's easier to go, okay, if I take this way, then I'm going to have these possible
Claims stakes.
right
Based on
and
it.
exactly. So
Because you have to do these in order because you can't go to stakes without knowing what case or what place or what race you are.
exactly. Yep. Yay.
So the order is base. Let me see if I understand it. Make
Sure.
sure I understand. So the base is the pillars and getting those base stats. From that, you will get the ramp numbers or whatever you end up calling them, and that'll dictate the starting numbers for all your skills under those
Well,
categories.
yeah, these give you your pillar save numbers, which I'm just calling them pillar numbers. So
Okay.
your grace 35 or whatever, and then it also gives you your default start value for all
And does that mean that any time in the role play I come up with a new grace skill that I want to work on,
it's going to start at 7.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
It makes it play more playable than that frickin' 1 point thing that we started
Right,
with.
exactly. Exactly. Okay, then once I have that, so,
okay, I also want to mention.
Also means,
I got to mention something else. This means that we have the quickest conversion possible ever here, because if you look at those numbers, generally speaking, they could be D&D stats doubled in the first case and halved in the second.
well, it would be doubled and then divide by 5.
No, I'm just saying. No. You're not kidding what I'm saying. The divide by 5 number is actually the math of it. This is one of those elegant things I found in math. If you multiply something by 5, then or divide it by 2, you come up with either half or double your original number in general effect. So a grace of 35 would basically be a 17 base number, or divided by 2, which would be 7. So therefore, you literally could take
8.
it. I know, but what I'm saying, well, it's 35, so it's somewhere between 7 and 8. From the
8 times 2 is 16, so it's 8.5.
right.
Is 17 divided by 2 is 8.5.
Okay.
And then
double the 16 would be 32, or double the 17 would be 34.
Okay.
My point is that you could actually drop in here any number, any D&D based stat, and flip it.
Okay.
So
okay. Yeah. I see that.
And therefore, on a quick and dirty, a player character could be a regular D&D number could be used to derive these awful damn fast. So if you want to do a conversion, somebody wants to play a character that they had, you could technically find a way to do it with these numbers. It might be a little bit of a shift when it comes to the attributes because these don't quite match.
So, okay, let me go back to running this.
Sure.
So I got the base. So I come up with my pillars of persona.
Okay, so we'll
And then
consider
we
this
said-
group. This group is yours, so if we need to come back to Drive, we'll use these.
So then we said that when I'm rolling, I don't necessarily have to go in order. If I have an idea of what I want to move towards, I can put those, whatever pillar I assign them to.
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, after I've solidified that,
Then it
I
can't be
look at
changed
race.
again. Right. Exactly.
Right. And that's solidified, and then I choose race.
Now my
So
question is,
even if I have like a...
Yeah. Okay. Also, for clarification, these numbers do not lock you out of or into any of the races.
Exactly.
I just
so
was
I could
clarifying
have a
that.
buff as hell gnome.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
Because we want that variability. We don't want people pigeonholed into
I must be a fighter
stereotypes.
because I have a higher. Yep, exactly.
Wait, I'm sick of every fighter being a Golian, and every barbarian being
A rook.
orc or a rook or
Yeah. Or
and every spellcaster being an elf, and every
right.
you get what I mean.
I
And
know
then
exactly
every
what you mean.
rogue being a sec gen.
Yep.
Okay, we want to get rid of those stereotypes so that the base is what decides that. They'll have a feeling of what they want to do or not. They might just roll it and say, okay, I'm just going to roll this and let it decide what I'm going to go towards.
Yeah.
That's okay too.
Yeah. Or I'm going to completely ignore this. I need to get these done so that I have them for my saving throws, but I want to become a this, and I don't care what the numbers say.
Right. And the race really is where they take the first step towards what they might want to do. They might choose being an elf because they like the starting pool of skills because it'll blend well. Like I might, and
Yeah.
it kind of links back to the thing about the knack and the
Training.
what was the middle step? The
Knack,
training.
Knack training.
The knack and training. Because I might take a race that gives me horsemanship skills or druid-like skills with trees, but I really want to be a fighter so that I can merge the horseman skills and the warden skills to be a kind of
right.
cavalier.
Here you go. Exactly.
Or I might choose the let me think of an odd one. I might choose the hobbit, the halfling, the midge.
Mhm.
Took me 3 iterations to get to the right word. But I might choose the midge, and then I really want to be a barbarian, so I choose the midge to get at their drinking skills and their brewery skills.
Right.
And then I want to be a barbarian like that one girl that was a barbarian that was
Yep.
the
Olga. Yeah. Olga. Yep.
Olga. Then I make Olga by say I'm choosing a halfling, which in D&D does not at all lend itself to being a physical fighter in any way.
Right.
But I'm doing that to get some of their brewery and stuff, and then I'm using it as like an alchemist.
I need the scythe skills so I can cut things with the scythe, and that's a martial. Yeah.
Right.
Farmers.
So you can
farmers
have cool
thing.
combinations like that.
Yep.
Doesn't have to be optimized. It can be an interesting.
Yep.
Conglomeration. I might.
Yep.
Choose
and then it becomes a matter to the game master what level of magic he wants to insert into the story, so that the classes and types of magic that they can even run into might be restricted if he doesn't want to run a lot of high magic.
And then you might actually have something like magic or skills that these races avoid.
Yes.
If a DM wanted to, like you might say that.
Well, dwarves don't like water, so they'd be, we're not doing any raise, and we're not going to do any, water-based spells. Or
the Eldrin might see
fire as a danger to the forests, or whatever.
Right, they might avoid those sort of things. They might see drinking as a non sequitur, so they're going to avoid grace what's the grace, then presence, then they...
Grace, brilliance, resilience.
What was the physical one?
Resilience.
They might avoid resilience-based skills.
Yep.
You might add that.
Yep.
That's an option.
Those are all... Yep, that's something we can play with.
Okay, so once we get race, then I choose way, which I probably have an idea about after I've gotten my base and race. And the way will give me things like... So what is that going to add on? So I already have the starting point from my base, my starting point on all skills. What is the way going to offer me? What is the benefit of choosing way?
A preset group of skills to fit what may be your template, what you have in mind. It's just a faster way to get there.
Well, no. What you might do is it might give you a set of like 5 skills that you'll get to ramp one.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
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 So like if I choose the warden, I'll have like the 7 skills of the warden that I'll get to ramp once to start off with.
Mm-hmm.
Just once, just to give it a little bit of a
kick. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's only if they go that way, and if they decide to go the unbridled way, then they get to kick something.
5.
Yeah, 5.
7. Whatever. 7 probably because we're doing 7s a lot.
Right.
Or it might be a number of stats equal to that 7th pillar. That is
The average. Yeah,
conglomerate.
there you go. There you go.
Yeah,
That
based on
makes-
that, because then if
that-
they're really
that also-
stupidly lucky, they might get
Yep.
more or less.
Yep.
So you for the way, if you're doing the custom one, then you choose the number based on your 7th pillar, and you can choose the sets based on the ways.
Yep.
Okay, so I got that. I got my starting skills down, and now I'm going to where the hell am I from?
Yes.
And so again, now that we have the starting skills, what do I add to my character sheet when I add place?
It'd be
more
language.
than just backstory?
It would be languages.
Languages, okay.
It could be cultural affinity.
Okay.
It could be.
It might be some prejudices or.
I want to be really careful what we put in that people will bring on their own.
Right.
You and I both know that if we put anything in there that even tastes like that, they will jump down our throats with it. So
yeah,
it would be. I like the idea of affinity. Like, okay, you're playing a midge and you're playing a midge from Bailiwick. Well, Bailiwick happens to have an affinity for the good life, so therefore they're into a little bit of the tinknology. You know,
so maybe.
So maybe they're better with the urban species and might get along with mortals.
Okay, so then maybe this is. Maybe it's not a ramp, but like three skills from this place that.
Okay, so we know that one of them's going to be the languages. So maybe how many languages do you want to make it? Just 2? Do you want to make it 3? Because that's powerful, especially when you're starting out.
And also, languages is not something that everyone really gets into either. It's not necessarily so.
But also, it gives but what it does from the going back from the game master side, having every character have 2 or 3 languages gives me more liberty to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you can't understand the guy. I gotta look. Who around here knows how to speak blah blah blah."
Maybe it's not a set thing. Maybe it is
An
depending
option.
on the place.
Right.
No, it's depending on the place. So if you're from Tenerife, where there's like 10 freaking races that
right,
are
right, then you
all
might
through there,
you might have
then you
2 or
might
3
get
languages.
like 3.
Right.
Right. But if you're from like Inandara, where you're just around elves all day,
Yeah.
you're only gonna get 1 or 2.
You may not even speak common.
Right. You might just know Eldrin.
Right. Good point.
So it doesn't have to be like a set rule.
No, it's just language. Language. I'm just saying that language is the one that came to mind.
Is base. This is where you will find out what languages you.
And this would also be technology, which means you would know, is this a steampunky place? Are there airships? You know.
Okay.
Do they have a train station left over somehow?
Right.
Maybe it's not functional.
Well, I'm thinking of this. I remember we're still on building a character.
Right.
So I'm looking at what does this have me write down on my character sheet. So languages, and then it would be. I'll keep this in mind when I'm doing stakes.
Affinity.
And affinities. So if I already have some starting cultures from the race that I chose, and then this would be. What else would I be putting down? Let me read it. Okay. Not only is it important to know what kind of being you are and what forces define your direction, we need to have a clear image of where you started your adventure. Not only does this give a geographical area, but it also helps define the things that you find valuable and how you relate to other beings. Okay, so that's languages. That is.
It's going to be some. It's going to be some skills, whether it be social, you know, knowing how to talk up or down to your cohort.
Maybe here's the thing. Maybe the. No, that might. I was thinking maybe we could delineate which pillar categories of skills each one of these would define. Like if the place always defines the
Let's go look at them real quick.
I'm still not. Yeah, I have to open them up. I'm not familiar enough with the pillars yet.
We have to open the pillars and the ways, the path places,
Pillar.
because the places have the breakdowns on what they are. So let me go get the places. That's what I want to look at. And it's only places, and the only place I need to change all the others. So I should open them each one. Okay, so it is going to be okay. It's going to be occupations. Comes from the place. So if you're a place of beauty, then you will have sculptors, architects, clothing, fashion, maybe even some negotiation. So
Yeah, I don't know how I can link. I was thinking like maybe all of the ways would give you your grace, brilliance, and resilience, or grace, brilliance, and persistence skills, and then the place would give you your presence, resilience, and appearance skills. Because one's more of your outward and one's more of your inward. But then I don't know. Or maybe, it's just each one of these will give you a set to ramp. I'm not sure.
well, I was looking at these maybe giving, because these have to do with what you're going to pursue. I mean, that's what these really are. Path of beauty, that person wants things that have aesthetic value, whereas the path of form is. Let me go look at each one of them, because each one of them has a different nuance.
Well, remember that this is one of those places where it's like one was designed before the other one was solidified.
Right.
And so now, which one are we changing? Are we going to change the place instead of it being more about where they're born to what they did and make it back to paths?
No, I'm okay. No, what I was looking for was, you're right. You're correct. What I was looking for was where this is where we establish the person's values.
Mm-hmm. Which come from where they're born.
Right.
Right.
And that.
So we need to tweak the paths into more to be places.
That's what I'm changing.
More the cultures of them.
That's what I'm changing them to right
Which
now.
makes a lot more sense, I do say, because I feel like the way is more the job, more the career path they've chosen for life. And then it makes more sense to have, instead of having two that are kind of a career path but also a job that you used to do, or they're kind of the same, and then
right.
It works better to the place that you were born, gives you your values and your culture, and then you have a career path that may be different or
right,
or works with it.
Well, also we could also use. You know what this could be? This could be how we start to create. Okay, so we already have sort of the way we're handling books now as a plot hook, plot anchor. What do you call it? Maybe this is how you develop your circle of contacts. So you will not necessarily find every member of a town having the values of aesthetics, but you can find a hairstylist.
Oh wait, here we go. This is where knowledge skills come from. This is where you can call upon. You have a history of elven culture.
Reading
you have
or
yeah, you have an affinity for gnomish culture. So if you're making role play checks on those,
right,
this is where you get a handful of those to pull on.
There you go.
So it's a different branch of skills that are not covered by
right
the ways.
By the ways, right? Good.
So they do give you. I think we have to. I gotta get away from the D&D thing and stop thinking of this limited group of starting background.
I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll do the same.
Back.
I'm back.
Cool.
You doing a dance?
Yeah. This was in my. I had turned off the music because I forgot that I left it on when I left, so I hadn't changed the volume yet. So it's like, oh, I probably need to fix that. So
It's a good volume when it's just
when it's
just
right.
interlude
Yeah,
music.
it's literally that thing that when you're by yourself, music can be louder and it's okay. But then as soon as you got anybody else in the room, now it's got to be down a notch, you know?
Yeah, because then you feel like you have to raise your voice to talk over it, and then it.
Yeah.
I know for me it confuses me because I'm trying to listen, I'm trying to talk at the same time, and
Yep.
it conflicts.
Soundboard. Music.
Okay, let me look at the.
Let's go.
Okay, so we need to add on the place page at least a reminder for ourselves that this is where in character create. Maybe we can put it here
Just a second. Let me
on
finish.
the let's get started page.
Yeah, let me get this piece of music fixed first.
Okay.
Elevator music, of course. So this is. Trying to look at the symbols and see what they look like.
Is there no volume?
Well, no, they all have different names. I have to go figure out which piece is which. Because what I'm calling it, what it's calling itself is something completely different.
Here's the calm, slow one.
Yeah. Ooh, that one's a lot bossa nova.
Much more upbeat.
B, that one is which one? B right. It's also too loud. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Much better. I love my soundboard. I do. The Stream Deck, between the Stream Deck and the soundboard, I'm in hog heaven. Oh, and it can open programs. I found that out today. I can actually hot button them so I can tell it, oh, pull up World Anvil, pull up this, pull up that, and you can pick which actual page you want it to go to. So you
Want to
can
know what else you can do?
tell me.
You can have what's called macros in it.
Oh yeah.
So that say you were in Word document, right, and you're editing.
Right.
You can have a button for copy paste, You can have a button for Control Delete. You can have a button for the quick for cut. You can have it for
Oh, for doing it would be especially good for
formatting things.
Photoshop and formatting. Yeah. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Nice.
You could have one like in formatting or photoshopping, especially when you have to flip images and you have to do like you could have one for each effect. Like
Yeah, I see.
I
haven't even figured out how to do like path cuts and layer cuts and all of that. I just
Is there a limit on the number of pages that you can have on that button thing?
Let's see. Looks like laterally you can go one out. So it's got 3 across, basically.
Mm-hmm.
No. You can set more. You can, because all you have to do is go in and tell it how many you want.
Well, so like okay, so you could kind of set it up like how World Anvil is, where you have the first page is a bunch of folders. So you have one that's like the RPG page, and it has the 5 or 6
Oh my goodness!
groups of buttons for your RPG.
I see what you're doing here. We are making so that we can actually pre-program these bad boys, or tell them what the recommended setups are, and then make it so that when they get their membership, they actually get one of these bad boys. So we get a merch sale out of the deal too.
Maybe.
I mean, you could buy the base version where you don't have all of the privileges, but if you bought that, golden ticket. Okay.
So your first page is all your folders. So you have an RPG folder, which will then have the 4 or 5 button layouts for your RPG. So you have one for your reactions, one for your ambience, one for your sounds, one for your songs, whatever.
Right.
Then you have another button that's for Word documents, and then you have that one for all of your editing quick shortcuts. And then you have one for web pages or programs, so it brings you to all of your programs that you want to open up. Then you have another folder that is for all the different pages for photoshopping or video editing shortcuts. And then you go down the thing, and then depending on what you're doing, you just open up that folder and you have those sets of button layouts for that activity.
Yep. And the most you can have is 15, and one of them needs to be a navigable. Got to be able to navigate up or down, left or right.
Oh, and something clicked while I was in the bathroom about this one step that we missed.
Okay,
so I was running through my head, getting back to where we were, right? So the base is we make the pillars, and then once the pillars are built, then you choose a race.
Yep.
Which will give you some, racial, cultural
skill targets.
Skills.
Yeah.
And
skill spheres. You gotta come up with the term for it, but yeah, skill spheres.
Yeah, and some knowledge thing.
Right.
Then we choose the way. I almost feel like it should be flipped in a weird way. Like the place should come before the way. Because the place and the race are connected.
Yes.
Because here's the thing that clicked. Say I choose Tarmaki as my race. There are like 4 or 5 different places where Tarmakians are found, and each one of those has a different culture.
Right.
I could be a Morayan, son of Hereford.
Exactly.
Tarmak, and I'm going to be a rancher and a Gorgon rancher, and I'm going to be a
weapon
maker.
Yeah.
Or I could be from
farmer.
Tarmakia, where I am one of the
ruling class of the ancient ones or whatever, yeah.
Right, who has all or I could be from the Everdark, where I have all the baggage on my shoulder of being a monster.
Right.
So I feel like place has to be right after race.
Okay.
And
I'm not particular about the order, so that could change easy enough.
Right.
And then,
but here's the thing: is that the scope of the skills / knowledge bases that you'll get some just for choosing Tarmakian, but the rest come when you choose the place that Tarmakian comes from. Because I was thinking about Eldrin too. If I choose Eldrin as my race, or one version of Eldrin, I could be a an Indaran one, so I'm going to know about the trees, or I could be one from Elgath, where I'm a city folk and I've kind of let go of that, or I could be from the Eyrie, where I'm trying to reclaim the old ones, even though I'm still an Alton elf or whatever.
Right.
I could be all these versions, and so that's going to really change the culture that I'm coming from.
Yep.
So the race is the generalities, and it should just be a couple that are true no matter what
Right.
version you are.
Right, and I think that's where some of the magic comes from in terms of like introducing them to it. Because if you are Eldrin, you have some natural magics. You know that whole you can see into either you're actually have the equivalent of night vision, or maybe you have if you're Everdark, if you're Undrin, maybe you do have true infravision or something.
So maybe let's make a blanket term for it so that we can not just call it magic, because then it feels like the elves are too special again.
Okay, now
let's call it abilities or something.
Okay,
like
there.
that.
Well, okay, so they fit. Those
on-
fall under the rule of gifts.
So racial gifts.
Yeah.
So then we can throw under things like the Pongid Brachiation, the Tarmakian charging,
Right.
The midges, resistance to alcohol and drugs, things like that.
Yes.
So that'll go under the racial gifts, and then we can have the gifts of the Eldrin are magical in nature, but they are equivalent to the gifts that any race gets, not
Right.
something that's
mystical or special. Right. Exactly.
overpowered or
Yep.
something that makes it, because it's always the default choice, because they get free spells when they choose elf in D&D.
Right.
And any spellcaster is not going to give up freaking free spells.
Right.
Makes it too hard to choose something else, because it's just you don't get as much good shit when you choose the other ones.
Right. But in this case, you make it. Now, this leads us back to the inevitable problem of mortals. So, what kind of gifts do you imagine for mortals? Now, granted, there's a lot of variability in where they could come from. So, there's like 1,000 different places they could come from.
Well, obviously, it's easy for at least for one group of them. If they are the other mortals, they
Right.
get tech stuff, and
Right.
they get not tech knowledge, and they
Mhm.
might know a computing language or a mechanical skill set.
Right. Gotcha. Well, right.
If
That just lends to which group of skills they might have. Right.
Right, but then what do we do for the homegrown hicks of Nikos?
Well, that's where the initial list of gifts, maybe you've got skin resistance to cuts or whatever, so it gives them some.
Maybe we need to let go of the people being boring, and we need to give them the same level of uniqueness that all the other ones have.
Right.
So what are humans good at in a fantasy setting? Let's try to get rid of all the D&D stuff where they're bland, and so they get a slight bonus to everything or something.
Right.
So
Well,
what differentiates them from Elven? So Elven are always stuck in their ways. Mortals, they're very open to learning new things. They're very malleable. They have the largest cultural diversity, because they're kind of like Americans. Like, we don't have
right.
a set culture in a weird way.
Right.
Like the Chinese do. Like, they have an ancient culture that
Right.
defines their culture. In America, it depends on where you live.
Yeah. So in this case, it would be like the first Americans getting to China, because the other have their set of schools, their modifier, their skill that we just talked about, but the locals don't have that. So maybe because of the nature of magic, maybe they are the only ones that could have natural spellcasting, natural magical abilities, talents. What we were talking about a minute ago.
What?
They just have a that's what I'm looking for. Affinity.
So
I don't know. I'm just.
I don't want to. I don't want
spitballing.
to frame this as like the D&D thing, but if we go off of they're the quickest learners,
Right.
then that would lend it to being they get
Quicker.
one more skill improvement than everybody else.
Dave's up.
Innate.
Innate. Yeah, the word he thought I was looking for was innate. That does work. He about scared the hell out of me because I didn't hear you come sneaking in because I got this bright light in my face, so I didn't hear you over there.
Innate.
Innate.
Couldn't hear him past the lights.
Exactly. Could not hear him past the lights. Well, he's wearing dark clothes and he's getting ready to go to work, and he's not grimacing. He's scowling a bit because he's like not wanting to have to go to work. So maybe they don't ramp at 5. They ramp at 4.
No, I mean like so
Okay.
how you're running the skill improvements is everyone gets 2 skill improvements for today.
Right.
A basic human would get 3.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know if that feels too similar to the D&D version of it, but
Well, it's way powerful in the long term.
it is. It definitely grows. But then they don't have starting abilities like night vision or magics or brachiation or sprinting
True.
or
True.
so what is there something else that humans have? What let's look at it this way cuz
How about
in order to
the
divine
possibility?
something, we have to look at what it isn't.
Okay. Well, yeah. What about the possibility that they have? The inquisitive nature of us means we have access to a much larger pool of potential information. So
We would get more knowledges and cultural things?
well, again, based on your culture. So yeah. So okay, I was born to a human population in an urban setting. So any other culture that has urban as an attribute, we might know something about.
Well, also look at it this way. They have an evolutionary prerogative to learn quicker because they are the shortest lived beings
Mm-hmm.
that are playable races.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else has a longer lifespan. Dwarves, halflings, Eldrin, Rooks.
We have yet to find any system I've ever played in where that was ever a barrier, though.
Of course not. But what I'm saying is that it is a lore explanation to why they have to pick up things faster because all the other races just aren't in as much of a rush.
Right.
Because they have 3 to 10 times as long to live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you talk about, honestly, it kind of makes elves sound kind of retarded because it takes them 100 years just to become an adolescent. I mean, it takes them a long time to graduate high school, you know?
Yeah, but the depth of what they know when that happens, though, is much higher.
Right, and they have this wisdom and all this stuff, but you know, it's a joke.
Okay,
you
but
know,
yeah,
I'm looking
but
at-
I would say also mechanically, like, again, that does not actually come into play ever. There's not ever
Of
been
course
a game.
not.
So-
But we're trying to find some way to define it, so I'm
Right.
throwing it all out there.
Yep. So my idea too, it would be allow them to maybe from a, well, let's see, Nikos' map, so I can't really use Nikos because we're talking about Dark Swords, but they could draw from cultural lists that aren't the one they live in, because there'd be enough cross pollination between humans because of the speed issue.
So you want to kind of make them like the racial equivalent of the custom way, the way of Genera.
It kind of feels
Where
like it.
they get to choose.
Well, they
a
pick instead of
larger
only
pool of-
maybe instead of only one, they get to pick 2, because there's only 6 of them.
To what?
2 not places. 2 2 places.
Yeah,
to
the
pull from.
places.
Because the idea is
two
that theoretically, by the time they're a teenager, they probably moved at least once.
Maybe.
Or cultures, maybe not even so much that. Maybe their culture changed that fast, which is a generational thing if you think about it. Because kids today are a lot more ecologically concerned than my generation was. You know, we were economically driven, and now it's ecologically driven.
So then the other way we can think about it, throw it in the ring, is the balancing of it. because we want humans to feel every bit as a valid choice as anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So when you choose a Tarmakian, you're getting like bigger muscles, easier to intimidate because you're bigger.
Mm-hmm.
You have this charge ability. You have the natural weapons of horns and hooves.
Mm-hmm.
And then with that comes their cultural things of, strength and honor, and then this cultural background of
Guilt,
overcoming the beast, and
Right.
that's a lot of depth, and a lot of stuff comes with that.
Yeah.
When you're playing a Pongid, you get brachiation, and you get like some wisdom maybe, and some cultural backgrounds of curiosity, and
Well, just pure balance and things like that, as far as
yeah, and also the weird possibility of having 4 hands.
right.
If you're a chimpanzee or an ape,
Yep. Yep.
and not to mention a tail if you're
Okay,
you
but
wanna get swallowed.
so that's the reason why the rest of the gifts could be also available. So whether it be a roll off or a buy off of
So they might choose from a group of gifts, like they might choose
yeah, maybe
to
maybe
get
have a
brachiation, and then they might choose
transal tail
or the Eldrin fairy fire, or the
singing
whatever
or,
the
yeah,
equivalent of.
yeah,
Yeah. So they might choose to take some.
yeah, definitely would blur the hell out of the line about what is human.
Well, that's the thing, because they're undefined. They are.
As a matter of fact, I can see certain players taking great pride in saying, "I'm not taking any of that. Just give me a base human being." I'm looking at Dave really hard right now. I'm playing a just plain human being. I have no specials on that. I don't want any of that. I just want to be a person. I'm gonna prove that I'm a better player because I'm gonna play this dude that gets none of that.
So-
Just giving them the opportunity for that.
So we have the genera path where they're building their human.
Yes.
But how does that fit in with the place? Because in the place they are going to define themselves as one of these cultures. Like
Well,
if
that's why I was suggesting maybe half or maybe even 1/3 of your number of choices from your original stat give you a number of places that you lived, so you can pick from more than one culture. That's what I was trying to get. Is that human cross culture is really common, given their short duration of life and trade and all of that. So instead of only having to pull from one place, you might pull from 2.
Okay.
Doesn't give you I don't think it should give you any additional number of slots, but it should give you a wider range of
Well,
potential.
it's doubling their possible knowledge base.
Right.
It's a big starting bump of knowledges and cultures, and twice as many role play hooks.
Yep.
But is that enough to
I don't know.
overcome
Let's hold on to those. I'm trying to think of what else you could have that would associate that.
So there still is the possibility of that extra.
Well, okay, so if you went and looked, okay, maybe they're the ones that have the set of magics that are psychic. Because remember, there's 6 different ways to do magic. Maybe there's one that you can only get if you're human.
You only get it if you're human.
You know, idea of reading minds.
But aren't elves or the Eldrin kind of the natural born? I guess that's a Lord of the Rings.
That's
thing,
a Lord of the Rings thing.
Yeah.
Mine have always been culturally bound. So the Anandrin or your wood elves are the nature guys, but they're not necessarily the magical beings.
My only problem with that is that it is a paradigm shift of everything else, because instead of giving them something new and special, it's cutting everyone else off to make it exclusivity for them. And that's kind of a paradigm shift of the freedom of...
Well, okay, but everything can be gotten by skills. Brachiation can be learned, right?
So even an elf might learn the psychic magics?
Yeah, but they started without the modifier. They wouldn't get the bump.
So we're saying that. So it's not that they are that. It's not a group of magic that only humans can learn. It is a group of magic that humans get a bump on.
Right.
Okay. So does that? But does that change the culture of the lore of humans too much? That they all have this innate psychic
Well,
potential?
okay, not necessarily, because most of the bad guys you run into that are human have these kind of bumps.
Kinda.
You know, the bad guys are never level field.
So here's the real choice, honestly, for you,
Okay.
John. And this is more of a lore thing for you than
Sure.
it is a mechanics thing
Sure.
for me to really decide on.
Right.
Is that if you do that, that has a big lore connotation, and you're gonna have to change the lore of humans in a lot of ways.
Well, okay, but this entire iteration is a lot different.
Right? I know.
So-
I know.
So I'm just yeah.
out
So
there.
I'll my response to that is simply to just acknowledge that yes, it's different, but it doesn't make it beyond the pale,
Bad.
because this is a rules change. We are talking about a weather change for everybody, including me.
Right, and we're also talking about, but the thing is, like, we're talking also about redefining what is in a roleplay game
You know what it does
the
though?
stereotype of human.
Okay, what it does though, actually, in a kind of a weird way, is it kind of embraces this new modernistic transhuman, next level generation of mortals as well. Right? So maybe, maybe it's not the skill list we're thinking of. Maybe we're talking about superhero shit. I don't know.
Oh. There's definitely one of those things where we're on a new front and it's hard to think of what fits best.
Right. Well, and I tell you what we have found so far is that we get to these, we get on the edge of it, and we go, we can't go this far. We can't. Let's sit on this one for a while, because I don't think that is a tough nut to crack. Because I do know that the things that we both want are we want the same thing, which is that humans need to feel
Special.
it needs to feel useful
Equivalent.
enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
comparable.
And it doesn't have to be insane. Like, Brocchiation is not insane, but it does give it a certain flavor, and it's something to be desirable. It can definitely be. I can definitely see a lot of rogues wanting to play Pongas because of that ability to climb and.
Or a cat,
Right. I see a lot of bards wanting to play cats because of their natural seductive nature, and
they're caterwauling.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, I gave one of the other parties a skunk familiar that's Pepe the Pew.
Oh no.
And the worst thing is that one of the party members is a sec-gen cat.
Oh no.
And she's a black cat.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh, mon chéri.
Exactly.
But
It's
then
a-
we also don't want it to make it so.
Okay, so the trick here is that really what we're trying to combat is actually is a remnant of what D&D creates for itself, right? Because a person that looks at Dungeons and Dragons, especially with the mindset of the modern player, is they look for where is the exploit. So if we made the ability to be psychic magic, that's an exploit.
Yeah. It might be.
So do we restrict or limit that? Do we? I mean, what's really funny is it really doesn't matter mechanically for any of this, because all of them are using the same template structure-wise, right? So it's just a matter of
So maybe let's look at the other races.
okay.
Things that are easily defined already, and see if we can get an equivalent that matches what the lore already is. That isn't.
Okay.
Because with D&D right now, almost every fighter's human. Why? because
They get the stat bump across the
stat
board,
bonuses across
or
the
they
board.
get the feat, and the feat is really powerful to a fighter.
Yeah, super powerful.
Almost all
pastors-
humans are also variant human. They almost all want to play with the feat. I haven't had hardly anybody want to play the straight up stat bump human.
Mm-hmm. You all after that feat. Every human has 3 legs.
Exactly. Well,
3 feet.
at least every human male. Ta-dum.
And then every spellcaster is an elf. Every damn one.
Yep.
Every barbarian is a Golian or an orc or a,
Yep.
We want to try to break those molds in some way so that there's more diversity and more natural diversity in character creation.
Yes.
So we don't want it to be too strong. And also, a lot of these are tangential. They're just an ability that isn't really accessible anywhere else.
So, just for a quick also aside, when we're talking about the psychic aspect breaks down in a couple of ways. Like, for example, anything where you're going to be modifying somebody else's emotional state or physical reaction to something, those are really expensive and really powerful. So I don't see those being what I'm talking about when I say psychic things. It's, to me, it's more smaller time. Like,
Then it kind of feels like you're making all humans Jedi. Because it's rather the very gentle
that's true.
mind thing, or the telepathy, or the what's telekinesis, where they can lift a little thing. Again, not bad. It's just
Yeah. Just a thought.
Here's the other thing. A Pongid's Brachiation ability is not a skill.
No.
It is an ability. They get their full move speed.
Yep.
Climbing. And they don't have to roll for it. That's just a skill they can do.
Okay, wait. That opens something right just right there. What if it's negotiation? Humans think the reason why we are so good is that we can empathize better than any of the other species. An elf's not gonna listen to a dwarf, or an elf's not gonna. Whereas we just walk in the room and say, guys, we're gonna figure this out. Just calm down, And therefore, it's again not a skill. It's just a natural gift.
So what would that look like?
So that would be
a +5 bonus anytime they're communicating?
Yes, maybe. Oh, or maybe it's only either a bump or a ramp one time on one portion of that. So maybe they're good at getting people buying them drinks. So therefore, you can tie it into the culture. I'm in the beauty. I'm from a place of beauty. So that 5 points of human modification, just pure natural, is going to be on.
Oh, that is good. We should definitely keep that, because that feels very similar to like the some of the cultural skills that they'll get from choosing a race.
Right.
That should definitely be one of the cultural skills. But I'm looking at trying to figure out what that ability, because that feels like a skill that comes with being human, no matter where you're from.
Maybe it's a linguistics thing. They
learn languages faster.
Yeah, they get other people faster. Maybe they start with an extra language to start with and can learn them faster. If you're going, because what that does is that reinforces the languages as a barrier in game, so that the GM can and should play along those lines more.
Okay.
It also helps you to build a better feel for the culture of Okay, we're going to a place that I can tell from the outside looking at the architecture because I'm from I happen to be looking at the place of beauty right now. So since I'm at a place of beauty, we're going to another place of beauty. I know that these guys are going to find more value on our jewelry. So nobody make a jewelry offer less than blah, blah, blah. That's,
But then
understand.
that
Is that too
that
strong?
feels like a
It's too much? Okay.
no. It feels like it's almost a non-thing because a good role player will do that anyway.
Okay.
A good role player doesn't get the Broccation ability where they can just do their full move speed.
Right.
I'm not saying that humans aren't better role players than the other races. That could definitely be true, but
well, I haven't seen an actual Ponga show at my table yet, so.
besides Xavier.
No, that's a player playing. That's what I'm getting at. He's a human, so that's why he's better.
Oh,
playing.
yeah. Oh, I get what you're player. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Over my head. I'm still churning too much on humans.
Well, I think that's the reason why the rules fell out the way they did in the first place, is that since the human is the basis of conversations for all of us, then you have to have some basis in their idea. Their thought was to have something that is the basis of the structure of it all. That's why humans end up with no modifiers initially.
So let's look at. So we know what the other human. They have a weakness, and they should have like a. If they are the actual others, born in a facility,
Mm-hmm.
then they have a weakness to magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's across the board. They have like a weakness to magic.
Mm-hmm.
But they get a big bonus to their mechanical skills.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have a whole range of those that they'll start off with when most people won't even have the knowledge that those exist.
Right.
So, like, that is another thing because these are starting knowledge bases of skills because people don't even know what skills are out there. These cultures are letting them know groups of skills that even exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone might not even know that tree nurturing and singing or flying, whatever, is even a skill out there.
Right.
All the other races aren't even going to know that tech, except for maybe the Tinks and the Grim might have some tech skills that they'll start off with. But the other humans, they'll have a whole slew of tech skills that they'll start off with. And dude, they don't really have an ability per se. And that's okay because they already feel so unique already. Like, there's definitely reasons to want to choose being another human. Definitely a big flavor there. Definitely desirable. That's definitely on par with competing with the likes of Eldrin and Tarmakian section.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely on par. So that feels good. But what's gonna make someone choose to be a random frickin' human from Montara, a random frickin' human from Alice, a random frickin' human from Banbury?
Okay. Here's a possibility. Fighting style.
But is that something ubiquitous across all humans?
Well, what I'm saying is that each community would have its own fighting style within the human population. So a Montaran fighting style is not the same as a Jubileethan fighting style or as a pirate fighting style. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
But wouldn't most races have sort of that thing?
they'd have one, but I'm saying humans should maybe have the opportunity to have two.
So we're still really coming back to that humans just pick up things fast.
Yep. I really see that really as the only differentiation. And maybe that's only because I also am still bound by my feeling about humans. Maybe it's humanocentrism. I mean, because the other alternative is no, there is no difference, and people should. Maybe we just make it so they can't play human.
Humans are boring. Don't choose them.
Well, that was first iteration. Remember,
Mhm.
nobody wanted to play them because they were boring. Maybe they are boring. They've got all these infinite
We go back to
advantages.
the-
They've got their
Then we
infinite
go
advantage.
back to the quick learner ability where they get to add one extra skill every session, or one extra.
One extra.
Uh,
Okay, so let me show you the character sheet. That brings me to a good point. Let me show you the character sheet that I have
Okay.
because that'll also help a bit.
Maybe. That feels so much like the extra. So what I was going to say, and I kind of
You
regret
caught
having
yourself.
that idea, but I have to say it. Maybe humans, because they're so diverse, they get to have one extra ramp on one of their pillars.
Oh, back to the pillar. Ooh, that's really that's powerful.
Well, I mean,
Because that's
So you
because you're
totally
not well, you're doing it
failed and
you're doing it 4 steps down the or 2 steps down, right? Because you've already chosen your race.
right. But I'm trying to give humans
And yeah, counter edge. Yeah, I get you.
something. So, because of their diversity, maybe you get one more shot. And it's not a guarantee that they're going to succeed.
Right, and even if they do, it's only going to be a 5-point bump, right? Unless you
Right.
is it not going to be an unlimited ramp, is it?
No, it's just
Okay.
one more roll after you fail.
Okay.
So they've already set all of their base is already done. They already have all their stats. But then when they choose human, they're like, okay, if I choose the basic bitch human, I get to look back at one of those. And I'm like, I really want to try one more time on resilient. Can I beat that 25? In a weird way, half of the people will use it to bring up their lowest stat and make it more average, which works for humanity being more average.
Right.
And the other half will use it to specialize.
To push one up, and that makes it more sword and sorcery.
And it also, but people who are doing it to move one up are far more likely to fail. So with the statistics that we've gone to before, the majority who will actually be different are the ones who are bringing up their lowest stat because of a fluked failed roll.
Okay.
There'll be the humans that are bringing up their 15s to 20s and
Right.
their 20s to 25s, making humans more average across the board than the average other races.
Sure.
So that's a possibility.
Okay, and
So where are you going to show me this?
Discord.
Oh, what is on the stream right now?
What is on the stream right now? It should be a white box.
Oh, it's still on tanks.
Yeah, because the tank program's still running.
Okay.
And I keep watching for new chat or the new chat, and the last one's
Another
still just
spam.
thanks. Yep.
Vaselson. Vaselson. Good name.
Yes. Oh. Yeah. Oh, now the name changed. That's somebody else. That's not the one we had a minute ago.
Yep, a different dude.
Oh no, it isn't. You know what it
Same
is?
message.
He's in he's in Twitch, and he's switching his name each place he visits. So he can
Well, I guarantee you, it's not even a person. It's just
a
a
bot.
bot.
Yep.
That's creating random names and
Yep.
trying
Okay.
to sell this bullshit.
So if you look at the character sheet, and I'm gonna have to change. It's actually gonna work out better.
It's not. Could you restart the stream? It's not loading for me.
It's not on the stream. I put it in Discord.
Yeah, right. In Discord, it's just doing that boxes going around each other.
Oh.
Maybe close tanks? Probably don't have. I don't know.
Just let me. I'm gonna pop out of the chat and back in.
Okay.
There you go.
Yep, there we go.
All right. So
Play course path.
I'm going to change those words right now. Oh, why isn't that let me do it? Close.
Place.
Yeah, so I was trying to change it to, but it won't let me put it.
Oh wait. No. Look back at the thing. Should be. Okay. Here's what I would do. See where you have a box that says skills and development?
Yes, these are the ones that you would get from all the different sources.
Right. But what I think you might want to do is do a box like that and call that the base. And then have the pillars, or
Oh.
call them the pillars.
Right. Actually, I have the base right down here.
Right, but there's not like a title box around them to see what they are.
Oh, okay.
I guess if you don't want to. It seems like you didn't want to make them as important. They're kind of the.
Right, I was just trying to make them the cast-off list. I didn't want them to
Okay.
be prominent on the character sheet. But you're right that this should be boxed. So, but I'm looking for my.
It's the very first thing we do. So should that be at the top?
No. Okay. If you want to do it this way, the reason for them to be down here is that they are pillars. They're holding everything else up.
Okay.
So, it psychologically keeps it lower on their priority list when it comes to.
So
them.
we're starting the character in the middle of the page.
Why not?
Okay.
We can actually put little arrows. Matter of fact, when I built my first downshift character sheets, it did that. It had an arrow pointing exactly where to go on the character sheet as you built. And they were subtle. They were in the margins.
It's gonna be an easy to read chart situation. You're gonna have a
simpler.
start here, and then up to the top, and then down to the middle, and then up to the middle of the top, and then we can have a whole network of arrows going all over the place.
Exactly. The lines with the that's very good. I got to figure out why this won't let me change the text. I've never had this problem before.
Because you're looking at the PDF. You're not looking at the PDF editing.
Oh, okay.
You have to open up the PDF in the program that
opened it. I got you. I can get there.
That created it.
Cancel.
So you also don't have
Leave.
Ray?
Just give me a second.
Okay.
Cause,
what did you make the PDF in? I never know what to make PDFs.
Okay, so I made that in Canva. Canva is a software for working on banners and posters and all that kind of stuff. So it's got a huge amount of options. There it is. Okay. And then set this to the right. Oh, wrong place. Up here. Oh, come on. Why aren't you showing me my options? My designs. There we go. Alrighty. So you're not on this page, so I'll have to change it in just a second. Making sure I sent you the right page.
Wrong button?
Wrong button. How did that happen? Screen. There we go.
Okay.
So way is staying the same, but we're changing this to place.
Okay. Place or race. Actually, yeah, make the small one race, because that's the simple version, and then origin home will be place, because then they're gonna have to say human of Karmakia or human
Right.
of Mintara.
And so we're changing this to base. I moved the whole block around. So spell base right there, John.
Bache.
Jeez. Bache.
Bache.
Doing the Italian rules first. All right.
Can you just move the boxes, the little boxes, and put them in those boxes, then move the blank ones down?
Well, I have to do this little stunt of attaching them together, I think. I have to group them.
Oh.
I don't think that's going to work. Let me zoom in a bit here. That's not duplicate a page.
Well, you also didn't want to do that. Remember, you were fine with them being down at the bottom, too.
Right, but I was looking for putting the... You wanted a frame box around it, though. So let me do this. Let me copy, paste.
Down below in the middle of it, there's the 4 arrows of moving it around.
Ah. You've done this before.
No, I just have eyes that see what they're getting at. I like that they have the little lines to help you line it up, right?
Yep. This is going to take a while.
What's the shortcut? Control and left bracket.
See, you're so smart.
Hit that about 5 times. Keep
Remember the
hitting it,
boxes
keep
too.
hitting it, keep hitting it. Keep hitting it. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Is that
There
all the
you go.
boxes? There we go.
That's all.
Okay. It won't
You're
even
gonna have to resize the gear and resources box.
gear and resources box, or the one above it, either which way.
I think gear and resources is pretty big, so. No, you're just moving it. Hit Control Z to undo.
See, the shortcuts is what I need to learn. I was just thought that was the bracket for sizing. It is.
No, you were moving it for some reason. It's yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, and then yeah, that one, and then yeah. There you go. And grab the words too.
Yeah, I gotta get to them.
Why is it all separate? That's weird. Control Z, undo. I have that as a muscle reflex whenever I misclick something when I'm doing something like that.
Yeah.
Because then you had it all nice and aligned and you don't want to lose that. There we go. And then drag that box a little bit down. Wait, can you select it so you get all...
I don't know how to do the select thing other than control button and hitting each one, but then I'd have to hit each one and the word too.
Oh, why is it so many different layers? Wait, is there a... Can you drag? Can you click and drag?
Oh, there we
you
go.
go.
Not that one.
Oh, Control Z once. You pulled everything to the left a little bit. There you go. Now click once. And now drag and select.
Right, I gotta get
Little
down low
lower.
enough. I gotta get down low enough that I'm able to catch into the
there
boxes.
you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Nope. 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 Don't get the gear. There you go. That just like that. Now move all of that down.
Oops, that's the whole box.
Yep. Yep. That's what you want. That's what you want. Go down there, just like that. Stop. Now click off. Just click on the blank space. Okay, now grab gear and resources because that moved back up. Drag that down into its box. Perfect.
And then copy it because I need the text to put in base.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Paste.
Move it center aligned ish.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it there. That the one?
It's weird because it's going to be different because that's a longer word.
Yeah, and it won't match anyway. So maybe I should. Yeah. There.
Move it a
Base.
little to the left.
Oh, the word.
Yeah.
There you
There.
go. Okay, so
Okay, then what? You can change that middle box back to base.
I'll change this back to what?
What was it before?
Oh, something about skills. I can't remember what it was. I'll come back to it.
Hold up. I think I made you goof this up
How so?
because the one that we just made with the base with the
Uh-huh.
box around it
Uh-huh.
not lined up right. It's not pretty like that box up above.
Well, I gotta figure out how to zoom this damn thing.
Oh, here we go. Okay, stop.
Right here.
That's what we're
right,
doing.
Right here.
Don't save. Open up the original again. I have an idea.
Okay. File, home, my designs.
Okay.
No, see, it already saved it. Every time I make a change, it auto saves.
Then okay, drag and select all of that place thing that we just made. And just delete it. Okay, now drag and select the nice base box up above. All of it, including the gray bar thing, because that's a separate element. Okay. And then copy.
Control C.
And then
Control
paste a
V.
roux.
What's that?
Paste a roux.
Control V.
And then drag it.
That's a twist. Where's the drag button? I guess you just grab it now. There you go.
Yeah. There you go. Okay.
It's too big. So
Can you resize the whole thing? Or we could make the gear one a little smaller. Oops. Here, go to the left and select everything from gear down. No, too high. Yep. There you go. And then take the... Yeah, that'll work.
let's see if I get down below that other box.
Too low. It makes it so bright you can't see right where the top is. Go back up. Go do one click upwards. Okay, see how that looks. Click off of it.
There we go.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay.
I think the gray box on gear and resources is one tick off center to the left. Not the words, the gray box behind the word.
Yep.
Perfect. There you go.
Nope, it's not. It's maybe too short.
Yeah.
Because that, or how do you do a half a click? shift. Oh, no, that's even bigger. Yep, it is.
There. Oh, now it's smaller. There you go. Nope.
Nope.
That's a lie. It said it was lined up. Oh, I see. You're aligning it to the inside of the line, not the outside of the line. So grab it one more time.
Let go.
There. There we go. Now it's all in.
Okay.
I don't know why I noticed those things. I have OCD.
You just
Okay,
need
so-
you just need to get Canvas so I can have you do all the work for me. That's fine.
Okay, now put in the names of the Grace, the... Not that one, the one down below.
Oh, I gotta go get the freaking. Gotta get
Here,
rid
I'll
of.
read it off. I'll read it off.
No, I've got to go get the text tool over here because it's not set up for text.
Cool. Oh, you have to add text boxes. Oh.
Yeah, because we erased them all.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I could get fancy and put them all in there in, as one, but that's we need to be able to adjust this again if we need to. So bear with me.
You know a better way to do this?
What's
Okay,
that?
delete that one. Because you already have one that's the same size. If on the self-defense or basic melee, click that, copy it, and then paste it into each of the box.
It won't paste it in. I gotta go get it, drag it down.
Yeah.
And that's the wrong one to grab. It's the one
Control
down
Z.
here. Come on, let go.
Control V.
Oh, I did the wrong button. Yep, yep.
Control V.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. I did. Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Oh, this one's too low.
See, whenever I use a program like this, it feels like I'm playing with magnets.
Yep.
Because it always wants to click it on everything.
Yeah, well, it's that, what do you call it? Snap to grid function.
Hmm.
And I tend to leave the snap to grid on only because I don't trust myself to line them up square without it.
Probably better. Don't worry about lining them up now because you're going to change the words, which is going to change the length of
Right.
each of the boxes.
Oops. Don't want Grace defense. I gotta clear it all. I thought the clicking on it would get it all highlighted. It didn't.
Double click it.
I gotta do something. I gotta fix this. This is killing me. There we go.
Oh, that's so much better. Double click.
Am I in the middle? No, I'm not in the middle anymore.
That's better. That's so much easier to see. Triple click.
Don't be moving. It's okay if it moves. I just have to get. Brilliance. And I really need to work with these enough that they've come off my tongue like the other strength, intelligence, wisdom, dex, con, charisma.
Hmm. We still need to refine and make sure they're all.
Yeah, we have to go through them.
They say what they is, and they is what they say.
Not
the
Z's.
sleeping stat. Present. Present. Resilience. Persistence. Want to know something funny?
What's that?
All of these are French-based words except for grace.
Well, tell me what the Greek, what the French word would be for grace.
What would it be? Because grace is an Italian word. The last one is appearance, another French. Let me look it up. Elegance.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to switch to that? Grace catches dex to me better than that, but then again, these
Yeah,
are
elegance makes it feel too.
too hoity-toity.
Yeah, well, it makes it has more of the presence connotation.
Right.
Well, we'll do that in them all and figure them out.
Okay. They're not perfectly lined up, but they're damn close.
Go up. Go up one click, right there. And then you have to do that same thing with presence as well. One click down from where everyone else is. Oh, no, you were right. Never mind. Brilliance and grace also have to go up one. There.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, do you want that? Do you want to call it base, or do you want it to be the pillars?
No, I want to. I want to use the words we came up with now. I don't mind. It is the pillars.
Because the base is the name of the step, but these are called the pillars, John. Right?
Yep, you're right. There we go.
And then this one was active or skills under
Something skills. Yeah. Developing skills, something like that.
Yeah.
I'll put it for now. It's just the ones
Okay.
that they choose to work on.
Yeah. These are the ones that we did today, and then those would be a set of hash marks depending on the number of times we use them or whatever.
Right.
Okay, so then let me go back to the other one.
So way, raise, place, base.
Oh, here we go. Top left.
Mm-hmm.
Make that one base. The top left, where way is now. Make that one base. Because that'll be the aggregate 7th pillar, whatever.
Yes.
Then race in the middle, and then right one should be way.
And then this is place.
And this is place. And then we have case. And then stakes is really scroll down, this one.
Stales.
Fails.
It's a bread equation thing.
Oh no.
That's what we need to have on the character sheet someplace. They must have the bread equation in the corner.
Well, that'll be what the money box is. We'll just call it the bread box.
The bread box, exactly. Okay, also you'll notice that I did down here is I put self-defense is literally you without any weapons. This is your raw fighting attribute if you've got nothing.
So that would be your resilience?
This is your well,
yeah, how does that work?
Okay, so remember resilience is a saving throw. So this would actually be the skill in armor or the lack thereof. So if you have no armor but you do
it should be the resilience, isn't it? Because resilience, because armor getting hit is the saving throw. You don't get better at that, right?
No, but remember resilience is the last. They are the last ditch saves. They're not associated with any of the skills, and you don't therefore put it in with the armor because they're being conceived as I want to improve my resilience.
But remember, you told Gene a million times that we don't want it to be a skill where you're just adding a skill to your AC and working on your AC being better and better and better.
Right. This number here that I had in my head was this is if you're if you're talking about in a fighting reference, it would be instead of actually being the pillar, it would be the modifier. Remember the second digit.
It would be the.
So if this was a 30, if this is 35,
7.
right.
So what does that do?
Well, that is your base number for defense until you start learning armor. Then if you have an armor skill, then the armor skill supplants this, just like.
I don't think we didn't want it to be skill based because we don't want someone to just practice not getting hit. That's a weird. That's where your armor stats where you have the 25
mitigation, right? The mitigation numbers, right?
The light, heavy, or medium armor.
Yes. But if you have none, then
it goes to the whatever that's called. So how does that number work? Where does that come into the rolls?
Okay, so that the what I see, this is just your default. Maybe I'll use that for. I don't like the word default, but the default value. And only applies when this is like somebody's going to clot you in the back of the head. I suppose you're right. It probably is just resilience, isn't it?
Because what is that number then? What would that be used for?
Oh, okay. Let me. You're right. Let's change the way that we're looking at this. This would be
because I get what you're saying. You're trying to put a D&D equivalent of the 8 plus Dex.
No, I'm not.
Before armor thing.
But that's what we really want. Your armor's mitigation, if it has any. If you have no mitigation, then you're taking the damage directly.
So that would be light, medium, or heavy. It would be the 35, 50, or
right,
75, or whatever we end up.
Whatever it decides being, right. And then that number can be ground down over time as your armor takes damage.
So in that would be a percentage number. That would rather be 35, 50, or 75% mitigation.
Yep.
And then in the big box, you would put
leather armor,
heavy
shield.
plate armor,
right?
+5 or whatever naming convention we have for that.
Right.
And then you would track its health points there too.
Right.
That could be what the box is.
Well, that's okay. So it's actually you need 2 boxes then, right? You have mitigation.
Yeah, 2 boxes then. Because that's the percent. That's the stat you look at for raw numbers.
Whoa!
You need
Stop carrying my boxes away.
Control Z.
Yeah. Control Z. Okay, and then.
So, click away.
No, I'm trying to pick up all 3.
No. Click away. and then drag over it.
Oh, that's right. Without picking up the outer box.
Yeah,
Which-
without
Control Z.
Control Z.
Get off of the box. Let go of my box. Stop.
It's a box within a box. You're never going to be able to do it. Never mind.
Oh, you know what it is? I can. I have to put it. I'd have to put it down. Pull it up a level. Because that box is over the outside of the other one.
So, okay. Or you can do your control click and do the mitigation. The box. The
Do the boxes first.
okay. So click off to this. Yeah. Okay. Then click that. Then control click on the box. Control click on that one.
Nope.
It's not control click? What is it?
It was control click, but it only picked up the box. It didn't pick up the other two now. I don't know why. That's okay. We'll just do the box.
Here. Yeah, I got an idea.
Okay.
Grab the big box. Drag it to the side.
And then move the little one. Now, there's got to be another way to do this.
No. Look. Take the box and just drag to the side to somewhere weird. That's easy to grab again. Okay, leave it there. Then, yeah, there you go. Copy. Paste.
Oh, how about do this first? Bring the box back.
No. Paste it first. Because then it's going to be on a different layer. You want it on the same layer as that
that's
box.
right.
A little more to the right. One click up. There you go. And
There
then
we
drag
go.
the big box down.
We're getting good
And
at this.
It's one click up. Click. One more. There you go.
Ooh, aren't we getting good?
It's one click to the left, that box.
Yeah. Oh, well, just a second. What are we calling this?
Armor health, armor life, armor status, armor condition.
Condition. There we go.
Condition.
No, because we use, well, okay. We can use condition here. We'll have to... No, I'm going to use status, because condition actually has another meaning.
Let me do a quick synonym. Because you would say, what's your armor condition? State, shape, order, next, circumstance, surrounding, constrain, control, treat. Tone, temper, an armor. There's pont. Milieu. What's your armor's milieu?
We're doing all that other French stuff. Why not?
Fettle. Oh, that's an interesting word. What's your armor's fettle right now? Let me look up. Constitution, form, well-being, fitness, robustness, strength, vigor.
Vigor.
Vigor. I'm not getting the right thing with condition. Let me try status. Stature, celebrity. No. There we go. Ticketing, place, position, prestige, prominence, cachet.
You had to say it that way, didn't you?
Cachet. Well, this is actually the correct spelling with a T at the end.
Oh, okay.
Cachet. That would be how you would spell it in French.
I got you.
Consequence, degree, distinct, stage, renown, mode, merit, grade, armor grade, value.
Okay, so armor value, it would be the big number that is
Okay.
that it can withstand.
Okay.
So status would be its value at the instantaneous status of it.
So grade, position, order, lineage, rank, species, sphere, standing, station, status.
Okay, you need to find the other meaning of what you use in condition. Because what
Well,
you're
now I'm doing status.
okay, so what we're looking is for graduations of
Okay.
status.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So portions of. So look for the other meaning.
Back. Exigency.
Yeah, there we go.
What's your armor's exigency? Kismet. Your armor's kismet.
There we go. What's your armor's
maybe
flavor?
Maybe status is just the best we're gonna get right now. Degree.
Degree. No. I don't really do it either.
Properties. Prospects, prosperity, ranks, ratings, resources, standing, states, stations, statuses, substances, times, ways of life.
You said rating, right? So rating would work.
Rating. It's just because armor rating is what D&D says.
Is
armor
it?
class, armor rating, we want to stay away from.
Okay.
I mean, normally.
Now that sounds like a Jonathan argument. I am wearing off on you, sir.
No, I'm trying to make sure we stay within your idiom.
Within my, what was that? Concord?
Idiom,
sir.
Dossier. Info. Note. Measure. Material. Score.
I think condition.
How do
Because
Condition?
what? Okay, so what condition? What I've been using condition for is that's any status. I'm going to use the word status only because we did what we're talking about defining a condition. It is any status of an engagement. So, rainy is a condition. Muddy is a condition.
I think that is an easier term to redefine with another word than this one. Because the condition of your armor really is the go-to.
And it'll also be the condition of your weapon and all of that too when it comes to the repair stuff. Okay.
But you could use status, you could be the scene, you could be the details. I feel like that's an easier word to review.
Okay. Well, it's in there now, so when we have to be really careful to do all of that editing before we get printed. So I know we're a couple of months off from that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this box needs to move farther over, don't you? Because mitigation's up against the wall.
Yes,
but you said the box needed to move through, though, right?
Yeah. So just move the well, go ahead and move the big box because you have to move the big box to.
That was too much control.
You have to drag and move the entire big box again to get at the little box.
Oh, that's right. Oh!
I mean, that'll work.
Yeah, but it's not what I want to do. That's what I want to do.
Drag and select.
Let's go. I got to remember to click off of it every time.
Ow. Do you ever get weird sharp pains in like your gut sometimes?
Yes. It's almost always a gas.
Yeah, that looks about right. You know what we really should have done?
What's that?
Okay. You know what you really need to do?
What?
Drag and select the entire box, including mitigation condition, and delete it.
Why?
Because then we can just copy the correctly lined up one on the left. I mean on the right. Because it already has two boxes that are lined up just right. No, don't get rid of the title. That and down. No, you're going to get basic melee with that. Do it from the left side. Do it from the other side. Oh, that works. Okay, and then copy all that. And paste. Okay. Move it. And then line it up to one side or the other. And then stretch the whole thing. Line it up to the left or right side. Don't put it in the middle. Okay. Let go. And then take the left side.
I need to take the whole thing, because otherwise I won't get the
Yeah,
scale,
you
right?
gotta select the whole thing again. Oh, got basic melee again.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I didn't.
Okay, and then stretch it to the left.
Can't stretch to the left.
You gotta grab the solid blue line.
It won't let me grab it, will it? No, it's dragging it. I'm gonna make it line up on this side first.
Okay. Okay. Oh, grab the bottom corner. Select it all again.
We're having so much fun now.
Okay. And then the circle on the bottom right. Yeah, and then drag it to the right.
Does that make the box bigger?
Now it's making everything bigger.
Yep. Control Z.
Control Z again. One more time.
Control Z again.
Okay, here's what we do. Move it back over to the left. So align it to the left-hand wall. There. Okay, and click off of that. And then select armor and wards, and we'll just resize that and make that one smaller. There you go.
Oh, it still balances. Okay, good, because that just meant the armors and wards was too big. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay.
There's cheating ways to get around it instead of remaking it every time.
So now this gets changed again. This goes to mitigation.
Mitigation and condition. And they sound alike, so that kind of fits a sort of theme. Your mitigation and condition boxes.
Okay.
Okay.
And this side was left the way I did like that because we weren't yet figuring out
Weapon stats and things.
we still want the same thing, but we want to have it be modification and condition, because you're going to have the same thing, right?
This is sort of a question we haven't really asked yet, but how are we going to handle weaponry?
Okay, so again, just going back to what the root of it was. The root of it was, if you're talking about a hand weapon, not talking about a firearm, but in the case of a hand weapon, each time you swing it counts as 1 point in condition reduction, but the damage that it deals would be modified by the whatever the value of that weapon is. But we're not going with the D&D, hack slash. This is worth that many points. So instead,
it's not going to be a great sword is 3d.
Right. It's going to be style. The style of fighting is great weapon, or two-handed style, and then it's going to have an amount.
So the weapon doesn't matter, just your skill with it does.
Right.
So then, where does it come in all of the improving of weapons? Because you can't really improve a weapon if it's only the skill that matters.
Oh no, okay. So let's look at this in two different ways. What I'm referring to is the percentage chance to hit. Doesn't matter. It's your style that determines success failure.
Right.
Then the damage dealt would be then the thing that's modified by the actual attribute of the weapon.
Okay. Okay. So then.
And more importantly, maybe that weapon's special is that it reduces armor mitigation. So you can specialize the magic on your device.
Okay, well, let's back up for a second.
Sure.
So then the box on the left, is that weapon skill?
Yes.
So
well, okay. No. Okay, again, these numbers, both the armor and weapons, were both with the idea of having a box that referred to you when you had nothing in your hand. Now we've changed it slightly because we added the mitigation side over here. So therefore, we've eliminated that default, but we haven't really done away with it. We just simply took away the space where we would write it down separately.
Well, in this case, it's different because even with nothing in your hand, you still would have a brawler,
right?
A brawler skill,
right? A default brawler skill. Yep.
So, I think it would be weapon skill and weapon damage, weapon skill and weapon whatever.
Or maybe fighting skill, because I think it's so.
Offensive skill.
Well, okay. So the reason why I had it set up this way was I was doing melee and range separately, because your ability to throw a stick at somebody is going to be different than your ability to hit him with a stick.
Well, here's the question then. What if you have multiple weapon styles and weapons and stuff?
Just have to have bigger box or more boxes.
Box? Oh. This would be your primary.
Right.
Primary skill.
Primary melee and primary range? Or primary...
Because most characters don't do both.
Oh, I used to know it was better to be had a ranged weapon and a hand weapon.
Yeah, some people do. Valer doesn't.
No. You also have a breath weapon.
Jean mostly does range. But she also sometimes, very rarely, will do a sword.
Uh-oh. Too long.
Too long. Yeah, before we rename it, let's think about it.
Okay.
What do we need so what is a box for? A box is for stuff that's going to be there a lot. Something that they need to quickly see and look back to a lot.
Yes.
If they have multiple weapons, then this is...
Okay, so I'm imagining a second page that just has these. Row upon row.
Right.
Right? And so one column would be your fighting row, and that would have all of your weapons.
I'm actually thinking of a page... Oh no, that would be kind of dense, wouldn't it? I was thinking of dividing them by the pillar they go under.
I really don't want to do that because that will lend itself back to them thinking or feeling that they should get to boost those numbers.
Yeah.
I don't mind where they came from. Matter of fact, we could put a little tiny corner box inside of the box that says G or B or
B. Yeah. Okay, that works better. So then it would be... then let's think of other categories. We could have cultural ones for all their languages, histories,
right?
Things.
For another whole row.
And role play ones, and then we'll have combat ones, magical ones.
Well, and then style, because or not style, but strategies, right? Because we're talking about combat isn't just a single shot thing. It's how do we handle? Maybe your skill is an ambush.
Well, that's still a combat one that you're using
Oh,
in combat situation.
True.
I'm thinking of the different situational skills. So you have roleplay
Negotiation.
situations for
Right.
cultural ones, and
Right.
then you have combat ones, and then you have magic because it's much broader. Unless we could make that just a separate page.
Magic probably would have to be at least a separate page.
Yeah, and then
We also have a
culture,
merchant.
combat.
Merchant, because trade might be a completely different thing than your.
Might be.
Because a different kind of a skill than your cultural.
Well, we'll work on that another time.
Okay,
Classifying.
Yeah. Right. But what do we need on this page?
Because this is for weapons. This is combat. So what do they need to see right away?
Well, D&D. If we're talking the D&D, just for the comparison, is their two hit roll and their damage roll.
Okay. In this, those would be governed by the main skill that they're using for combat and their weapon.
Yes.
So in this, you have range and melee.
But if that just means there's 4 boxes.
4 boxes.
Primary melee and primary range, and then the weapon.
And then the weapon free.
Yeah.
Maybe
because that way, if they're throwing their axe, they wouldn't have to have a separate box. You see, you wouldn't have to use the extra box.
Second, give me a second. Give me.
Sure.
Okay, we have the melee range. If we keep that, then what we would do. Okay, we can do this differently.
Okay.
Instead of the little boxes, split it in the middle. Here, let me.
Just explain what you're trying to get to, and I think I know. I think I can do whatever it is you're looking for.
Okay, so zoom back in on the weapon and assets thing. Increase the zoom so we're looking just at that. Okay. Instead of having these 2 little boxes,
right,
we have a line down the middle with the title of melee and range. Then inside it, I would put great sword, 3d6, whatever. And then on the range, I would put spear, 1d8. And there would be like my list of weapons. And then you'd have a box that is the skill that you used?
Well, okay, so the skills would be up here. It's one of these. The actual skill for fighting.
So...
Right? Actually, because then down here, you still would have your primary with its damage, and you'd still have to have its condition.
Because I'm thinking about what if we're putting all of them in little boxes, then what is the main point of the box? Like, where am I writing what my weapons are? Where am I writing what my
down here,
what their damages are?
No, the damages go in the appropriate box for what you're using. I imagine it being a lot of these, because we're talking about a skills thing where there's no limits. They can go 99 in any of the skills that they can learn, right? 95.
Okay. But what do you think about splitting that box in 2? Instead of having the little boxes, you have melee weapons and ranged weapons.
Oh, I have no problem with that. And let's do it this way.
You can just do it one at a time and hit delete, delete, delete. Oh.
Oh, I created a duplicate. That's what I did. Oops.
Control Z.
Boop.
Oh, you want to drag that one out of the way and then select both of the little boxes and delete them?
No, I was going to keep the name in the gray because we'd still have those at the tops, right? We just wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. You
just have to get rid of these. Actually, I shouldn't have done that. Control.
No. Yeah. You're
No,
fine.
because I'm going to size it and make a duplicate. Whoa. I did it again. Why did I do that? I'm hitting the
Control
wrong
Z.
button.
Okay, what are you trying to do?
I'm going to make this box big enough to be the half a box. That's all it's going to do.
No, you're gonna spend way too much time resizing it over and over again to get it lined up right. It'd be easier just to put a vertical line in the bigger box. So then select the basic range.
Oh, hang on. Do it
Move
again.
that back up. Delete the little boxes underneath it. Delete that. Same thing to the other one. No. You could actually keep those because the gray bar doesn't look that bad. So Control Z 3 times. Delete that box. Then highlight both the word and the gray box behind it.
Oh, it's got to move. It's okay.
Select them together. And then move that up all together to just underneath the top black.
Or someplace. Or someplace else. Oh, yeah.
Just like that. Yep.
That right? Or is that not?
You need to move basic range 2 clicks to the right.
One click to the right. Yeah.
It still looks further in than the primary
That's
one.
because primary is not centered.
I also think that basic range is in a bigger font than primary.
That's a 7.7, which is dumb. Why is it in the middle like that? No, they're the same. It's
Why
more
does
letters.
basic range look so much bigger?
It's a longer word in a smaller space.
Okay. It still is. One is the width of. On the right side, you have the width of my finger, and on the left side, you have half the width of the finger. So rather, basic range needs to move out one more click, or primary needs to move in one more click.
Okay.
To make it symmetric.
Yeah.
Select both.
No!
Control Z. Control Z. It's not lined up the same as it was. There you go. There you go. Yep. And then move the big box down again. Where did it go? Uh-oh. What'd you do, John? Where'd you move it?
Well, I didn't lay it on top of it because we'd see it. So we will just make another one by taking this one.
It's probably sitting behind one of the other things. That works. Now it's on top.
Yeah, I can fix
One
that.
click to the right. Yep. Nope. Yeah.
Come on, fingers.
Yes. No.
No?
Click off. I can't see. Wait. Yeah. There.
And how do you draw a straight line without...
How How do you add these boxes, anyways? Elements? Lines. See all? See if there's a vertical.
Whoa!
Control Z. Grab a line. Whoa, big line.
I think these are
Yeah,
all big
do that
lines.
and then just resize it. No, we don't want the stuff on the corner. And just resize. That's just moving it. You're just moving it.
No, I'm making it shorter.
Oh, never mind. It was just that huge, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, and then do the rotate thing. There you go. One more. There, 90.
That doesn't look like 90. Oh, it says 90.
It is. It says 90. And then you're going to need to make it
Gray.
gray or whatever. No, you don't want it to go all that way, otherwise it'll go over the letters. Go down. Make it the inside of the small box. There. Is that dead center?
No.
No, it needs to go
But
halfway
I'm
in between.
looking for how to change the color on it. Just trying to get ahead of myself.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Then
Position. Copy style. Transparency.
okay.
Duplicate. Oh, here.
There. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, aren't we clever?
Click away so we see it without the blue line. There we go. And then you can change primary back to melee. Because also we have to consider, this is setting a standard. This is setting the default that everyone should have a melee and range.
Yeah, it's also making our game a little different from the others.
You should.
You should have the
have both.
ability to do either. That's the thing. Now, is the melee box in the right spot?
It
Looks
just
like
the word looks off center because it's not a 2-range.
No,
Make
I
it
mean,
basic
no, I mean
melee?
the edge of the box.
Get rid of basic on range.
Then they're the same number of letters.
Yeah. Then it won't look weird.
Well, it's still. Is the space on the left-hand side the same as the space on the right-hand side? It looks like it's one more.
You're right. Melee needs to come in one more click.
The box needs to.
Yeah, the box needs.
No, the whole thing does, actually.
Click out of that and then drag over both. Oh, damn it. Annoying son of a bitch. See, I don't like doing it because then you can't.
But you said one space, so I'm just going to.
Yeah, space to the right. Okay. And then move the box. There. Right there. Nope, needs to go up one click.
Control up. No.
Oh. There. There.
No, I think it's going to be to the left. It
Yep,
is.
you're right. Did you resize it a little bit?
I did not.
What the hell's going on? Why is I hate that. Why is it in like this weird just barely off thing it's doing? Does the arrow key actually do something we're not thinking it's doing? Is it actually resizing it or something, like half sizes?
Definitely went up by a size there, but that's going a whole size.
No, it's moving the right-hand wall.
Right.
The center point is what we need to move.
Oh, the center point?
Not that bar. The box. Take the box and move it up.
Oh, you want to go up? I thought we were going sideways.
No. You see how there's a thin line?
Yep.
That's not on armor and wards?
Yep. At that time, I moved the bottom. That's not what we want.
Okay, now you just need to resize the left and right to be back in line.
It's not lining up like it's supposed to.
There? No, now it's in. What is wrong with this program?
It hates us.
There. Now do the same thing to the other side. No, now you're moving the whole thing. Control Z. Control Z.
Yep. Somehow it did.
There. And then now move the bottom down because you moved the bottom up. Resize the bottom. I shouldn't say move. Resize the bottom down. Nope, now you... Control Z. Okay. To lower the bottom line, one click. There.
Woof! What fun!
John, you're gonna hate this.
But it's not square, is it? Oh
Look
no,
at-
they're not. Look, they're not in the center anymore, are they?
Now it looks like melee is the one that's too far inwards, and range is the one.
Here, let's do it this way. Let's only move the box first.
Don't resize it.
I'm not.
Okay.
Is that right?
Click off so the blue goes away?
Yes.
Yes, that is right.
Does range even need to move?
Yes, it does.
A whole space?
Click off? No, click off. It's like just to the left of center.
I wonder if it's because of the shape of the letters. I don't know if I can see if it'll let me. Now that's a whole step.
Wait, do that again? Do that again? You increase the size of it instead of the alignment. There, now click off.
There you go.
No, it's still to the left of its spot. Don't do the keys, because that's increasing the size, it's not moving it.
Yes, it is.
No, it's increasing the size. You're moving the right hand bar to the right. Look, watch. Watch the left-hand line when you click to the right on the arrow key like you just did.
Oh, it's making the whole space wider.
Yeah, it's stretching. Each of the arrow keys is controlling one of those lines, not the whole box. Does that make sense? So if you click left and right, you're taking the right-hand wall and moving it further to the right, not the whole
Gotcha.
object. So it stretches it.
Close enough for government work?
I think the problem is that the box that the word resides in is so long, it's not actually around the word.
It's not the right shape. It's like when it's the box is off by a segment.
Yeah, click on range again. See how weirdly long the box is? It's trying to align the edge of that box to the right wall. Yeah, just shrink that all the way until it's the same size as the...
There you go.
There you
Now
go.
that has to be the center. I should do that on the other one too.
Oh, Control Z. You just moved the whole box instead of read.
Yeah, I saw it.
I hate how finicky it is.
There we go.
Melee looks perfect. I don't know why range doesn't.
I think it's because there's a curved letter. I think the G is throwing it off visually.
Oh no, I think it's the N, because the L is a vertical line, and the N, the middle of the word is actually the middle of the diagonal line of N.
Yeah. So it just makes it look weird when it's not.
Okay.
All right.
Optical illusions, that's what
Exactly.
this is.
But I think if we also do this little stunt right here, it'll help a lot. Let's just back it up a bit.
My eyes are fucked up. Looks weird. I don't know anymore. I don't know. Make Steven do it.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, when we get done with this, we'll send it out to somebody else who can do it. But we want
Yeah, they'll clean it up.
we wanted it
Someone who has the patience and the know-how to actually take out a caliper. This is 48 points from center. This is 48
somebody who
points
loves
from
this part
center.
of the job more than we do.
Yeah. Anyways, but does that look right? So now you would have, like, for Valere, he in the left-hand column, he would have Sword of Ash, Froggerach, and Switchblade.
Yep.
The right hand, he does have magical items, because he has the Rapier of Wit that counteracts a BP, and he has the Shillelagh of Foresight that allows him to replay a round.
Mm-hmm.
So I would use my right hand for magic instead of rain for Valerian.
Right.
And then I would probably do the same thing for Traxxas. He would have his Tiorbo on the right hand and his rapier, the new rapier he got, on the left.
Mm-hmm.
I guess magic is sort of ranged, right?
Yep.
Then, so, the question is, again, what are we doing for damage types of weapon?
Okay, so I already have that already started too, and that's we go back to Anvil.
Okay, where at?
Come to me, Anvil.
Oh, save. It does automatically, right?
It automatically saves all the time, but I could save again. Oh, the other program? Yeah, probably want to go save that, don't we?
What we just did.
No, that was this that I saved. It was on this page.
Okay, good.
Let me go back over it.
Do you know what book it would be in? passages.
Yeah,
I don't see it here yet.
just a second.
Passages, parallax technology, magic, director's
No, it's actually
note.
a sub. Right now, it's just a sub column. I gotta go figure out which document it is. Just a second.
Okay.
Okie dokie. It's gonna be one that I was working on recently, so that's not gonna help. So I gotta do this instead. Personal protective equipment. Oh, I already deleted it. Never mind. Okay, I'm actually working on it on the spreadsheet at work, so I don't have it here, but I can recreate it in 20 seconds.
Okay.
I go open Excel. And I'll share my screen.
So we have armor. We have already. Armor is, depending on the grade of armor, mitigates a certain percentage of the damage done.
Yes. And
we'll
it
do
mitigates the
that.
different kinds of damage too, so that, for example, a wooden shield may not may mitigate heat damage better than a metal shield.
Yes.
As far as
So it has damage resistances in D&D.
right, exactly. Let me go open a blank document.
And we could also do that for the types of shields. So like a
Right.
buckler
Right.
will only do like 25%, but a tower shield will do like 75.
And against certain kinds of armor does better than it does against other kinds. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
In that game that I was just recently playing, it does a thing for its different kinds of shields where it reduces movement rate
Right.
by percentage. So
right.
like if you're using a tower shield, you
You're
move
slower.
20% slower.
Right.
But if you're using just a buckler, you only move 5% slower.
Right, but the amount of damage that it mitigates per attack is also different. Yep, exactly.
Right. It obviously gives you much bigger defense if it's a bigger shield.
Mm-hmm.
But another thing that it has in that game is that with a buckler, you can time your guard, and if you do it just as it hits, you do a parry.
Hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to leave. I hit the wrong button.
Wrong baton.
Exactly.
So in that game, if you do a timed block, you'll do a parry, which
doesn't take any damage off the weapon, and you get to count it as a defense. Yes.
Well, no, it causes the enemy to be stunned for a couple seconds. It sends them reeling.
Oh, because they didn't expect it. I got you.
Right. It's literally when they were swinging down, you bash their sword out of the way with your left hand, which leaves them open to an attack.
Excuse me.
But you can't do that with big heavy shields.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Yeah, so that's something that you can't do with big heavy shields in that. Oh my god, I can't watch this.
I'm going to move it up. I'm not going to get this time.
No. Can you actually share your desktop instead of this page?
Okay, sure.
Because it's doing a really weird thing. Every time you click into one of those boxes, it full screens that little tiny box.
What?
It's really weird. It's like I see the entire grid, and then all I see is laceration.
In really big letters.
In gigantic letters.
It's following the focus of my keyboard. That's funny.
Why would anyone want that? It's probably some quirk of how Excel works. There we go. So you're using the medical terms for abrasion, laceration, puncture. Burn 1 and burn 2.
I'll explain. Just a second. Because they are very different in how they are handled. Okay. So abrasion is like you scruff your knee. Oh, that's the other one I missed.
What are these
Bruises.
called?
These are damage types.
Well,
This
I'm trying
is
to look for the medical terms of injuries.
Yep. Types of injuries is what I put in. Bruises are also known as contusions, but contusion is a big word, so I thought I'd go with the smaller one. Abrasion is the scuff, like when you road rash. A laceration is a cut. A puncture is a puncture. Burn 1 is by heat. Burn 2 is by cold. Burn 3 is by acid. Burn 4 is by radioactivity, and then magic.
Wait, say the burns again.
Burn 1 is by fire, by heat. Burn 2
Heat.
is by cold.
Cold.
Burn 3 is by
Acid.
acid, and burn 4,
Chemical?
chemical or acid, and burn 4 is by radiation.
Or what about electrical?
Electrical causes a combination of 2 or 3 of these. So it can actually have an electrical injury is it could be a separate thing.
Didn't we have a nicer word for it that it included all of those burns? We had a word for it.
Well,
like
the reason why I
nice
broke
word.
it, the reason why I broke it down is that if you think about it for just a second, one is hot, one is cold, one is liquid, and one is gas. So it could be air, fire, earth, water.
But then you won't you have all the other kinds of magic, like the
Right, we haven't gotten into it.
Enervation and-
Yes. I'm just saying these are what I'm imagining is that this is the kinds of damage that would be done if you were using a spell to damage someone.
then what's the magic one for?
Magic is where just the sheer magic spells or magic inside of them is revolting or is reacting magic against magic. You know, the idea of the wild magic guy like Stephen, wild magic being having to contact unlawful magic. Anyway,
Okay.
I just wanted to have a category of damage that is undefined. That's all really what that is.
Okay.
We can. But I wanted I kind of wanted the other ones to be more realistic because the the whole question, why do we have to have a fireball? Why can't it be a fire wall or a fire disc or a fire cone? Same kind of fashion. If you just make it so that the damage type is clearly definable, then you can spell sculpt all you want.
Okay.
This also would therefore allow us to do that comparison of, okay, if you have a wooden shield, which of these is it going to be able to mitigate? Which ones wouldn't it mitigate?
Oh, here. For burns, there are 6 types of burns. There's heat, cold, electrical, chemical, friction, radiation.
I think the friction one comes out as abrasion. Go ahead and read on that one while I get these typed in.
Okay, let me look at abrasion. You had this really nice word.
Oh, I can find it again. It's by oh no, I know what happened is I was actually trying to edit the page and I deleted it on accident. I couldn't get it.
Yeah, there was this really nice word that you had for